dude, this is epic. Okay. Good morning, everyone. How are you? Good. Reed T.
Great.
Fowler, good to see you. We are here to launch an epic Freaky Friday here on the Dream Stream. 6 sims coming your way. This is the first one. It's the Titans. It's the Bills. My internet just crashed. I opened it back up. I opened Twitter, of course, because I hate myself. And the first tweet I'm seeing, the first tweet I see is from Glash. I have completed my 9-week diet plan. Portioning works. I've lost 15 pounds and I'm in the best shape since high school swimming, which there's no way. That dude in a Speedo, oh my God. All right, so he says, no alcohol or takeout plus exercise the last few months also help, but mindful eating has become a lifestyle. You can do anything you put your mind to, LFG. This is like Tony Robbins right here, man.
Okay, we're going to unpack this. So we were taking you behind the DraftKings veil a little bit, as you can see behind Emerson, if we're on screen still. We were having a little conversation with Emerson's better half a little bit earlier, and we were talking about let's do a mental health check of how everyone's doing. We're going to dive into that a little bit and how what's going through Brendan Galasheen's mind. At least we're going to try. But first, this is a Madden sim. Right, there's a couple of teams playing, one of which we are near and dear to us, with Buffalo Bills. It's a family team, right?
Yes,
Latvia family team.
Half of this household, for sure. You have half of it is America's team. The other half is the team in the city that has blessed us with the Buffalo wing.
Yep, and who knows how different both of these teams might look next year, Emerson. Corey Davis is a free agent. He might be on the way out. He might get franchised. I would think Tennessee would do that. Buffalo, I don't think John Brown is necessarily safe in Buffalo. And I do think that a guy like Josh Allen gets a huge contract extension. It would be smart if Buffalo would do that. But in this game specifically, and I don't know how much of real football is put into the Buffalo's defense, but they were one of the worst run defenses last year. Even going back to the year previous, they've allowed a ton of touchdowns, rushing touchdowns. And so if that's the case, I know Derrick Henry's at 16-5 in the captain spot. If you guys captain D. Henry, that might be something that's going to pay dividends. But then again, like I mentioned earlier, guys like Stephon Diggs, right, Jonnu Smith down there, I think those are fine plays in this game.
I love hearing you say that, because in the Kick His Ass Tyler Baz contest,
nice.
I went with Smith in the captain spot. I said, all right, I'm going to do something that only 12.9% of other people are likely going to do in this contest. And that's exactly what happened. And that's captaining Jonnu Smith. And then Josh Allen in my lineup, Tannehill, Diggs, Lee Smith, and then Mr. Bass. That's the approach I took. That's the approach I was confident in taking, and that's the approach that'll pay off for me.
I like it.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Robes, or Robes05 on Twitch, shout out Twitch fams, says, it's Madden, Reed. Logic doesn't work. I know. But still, I wanted to somehow segue, spelled Segui, into how Madden and real life football with real life news coming out. So,
it's perfect.
A little bit of that. Yeah.
No, you do great. You mix up what you do great with something else you do great, and you continue to deliver greatness day in and day out.
That's great.
I like how we've started doing golf segments together. Again. That is refreshing. I've noticed that over the past few weeks, there's been this trend going where, our managers are starting to put Kaufman on the baseball stuff. I'm all golf all the time, which I love. And then football's kind of mixed up a little bit. They'll give Glash some early content on Thursdays. So I think we're all starting to kind of fall into place here. And if you want to make me the golf dude with you and Len Hopberg and Jeff and others, let's go. I'm here for it all day long. You and I have talked about it. We should start a freaking golf podcast for DraftKings. I'm sure you and Jeff and others are going to end up doing something anyway, but I'm going to sneak in there. I'm coming in. I'm inviting myself.
Yeah, you should. You should. And, you and I and our friend, that's what I'm going to Samir, right? I was going to say something a little less kosher than that, but he is our friend. We were talking about maybe doing something. We'll see if it happens.
Okay, so Josh Allen is 0 for 2 on this opening drive and now 4th and 11. So with under 6 minutes to play here, the Bills, rough start for the Fighting Meg Muffins as they are going to punt away the football. Good morning to everybody hanging out with us, starting their Fridays with us. Almost 300 people currently on YouTube. I see all you guys. Jordan Lindenbaum, Tom Ace, Jackson Johnson, the always positive Noah Moon, Jamal, Emerson's Forehead, Irwin, Midwest Heather. What's up, everybody? Good morning. Must be. Pleasure to have all you here. Stephen Moore, I see you, kid. Ooh, people are talking about blueberry muffins.
Oh, yeah.
The top or the bottom better. I mean, I actually had a hot take recently where I said, I thoroughly enjoy the bottom of the muffin actually more than the top. It's got to be a moist muffin though. It can't be like the dry bottom and the top is a little bit of moisture, because the bottom too, a lot of the morsels or whatever you decide to stuff the muffin with, blueberries, chocolate chips, walnuts, a lot of those will sink to the bottom during the baking process. And if you don't bake it too long, the bottom will stay perfect moisture. And you could, I'd have nothing against the muffin top. Obviously, it's a flavorful part.
Sounds like you do, though.
No,
Sounds
no,
like
no,
you have
no,
a
no,
vendetta
no,
against
no,
muffin tops.
Oh, potato chip. Please do not take it that way at all. No, if someone says you want a muffin top, I'm gonna say hell to the yeah. If someone says you want a muffin bottom, I'm gonna say hell to the yeah. Just say right now where I'm at in my life, I think I'm gonna go bottom over top if it's the perfectly baked muffin.
Okay, so there's a lot of things to unpack here. One, I'm very interested in where you are in your life that you're going with bottom. What constitutes that? That's the first sort of overarching question. Number two, what kind of psychopath offers you a muffin top or a bottom? They offer you a muffin.
It's all hypothetically speaking here, and like the point in my life is I'm able to appreciate the little things in life that I probably wasn't appreciating enough up to this point.
You can afford right now in your life to forego a half of a muffin, the more I guess voluptuous part of it, and just go with the bottom. I get it. I want to know: is Meg taking is she taking the muffin top? Is she okay with that?
Yeah, she'd gobble down the muffin top. So I mean, it's actually the perfect combination here. You have team muffin bottom, you have team muffin top, and it's an even split. Cut it right down the middle, and we'll have ourselves a day.
Where does Lay Pooch? Does she get anything, or
she will get whatever hits the floor?
Oh, okay.
On accident, in air quotes.
Right.
Accident.
Right.
The sausage man hanging out with you today. I heard him yapping a little bit when you first hopped on.
Yeah, he's sleeping in front of the heater right now. He's got blankets all over him. The amount of work and the amount of care that his life is better than mine. Like he's more taken care of than I am. He'll if something happens, if the door shuts outside, right? Because we're in parts unknown right now. If the door shuts outside, he will lose his ever loving you know what. So I wouldn't be surprised if during this sim he goes absolutely ape. Like he will. So just beware. And I better mute myself because I'll probably say something I'm not supposed to on these streams to him.
Oh, you can do anything you want here, man. It's the internet.
Yeah, you're right. That's one of the first things that Emerson, when we were doing, going way back 15 years ago when Emerson and I started working together at DraftKings, one of the first things, and we were doing rehearsals for the sweat, right? We were doing these shows to make sure everything ran smoothly.
Oh, yeah.
And then he kept on saying, it's okay to make mistakes right now because I think he was saying because we're on rehearsal, but he kept on saying it's because we're on the internet. The man did not stop saying that when we stopped doing rehearsals and when we were live. He's like, oh, yeah, you can say anything, it's the internet.
Yeah.
On our live shows that were being broadcasted, not just on the internet, but also to cable TV.
Yeah, that's right. very big in the Apple and across the country now. We've come a long way. Hey, look at us. Hey, who would have thought? Not me.
Who is this guy? Looks like a yoked up Ryan Seacrest. Who is this man?
Speaking of yokes, Derrick Henry, a couple plays back-to-back, now has the Titans inside the 15, so they are in the red zone. This is Tennessee's first offensive possession of the game. The Tennessee defense forcing a punt out of Buffalo in the opening drive of the game. Got a minute to go here. 2nd and 7 coming up. We have producer Drew with us today. Jared crushing it from the ops team. Derrick Henry running over dudes, and TP Thomas punching the 1s and 2s. By the way, he says his grandmother used to give him the muffin top first, and then she would throw the bottom back in the oven to keep it warm, and it was fantastic. You could butter the muffin too. If the bottom gets too dry, you butter it up.
That's some love, TP. And grandmas know how to do it, man. They take care of us.
Yeah.
It's great.
What was like the one meal like you loved from your grandmother? Did she make you something you had every time you'd go and visit her?
Well, there are so many.
Yeah.
I mean, the one thing that I always remember, and it's pretty simple, but sometimes those are the most effective. Her tuna, like the tuna sandwich.
Yeah.
Like she did something where, like, I forget what kind of red vinegar she put in it, but it wasn't necessarily the brand, it was the right amount. And the reason why I really appreciated it, Emerson, is because it was in the kitchen. And if you remember back in the day when we didn't have, computers, laptops, we had those little TVs, right? Those little TVs that were in the kitchen. I put that on, what was it? Like Nickelodeon or whatever, like WB, like WB5 with the dancing frog. And it was Animaniacs. WB. Yeah. Animaniacs. I think it was, what else was it? What am I thinking of? Looney Tunes.
Mm-hmm.
It was, all of that, Pinky and the Brain. And so, every single time it was tuna sandwich and probably some bag of chips, if I'm being honest.
Yeah.
Like
Love
Pringles.
It. My mom's side, she made the best fried bologna sandwiches on planet Earth. It was incredible. And then on my dad's side, she made really good ham and cheese sandwiches with Pringles. And it was every Sunday after church. My dad would take my sister and I over to her house to see his mom, and we'd watch WWF. That's when it was WWF. That's how old I am, not WWE. And I'd crush that sandwich, Pringles. Christine, my sister, would crush a cut-up hot dog. Life was golden, man.
Man.
I know.
Man.
There you go. Well, he didn't need to do it, but he's just showboating anyway. King Henry across the goal line and in. So I kind of understand why a bajillion of you decided to roster this man. In the free showdown, 72% owned, 21% in the captain spot.
Jared Knopp says baked ziti.
Oh, yes.
Baked ziti is great. I mean, if you do baked ziti really well, oh, Jared, you lucky dog, you. It was everything, right? It was also breakfast. We used to have brunch, and dinner on Sundays. And my grandma's, since passed, but she's full Korean. So she used to make this Korean dish that's more specific to Hawaii than it is traditionally Korean. And it's called meatjun, which is like beef that's battered or that's battered down really thin. Yeah. And then there's an egg, like an egg batter that surrounds it.
Oh.
And it's so good. And she used to make the best meatjun. And then we'd have, sushi rice and all the fixings, kimchi and all that stuff. It was great.
Oh, man.
And when I used to come back from college, that was my request. And she would have a mountain of it. Yeah. My brother and I mean, we would just chow it down, but that was the best, man. The house, it was great.
That's so much protein too. Like imagine how swole you were. Like you probably went back to school and people were like, dude, you are so jacked.
Dude, I gained my freshman year. Well, no, it was the opposite. I did the freshman 30. I think I gained. I think it was over 200 pounds.
Wait, so Is there a college like Reed picture? You know how there's a college Emerson? Is there a college Reed?
Oh, maybe. Maybe. I would have to go way back into the archives, but there is a college picture of me where my hair is down to my shoulders.
Yes, I've seen long-haired Reed.
Yeah.
It is.
Yeah.
It is a treat.
Yeah.
Like, it immediately brings you joy, like when you see long-haired Reed, because you're just like, yes, aloha, bro.
Yeah, I had I had the puka shell necklace. I had another like fish hook necklace that was made. Yeah, man, I was really still am, but not as much as I was back then. Repping Hawaii pretty hard.
Dude, you're rocking the beach bod.
Yeah, don't you see my sign that I purchased?
Yeah, it's beautiful.
Yeah,
you look great. It looks good to see Stephon Diggs as well get in the mix here. Under 6.5 minutes to play in the first half, so Tennessee up 7-0. But Buffalo's driving. Josh Allen's ran the football a couple times, keep this drive moving in the right direction. And going to go to the air once again, and incomplete, batted down at the line of scrimmage. I see Daniel V in the chat on YouTube says grandma's homemade apple pie.
Oh yeah, man. Anything that starts with grandma's homemade is automatically good. I don't care if it's bad. I really don't. That's good.
Yes, Bonzo. It's the dream team. Emerson and the Big Kahuna.
Remember those short or Big Dog, Big Kahuna? Remember that brand of clothes?
Yep.
Oh yeah.
What's another old school brand like Bugle Boy? Remember Bugle Boy back in the day?
Oh yeah. No Fear.
No Fear was one. Damn, what are some of the old
Bad Boy?
Ooh,
with the eyes. Remember that? Stussy. Everyone drew the Stussy S.
Dude, I went through this phase as a kid because we lived out near the beach. And I went through this phase where I didn't surf. I didn't skateboard or really rollerblade. I tried to start skateboarding with like an old Sector 9 gravity board. And then I had to wear all the surfing brand stuff. So was it like Rusty? Was Rusty like a surfing brand?
Oh, yeah.
I think it was.
Still is.
All right.
Rusty, Rip Curl, Locomotion.
Yes.
Locomotion is more Hawaii. Yeah, all those brands. I mean, when we were growing up, the big thing in high school and grade school was Abercrombie and Fitch. Because we didn't get in Hawaii. And so when everyone would travel to the quote unquote states, and they'd come back from like California with Abercrombie and Fitch, everyone thought they were the coolest people in the world.
I think Meg Muffin used to work at Abercrombie.
Oh.
Or was it Abercrombie or Hollister? It's Hollister. So that's like the same thing, right? It's like the stepchild of Abercrombie.
Yeah. I remember in college, I walked into a Hollister store and they looked at me, they're like, "Oh, do you want to work here?" I'm like, "No." I don't. Are you sure? We pay $5 an hour and you get 10% off our clothes. No, thank you. That's all right.
Do you remember, like, it was one of those places that had a, like, super distinct smell?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. Like, they sprayed the hell out of that, like, cologne or air freshener, whatever. It's Josh Allen, tuck and run, dial down the middle, dial and collect, as we are.
Smell this, he said.
Yeah, smell this.
Bro.
Ew, Josh.
I'll give you a Hollister. Ew. I'll give you Hollister. Remember, like, when Abercrombie and Fitch, those guys, I don't know if this has to be true in Florida, where they'd stand outside, half their shirt off in jeans. Did that happen with you guys?
That they would stand outside of the store,
like in front of the store. They this happened in Hawaii because we had an outdoor mall. Maybe it's the biggest one in the world, but they would hire people. I don't know if they're models or people that actually worked at Abercrombie and Fitch, and they'd stand outside, or just in the entryway, shirt off. I mean, they were yo. I mean, they were
they were like little, but that's what I'm saying. They're like 100. They're like 100-pound tall, like Samirs. You know what I mean? like small enough to wear like a small shirt. But yeah, they're just muscle and bone.
I was like, this is weird, man. This doesn't make me want to go in the store. I'm sure it attracts a certain clientele. But yeah.
Dude, the problem I had with those stores, like growing up, I was always, I was built different, you know, shoulders like boulders. I did carry more muscle mass than the average kid my age. So like, it was tough for me to fit into clothes there. I could get an XL and it would still be skin tight on me, like for real. So I told my mom, no, stop.
You weren't built by UCF yet?
No, not yet. Not yet. Not that freshman year, baby. Nope. Oh, God. By the way, Josh Allen, who had 3 rushing touchdowns in his last game. So with that one, he's got 4 now in his last 2. As A.J. Brown now with his second catch of the day. 3rd and 5 coming up here. But Abercrombie, Home Depot has like that distinct smell. Blockbuster did back in the day.
Home Depot smell is everything, man. It makes you want to build things.
It really does. I remember going there as like a kid. I think my dad, now I look back at it, I'm old enough. I think he just wanted to get away from my mom, so we would just go walk around Home Depot. We wouldn't leave with anything except maybe like a bag of nails or something. And he didn't even use them.
TP says they used to recruit people all over his college, I guess for Abercrombie. But yeah, I mean, and that's the thing, right? Like stores if you walk by a candy store, if you walk by a chocolate factory, right? Like they pump that smell out. So like a bakery, they're pumping out that smell of baking bread. Subway. Remember you used to walk into Subway and you're like, oh my goodness, I want everything in here.
That's a great one. Barnes and Noble has Barnes and Noble has its own smell. Target. I don't know if you guys remember the Disney store. The Disney store used to smell just like Disney. I don't know what it is, man. It was like crack in the air. And then I just wanted to buy everything.
Did your Disney store have the mountain of stuffed animals?
That's what it was.
And I used to run into that.
Yes. And a lot of the times it was right in front of like the big ass like Jumbotron thing they had in the back that was playing like cartoons or movies or
like
something.
Disney movies, yeah.
Yes.
And every kid used to sit there and watch Cinderella for the umpteenth time.
I feel like most high school gyms, is Ryan Tannehill taking it himself on 1st and 10. So they're down at the Bills 34. Most high school gyms have the same smell.
Yeah, man, that's sweat.
It's sweat and like nacho cheese.
And like cleaning supplies.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, Derwin. Derwin on Twitch says Mrs. Fields cookie shop.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Germ, it's good to see you here today. It's good to see everybody over on Twitch. Twitch.tv/DraftKings. Yeah, Derwin.
Dude, we got a
Dracula.
celebrity in Twitch, the Twitch chat right now. You see this?
Which one? Merc Cuban?
Yeah. That's his
What's
alias.
up, Merc?
Say, show some NFTs, Merc. Come on
I was
now.
going to say, if you're talking celebs, I mean, there's first time playing Fortnite's there. Care Bear's there. We got our squad. It's Derek.
Those are like early celebs. These are early adopters. Like Jerem, first time playing Fortnite. These guys were here since day one. These are ride or dies.
Oh yeah, Smash Lana. The smell of Toys R Us, says Care Bear.
Oh yeah, pour one out for Toys R Us, man. That was
I thought Toys R Us was coming back though.
Please let that be true. I mean, is there more time than ever right now that we need Toys R Us? Like, we should just bring back the things that made everyone happy in the 90s. GAC, Toys R Us, riding bikes, $3 movies, JanSport backpacks, where you see right all, on the bottom of that leather with whiteout.
The GAC, Nickelodeon GAC. I can't believe you just dropped that. That's incredible. Remember the containers they would come in? Like
man.
Weird looking GAC container.
Right,
like a splat almost.
It was like an asterisk.
Tannehill fumbles the football. It is scooped up by the Bills defense. They got all 3 timeouts, 30 seconds to work with. Try to get into Tyler Bass territory. We'll see how aggressive they are here as their backs are against the wall on their own 7. We'll try to go to the air. You better be careful, my sweet chinchilla,
Wow.
but he gets it off.
Ace. Oh, man, oh, man.
Woo-wee.
Well,
Thomas says we need that show on Nickelodeon again where they slime celebrities.
was that
Figure It
Double Dare?
Out?
I think
Double Dare, they'd slime you.
I think they did it on one show and then said, oh, this is a hit, so we're just going to have it on all of our shows. What would you do?
Yeah, that was their thing.
Yeah. I know we've been down this road, guys. Okay. I know.
Yeah,
I
for
know.
sure. It's just like, it all kind of, you brought up, Nickelodeon GAC and it kind of segued into it. And, Thomas on the 1s and 2s, just adding more fuel to the fire. I said, I'll do it again for the 15th time. I don't care.
We'll talk about Glash Sheen, though. Don't think I forgot about talking about Glash Sheen and his road to trying to be an influencer. Because I got a hot take on that next quarter.
Oh, okay. So the quarter break between the 3rd and 4th, you are going to drop a hot take about Glash attempting to become an influencer now. 10 of 11, 105 yards for Ryan Tannehill, 5 of 8, Josh Allen, 64 yards. Neither one with a passing touchdown because it was Derrick Henry, 11 of 36 with the only touchdown for the Titans. Singletary has 5 carries, 16 yards. Josh Allen with the only touchdown for the Bills. 3 carries, 34 yards for him. Moss, 2 for 8. Tannehill's got 2 for 10. And the lost fumble there as they were knocking on the end zone's door. And then he screwed it up.
Slime Time Live. Billy the Best says Slime Time Live. And Germ. Dude, what if we got slimed right now?
Dude, next time I'm just going to have Meg here, stand behind the I'm going to have her stand behind the green monster and just dump it all over me.
That'd be great.
What are you eating, by the way? Are you eating pretzels?
No. Little clementine, little cuties.
Oh, nice.
I get my vitamin C, baby. Come on now. Merck says, can we slime Kenny? Dude, Kenny gets no love Kenny gets no love on these streams. And I'm here for it. He's a good guy, though, guys. Come on, he's a good guy.
Oh, he is. He means well.
He does it to himself. That's the one thing.
He does it to himself.
That's why I think he and Glash are a match made in heaven.
Well,
Glash, wait, what am I doing, Emerson? We have a golf tournament going on right now.
It's all right. So I'll allow you 2 updates here because you're a little behind.
Right. Okay. I'll just do.
This is one of my favorite events of the year too. Especially when you start the Florida swing and the API, because I don't know Tiger's history here and Arnold being the epitome of cool. He was the first cool golfer. So let me hear it. What's your update?
Corey Connors is absolutely smashing right now. He's at -9 for the tournament, -3 today. Rory shot -6 yesterday. So that's nice. Paul Casey right now at -5. He's 3 under for the day. Bryson DeChambeau -5 for the tournament. He hasn't started yet. Christian Bezuidenhout, the South African, he shot 2 under today. He's at -4. Lee Westwood, Matthew Fitzpatrick, a popular tout from pretty much everyone in the industry, including myself.
Everybody was pushing that guy.
Yeah, he's at -4. He's at 1 under today. Victor Hovland, he was at -6 at one point in the tournament. He's run into a little bit of issues over the last, 3 or 4 holes. A couple of bogeys, 2 in the last 4. He's at -4 though. And Will Zalatoris, a guy that I liked pre-tournament, shot 4 under today on what appears to be a pretty tough day because we see some pretty big numbers out there. Siwoo Kim withdrew yesterday. He's like, F this, I'm out. And a couple other guys. I liked Adam Long as a long shot. Pun definitely intended. He shot 70 yesterday. He shot 200 yesterday. Today, 81.
Okay.
Not great.
Hey, one of us.
One of us. Not great, Adam. Not great for the brand. Not great for you personally. But he will miss the cut. Jason Day also, he's at -1. He was at -4 today. Couple of double bogeys on his front nine. So there you go.
So there was a question on here for you, and I'm trying to find it. All right, so it was Neville. Hey, Reed, what's your take on the Wentz trade? Do you like the Wentz trade? And now Wentz calling Indianapolis home. I mean, for me, I hate it because I just want the Colts to suck, being a Jaguars fan.
Yeah. Yeah,
but
look.
I remember when it happened and you and I were together, I said, okay, if he stays healthy, everything he needs, defense, running game, offensive line, like you got it there, dude. So now we can see if you can return to that MVP form, yes or no?
Yeah, right. And when you take a look at the deal, right, everyone thinks, wow, right? Like you're giving away so much if you're the Colts. And I don't think that's the case. Right, it's conditional. So the Eagles agreed to trade Wentz to the Colts in exchange for a 2021 third-round pick, I believe, and a conditional 2022 second-rounder. And the way that works is if the Colts make it to the playoffs, right, that they potentially it becomes a better pick. If I think if he starts a certain amount of time as Jonnu Smith, nice little game there, then it becomes a little bit better. So I think for both sides, it definitely works. If you look at the Eagles, and I mentioned this yesterday, we recorded a couple of football segments, is that the Eagles are on a rebuild, right? And I said I don't, I think there's some guys like Chris Godwin can make his way to the Eagles. Jalen Hurts is there. Dallas Goedert as Ryan Tannehill. Is that Jonnu again? Maybe. They got a lot of young players, and I think they're, for the next 2 to 3, Jalen Reagor is there, and so Miles Sanders. And so if you're the Eagles, I think this is a great move. Are those first-round picks, are those second-round picks, if you were the Eagles and you kept Carson Wentz and you kept that, are they going to pan out? You have no idea. But you've seen Carson Wentz, you've seen the ceiling, you've seen the floor. Now you kind of know what you're working with, right? And that's what the Colts needed. That's really what they needed. T.Y. Hilton's a free agent. We'll see if he stays put. I don't know if that's a really big deal at this moment in time. But you have a young team also with the Colts that if they put everything together, they're automatically considered, because they were last year. They're a playoff team. They're automatically considered if Carson Wentz can stay healthy.
Another one. King Henry, bend the knee. Titans taking the lead once again against the Bills here with 4:43 to play. So he no longer needs this huge South Jersey home, so he's decided to put it up for sale for $1.7 million. Talking Carson Wentz here.
That ain't bad.
7,400 plus square foot home. Listed as, 1.7 million.
Wait, 10
It's really out in the middle of nowhere. It sits on 11 acres, which kind of, my guess, had him feeling at home like he was back in North Dakota. But the house is way out there in Woodstown, New Jersey, in Salem County. And its water source is listed as a well, and the sewer system is listed as a septic tank. But it really is a beautiful house.
Isn't that crazy? 1.7 mil gets you 11 acres, 7,400 square feet. I get it. Location, I get it.
Yeah.
But, man, what does 1.7 get you in Boston?
Nothing.
A walk-in closet.
Dude. But, yeah. So his home, 5 bedrooms, 4 bathrooms. There's a media room. There's an exercise room. There's a game room. There are cathedral ceilings. So, bless your heart. An in-ground pool. Ooh, a hot tub. Let's go, dude. You and me calling a sim?
Dude, that's a house that...
hot tub?
Yeah, that you would want to take a week respite to.
Yeah.
Right? Completely turn off after football, after, whatever it is, completely get away from everything.
The pictures are pretty sick if you guys want to Google it. But there's 3-car attached garage, custom bar, 2 fireplaces.
Think about that. That's what he's paid for his house. His contract was enormous.
Yeah.
And I don't think where he's going is much more expensive. Let's be honest.
No way. Is there state income tax in Indiana?
I think
sure
so.
There is. That's why it's like, Tom Brady, he's making like even more, like all these athletes who, yeah, I'll go to Tampa Bay. Yeah, I'll go to Miami. Like state income tax planning for any of the Texas teams. But then you like those who are playing in California, I think it's the highest state income tax. Yeah, I'll sign this bajillion-dollar contract and give 75% away.
California, New York.
Man, taxes are the worst. I just hate it, dude. I hate it so much. We're doing all that crap now.
Especially when you're a contractor, right? Like when you're a contractor, an independent contractor, it is the worst.
Yeah, man.
The absolute worst. But here, I don't want to spend too much time on taxes because producer Drew just said he just did his yesterday. Emoji. Yeah, man. But here's my take on Glash as we get a Singletary run. Ooh.
Well, hold on. I thought you were going to save it for the quarter break.
Oh, are we doing the break? Okay, I'll do it.
Yeah. Save it during the break. But north of 500 people watching right now. We're 21 likes away. We're 21 likes away from 100. Hitting the century mark, always a great way to fire up the engines, rev the engines, get ready for a hell of a good Freaky Friday here on the Dream Stream. So let's go, peeps. I love you, DK Sim fam. Hammer away at the like button. Do it for our sweet potato chip, our little aloha muffin, Reed T. Fowler. He's happy, he's hairy, he's Hawaiian, and he's here with us today at noon. The rest of the schedule for the rest of this day looks like this. So we have the Cardinals at the Bears coming up. Ooh, speaking of sliming Kenny and Christian.
Oh,
and speaking of, Carson Wentz, Eagles at the Panthers, Kenny and Jeff at 4:00. I love when Jeff just randomly on these days, there he is. He just appears out of nowhere. Rossi and Jeff, Browns at the Packers. Oh, I like that duo. And then Kaufman and Tom for the final 2. Doesn't look like Glash is on today because he's likely celebrating the success of his 2-month diet. I'm happy he was able to, at first, the beginning of this diet, as it happens to a lot of us, if you've ever been on a hardcore diet, you're making a major change in your life. It is mood impacting.
Oh, yeah.
Like your mood swings are unbelievable because you're thrown off, you're hungry, you want more sugar when you don't have it,
Oh, yeah.
But he's able to control that, and he's back. And yes, now he is attempting becoming an influencer, and he's going to be having public speaking appearances here. I don't know what he's going to be charging. I'm sure it's not much. I'm sure he negotiated it himself. But Reed T. Fowler has a thought he'd like to share, and it's coming up here at the quarter break between the 3rd and 4th. It's first time playing Fortnite. Emerson, since there was no NBA tonight, can you and Glash just play each other in street court basketball and stream it on Facebook Live? Hell yeah.
Glash, your instant inclination is to say that Emerson would destroy Glash.
It's true, though.
Right.
It's
But
true.
Glash,
Basketball's one of my decent sports.
Yeah, but I get that. You got Mutombo elbows. I get that. But Glash has crazy on his side.
Yeah, he is the dude you still, and you may not wait until the last pick at the YMCA or Gold's Gym or something.
Yeah, he's going to grab boards.
You wait towards the end because he's going to be the dude who is just not coordinated, but gives you 120% effort, really gets under the good player's skin, because he's actually like just in your face, not even like necessarily great defense. He's just annoying, and that frustrates the opponents mentally. So it throws them off their game. And yes, you're right. He'll throw his body around like it's nothing, and everyone else is like, whoa, dude, chill.
Yeah.
When really,
baseline to baseline,
Yeah. They're just upset that guy's giving 10 times more hustle than they are.
Right. Big effort guy. Big effort guy for Glash. We know that.
You need that. You need that effort guy on your team in a men's league or in a pickup game. You really, really do.
Yeah.
Almost like a goon in hockey without the fighting. Like they tend to have a lot less skill, but they will do a job that may not be seen on the stat sheet, but definitely in our hearts and our minds.
It's true. Yeah. Who were the team captains for our football? I think it was
the anniversary came up of that recently too.
Oh, really?
Yeah, it was Jesse. It was
Glash?
Was it
a Cough? No, Coughlin wasn't there.
Yeah, Cough wasn't. Cough wasn't invited.
Who was it? It was Jesse and someone
Ethan?
else.
Was it Ethan?
Maybe Laps was. Yeah.
Yeah, we struggled. Like you threw 7 touchdowns that day, and every time you just kept throwing more and more touchdowns. Like I was just becoming so deflated. And
dimes.
I'm most of the time just a positive guy, but I'm like, we can't stop Reed T. Fowler. It was so effortless. It was like Aaron Rodgers standing in the pocket, and just a little twist of his wrist, the thing was going 60 yards, and we're playing on ice, so all of us are skating around.
Right.
You know, Cofield is laying out Steve Buchanan in the middle of the field.
Cofield had red eyes. I had to defend Cofield. I was like, you can score, Jesse. This is too much. You're like, she's yelling at me. I feel like I was playing Little Giants.
Yeah.
Playing against the Cowboys, and she was the...
Oh, she was Icebox.
She was Icebox.
She was Icebox. That's right. Yeah, she goes first half cheering like, this is so great. We're having the best day ever. To like getting out there and just becoming like Brian Arakpo. Jesse, whoa, dude, it's just a game, Parker. Come on, what are we doing?
Oh, a lot of things happening there. One of which was Derrick Henry, 14 for 44, 2 tutties. I mean, the way this game is going right now, Emerson, it's probably going to be D. Henry as a player of the game. But more importantly, as we see Jonnu Smith, 5 for 59 for Jonnu. Just needs to get in the end zone to really pay off there. But here's my take on Glasheen. Okay, right now I'm looking at his Twitter account. He's got, 2,500 followers. Right, not bad from where he started. I believe he started way down there.
Started at 0, like all of us.
Yeah, started at 0. And I'm looking at his tweet. I completed my 9-week diet plan. I actually think that if he keeps on the way he's going, right, which is broadcasting for ESPN, working for us, he will eventually become an influencer. Like he will potentially be a guy that people look to for this kind of content. And at first I was saying, Glasheen, this is a fool's errand because you're a clown. But that's just it, right? The stuff that he's doing right now, he fully knows that there's a couple of things at play. One, he has no idea what he's doing.
Yeah.
He had absolutely no idea what he's doing, but he's still doing it. So he's putting himself out there, seeing what works, taking it all back, going back to the drawing boards, and he's on all of these platforms. And I always forget this about Glasheen. The kid's like 18 years old.
He is.
Like he's not our age. He's not past a certain time or age where you and I, we're never going to do TikTok. Like it's just, we're never going to do it. Like you might, but I'm probably never going to be on TikTok. That's just not my thing.
Yeah, I've got like the account. I'm so swamped with so much other crap. Like,
that's what I mean, though.
And I'm not making it. In the end, too, it's about like, I only have so many F's to give, and I just think I'm going to give less with some of these. I need to take more time for the Dream Stream, the DK Simpam, and you.
Right. And at some point, as Derrick Henry just adds to that total, at some point, something is going to click. He's going to do something. It's going to go viral because he is that type of.
It's going to be huge.
It's going to be huge.
He's also really blessed to have Sarah, who has an extremely creative mind. So I do think a lot of these ideas are coming from her. And he's the kind of guy who's like, yeah, I'll do it. Like, perfect. Great combination. Keep doing it. Keep doing it. Tannehill is intercepted. So once again, you get down into the red zone, and the guy completely craps himself.
And look, I didn't even notice this. So I made a comment on Twitter about how long his tie was because I thought it was funny.
It's ridiculous.
It's ridiculous.
I literally laughed out loud. I died when you pointed that out because I'm like, oh my God, Josh Allen. But looks like it's recovered by the Bills. Because, yes, it reminded me of like an old man.
Right. I want to see the back side of that tie. I want to see how short the other side of that tie is because it has to be with that length unless he buys his ties long. But just take a look at his shoes. The guy's wearing white socks with like corduroys or khakis, and he's clapping to nothing, and it's a GIF, and he is even when he's not trying, he's trying, right? He just has that going for him. And at some point, like all trends go, this is going to hit. He's going to do something, and it's going to go viral, and he's going to become an influencer. And people are going to look to him for laughs, for betting, whatever it is, advice or content. What he's doing right now with his TikTok, and it's going to be something. It's going to be something where we're like, how did this happen? If he wants it to. If he doesn't, then it's not going to happen. But if he wants to, I think it will.
Well, like
I'm on the Glash Sheen. I'm buying stock in Glash Sheen right now.
Yeah, I'm holding off on buying stock in him in that realm. I have day one been his biggest supporter and fan in the play-by-play department. Maybe not necessarily like the TikTok stuff and all that, because I feel like those markets are so just drowning right now with all of the same stuff. As Diggs pulls in the pass from Josh Allen down at the 3, 40 yards on that reception. But I think his biggest future is play-by-play because he's just so good at it and has the energy. Like if you guys ever listen to him call a game, that's where I'm like, from the get-go, and I worked with him at Lax Sports Network like 4 or 5 years ago, and I heard it, I said, wow, okay, kid's young, kid's good. As Josh Allen's going to go ahead and make it number 2 in the rushing department for him today. And just joshing you, bro. But yes, Glash, to me, has a future in the play-by-play department. That's why I think he keeps getting gigs, and he's getting more and more and more.
Yeah. And look, I've made a joke. He's not 18. I think he's like 25.
That's
26.
18. That's 18.
Pretty much 18.
Us.
Yeah, it's like 18 to us. But he has that energy. He has that, he wants to do that. And even though we make fun of him relentlessly,
we all make fun of each other. It's just what we do. You do that to people you love the most.
Yeah. And he takes it. He takes it and he accepts it. And sometimes he comes back with a zinger against myself, Emerson, or Buchanan. And it's the funniest thing in the world because we deserve it. So yeah, I can't wait for Glash to be calling a game on national television and say something, well, not to to ruin his career, but to say something where he harkens back to what he was doing here in Madden Sims.
Dude,
like,
I'm just
we're gonna
ready.
be like, we knew Glash when he was screaming Mostert. All of us did. So
we thought Mostert played for the Chiefs.
Yeah.
That's what it was, dude. That's one of the best moments on the street. And what made that so great was Steve Buchanan's reaction. That is really what brought that moment home.
I think that was Steve's last game that he's called.
Because he gave up. He's like, I can't do this anymore with this guy. Ernest, thank you for asking. I'm doing well today, my friend. It's good to have you here, brother. Good to have all you guys here over on YouTube and on Twitch. Thanks for getting us past 100 likes. A big day ahead, and it's all going to be arriving next at 2:00. Cardinals and the Bears. Kenny and Christian. No NBA pre-lock live tonight, it looks like, between 4 and 6, because we are officially in the All-Star break. So that goes down Sunday in Atlanta.
There we go.
Josh Allen was the highest owned in this free showdown, by the way. 78%, Henry 72, Jonah 51, Diggs 49, Tannehill 34. Those are your top 5. As Titans here marching downfield, 4.5 minutes to play. They're trailing by 3. Good old Corey Davis, wide receiver 2.
Yeah, Corey Davis, I think he's someone to watch this offseason if he gets re-signed, if he gets franchise tagged. It's more expensive because the 2 players right now, Jonnu Smith and Corey Davis, they're the highest profile players in Tennessee. I think you gotta, brutal. I think you gotta franchise him.
Brutal.
If you want, because Jonnu Smith, like we saw him when, Taylor Lewan or one of these guys went down, he became a little bit more of a blocking tight end as opposed to a receiving tight end, even though he's got a ton of talent as a receiver. And we wanted to see that breakout last year, which, if all things considered, it would have happened. But Corey Davis is someone who just came into his own. Like, he felt comfortable. We saw him for the first time really return, as he probably got a holding penalty as Corey Davis makes that catch on the first down. We really saw what that 4th overall pick, the talent that it was at, right? And these guys always say it. Vrabel, all of them say it, that the most talented receiver on this team is Corey Davis, with A.J. Brown. Like, the most talented player on this team right now is Corey Davis. So I think if you want to keep taking care of Derrick Henry and not have 8-man stacked boxes, you gotta keep a guy like Corey Davis to penalize defense if they bring guys up.
So when I'm looking at the AFC South here and what free agency could look like for these teams, and I'm pulling up the Titans here, and after finishing 30th in the league with 19 sacks and allowing opposing offenses to score on 69% of their red zone visits, so the Titans, I think defense is going to be their main focus, looking for an outside linebacker maybe in free agency, and then poking over to the Bills, which someone made a comment earlier, I forgot who it was, who said they think Josh Allen in the Madden 2022 is just going to be unstoppable. And I could totally believe that. Like, he may be close to that 99 club. He won't be there, but he'll get close to it. But the Bills are fresh off that appearance in the AFC Championship game. Their future hasn't looked this bright since the 90s. We all know what they did then, as the Stephen Gostkowski game-tying field goal is up. It is good. The X factor is lit and moist. But, I did not know this. Only 3 starters returning on the offensive line, and a defense that lacks a consistent pass rush. Mm-hmm. So may need to start in the trenches there in Buffalo. Yeah. And that's the thing about Buffalo. There's a couple of key guys that they want to keep. I think Matt Milano is someone that's becoming a free agent. I think they franchise him. I think you take a look at some of the other players in the offensive line that they need to keep. They need to keep there, right? They need to keep Josh Allen healthy. So Stephon Diggs is becoming a man amongst boys, as a top elite wide receiver. And now you have Devin Singletary last year.
Oh God, he was fantastic. I mean, and then Zach Moss, right? Zach Moss is going to be in his 2nd year. He dealt with a ton of injuries last year, and he's someone that you get going. So Buffalo's got a pretty good, future and run rate ahead of them, as long as number 17, as long as he stays healthy. Which is true for any team, right? Their starting quarterback, they got to stay healthy, but he is unbelievable.
We have reached the 2-minute warning here, tied at 17. Daquan currently in a 2-way tie for first in the most important contest on DraftKings. Kick his ass, Tyler Baz. So we currently have a 4-way tie for first now. Josh Allen in the captain spot, Henry, Diggs, Smith, Bass, and Moss. 99 points for the leading lineups right now. How about that free showdown? 11,000 entries. Hold on. Hold on. Oh my God, a 55-way tie for first.
There we go. Josh
Allen on 3rd and 1. You better hold on to that football there, Chinchilla.
Ooh, baby.
Minute 40 and ticking. What are you doing the rest of the day?
Getting ready for the players. Yeah, the players is next week. We know how important that tournament is. That was the last.
I can't wait.
Yeah, the last tournament that was. Well, this is the last full tournament for Arnold Palmer. And they switched it up. Usually the Honda Classic is played before.
Yeah.
But they switched up the schedule because there's a WDC and everything and all, what last year happened. Or excuse me, what happened last year. But yeah, the players is next week. So, and we got some exciting stuff for you guys on the dream stream in terms of content and what we're planning on doing, especially for golf, Emerson. So,
I know. I can't wait for that. Is that going to happen soon? Because I need that. When I saw some of the potential ideas and the love and larger exposure for golf, I said, let's go. Give me all of that.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
I can't wait for the players, man.
It's a great course.
It's just such a great time of year. And like growing up, going to that tournament since I was like 5, just, we got married there. We had our wedding reception there.
That's right. I was not invited.
No, we did not know each other at the time, but I wish I did know you because I needed you on that dance floor.
Likely story. Sounds like an excuse to me, but I digress.
It is. 100% is. 3rd and 2.
Okay.
Devin Singletary, the motor, salute the hoot out of FAU.
Oh.
Titans are out of timeouts. Bills will let this thing tick down a little bit, and Bass is going to come out and attempt the go-ahead field goal. I mean, this is when you would think they would just kind of let things chill, tick down. But guy's going to go up and in from about 32 yards out, 20-17.
You should, if you haven't done so already, do yourself a favor and look at Devin Singletary's college stats at FAU.
Silly.
Oh my! He was a cheat code.
Yeah.
In college.
I mean, I understand that like Conference USA, isn't one of your Power Fives, but it's still thrilling football. Like some of those scores can be just ridiculous. And he was running like a madman, like a bat out of hell, like an owl out of hell.
Are there owls in hell?
Probably. Who the hell knows? Oh my God! Shut it down, Drew!
It'd be great if just like we just stop the sim right now and Daniel.
Yes.
Danny.
Here we go.
Oh,
up.
Oh
my God! That would have
it. Wow.
Dude, 2018, almost 1,400 rushing yards, 22 touchdowns.
Yeah.
2017 was unreal. He came up 82 yards shy of 2,000 rushing yards in the season in 14 games. And, oh, Lord have mercy.
Yeah, it was unbelievable.
Guy just could not be stopped.
And he's like not your typical running back in the NFL right now, right? Because at his size, I don't think he's as quick and he's fast, but not as quick as someone like Miles Sanders, for instance. But boy, you see some of the games that he's had in the NFL, and you're like, this guy's got talent, man. This guy's got a lot of talent. And now Zach Moss, we know what he did at Utah.
They could do the whole double dip, right?
Yeah, that's a lot of these guys. Unless you have Saquon Barkley, Unless you have Christian McCaffrey, Derrick Henry, you're going to go 70-30, 60-40 split. Why wouldn't you?
And because also you're seeing that, I mean, guys are around in the NFL a little more. You're obviously less banged up. Teams feel like if we can get even production, two similar like running backs, maybe you get guys who, will be a little healthier, be around a little longer, fresh legs in there.
Yeah, man.
Okay. So speaking of fresh legs, is it going to be Derrick Henry as your Krusty Coppin player of the game?
Boy, if the Bills won, like they did win, right? The Bills won.
Yeah, Bills won.
Josh Allen, do you see what he did on the ground there?
I missed that.
7 for 78, I believe, in 2 touchdowns.
That's perfect. Okay, that could be him.
And I know he had a fumble, right? But I think it was recovered. And he didn't have the best passing game, but man, that was great. I'll take Josh Allen because he's on the winning team. Again, if Tennessee won, it'd be Derrick Henry. He played great. He was most expensive guy, but I'm gonna give it to Josh Allen.
Love that about you. What about your babysitter Billy? Not my kid. I'm still single player of the game.
Dude, is he still single?
Long story. Yes.
Long story.
Yes.
I always look at who are the top rostered players, right? Josh Allen, Stephon Diggs, Singletary, Daniel Henry. Singletary didn't do anything. Like, he didn't do much at all. And he was the third most rostered player, I believe, in the free showdown. So I take a look at him, or even if he wasn't, he might have been like in the top 8. I take a look at him and he didn't do much. He'd probably be the guy that I would say was the most disappointing in this matchup.
Yeah. 32. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Yeah, 7th highest owned player.
Yeah.
So good call there. Potato chip.
College stats, great. Madden stats, not so great.
Jared's ripping through some stats, making sure he's got everything good to go and cooking there for all of you in whatever contest you are in. Looks like in the Kick His Ass Tyler Bass contest, Beltway Boy and Urban Conrad, 2 of you, 2-way tie for first if scores hold as of now. And then in the free showdown here, 4-way tie for first currently. That could change here. But if that's the case and you're one of those 4, you take them $17.50.
Ooh.
Don't spend it all on one contest, okay? Broby, good laughs with you. Thank you so much, DK Simfan, for being here today. We had a good time, good talk. Anything and everything is always on the table, especially with Sweet Tea Fowler and yours truly, Emerson Latzia here. It is Kenny and Christian coming up at 2 o'clock. I hope you guys are excited for that. We certainly are. Get your lineups filled out now. Thank you to Thomas on the 1s and 2s, to producer Drew and Jared from the ops team. Everybody, have a fantastic weekend. I will see everyone on Monday. Much love, Reed T. I'll text you. All right?
All right, buddy. Take care.
Toodles.
Hey, what's going on, everybody? Kenny Ducey and Christian D'Andrea here, TK Dream Stream, coming up on the 2 p.m. hour in the East. That means it is time to fire up yet another Madden Sim. The Sim Ruiner, Christian D'Andrea, is with us, ready to talk all about Allen Robinson. We got the Arizona Cardinals taking the field against Chicago Bears. Mitch Trubisky, one of the most exciting Madden players, is going to be there for you to draft. So are you going with him, Christian, or are you fading Mitchy Magic?
I went with Madden Mitch. I went with Kyler Murray. I made sure I got both quarterbacks in there just because the receiving cores on both these sides are so trick or treat. If you get both quarterbacks in, not only do you get all those sweet, delicious running yards they rack up, but you also get you don't have to. They kind of do a spray and pray when it comes to their targets. So you don't have to wager on Ted Ginn coming out of the woodwork. No, you're going to get points for every passing touchdown, no matter what. Maybe not the highest amount, but that way you're covered. You got to spend down though if you're going to do that. And for me, that meant putting Tariq Cohen in the captain spot. Cohen and Trubisky, my only Bears in this one, and then the rest of the lineup, all Cardinals. It goes Kyler, Christian Kirk, Larry Fitzgerald, and Zane Gonzalez, who I will almost certainly regret rostering around the time he misses his third field goal from 40-plus yards. Kenny, what does your lineup look like?
Yeah, that's always a really risky proposition, Christian, because you have to, it's really a big risk because you know that the high-rated kickers will always take field goals from over 50 yards. And we know in Madden that field goals from over 50 yards, never happen. So that is a little wrinkle that you have to think about. That, Zane Gonzalez is probably going to miss a couple. He might get on the field for a couple, but he's going to miss them. So lineups have locked, so I can give my lineup out. So I will tell you guys all that I am, I got Anthony Miller in the captain spot because I wanted to load up Christian on all my faves. I wanted to get Anthony Miller in there, Kyler Murray and Mitch Trubisky, Larry Fitz, who has burned me every time I've had a Cardinals sim. Finally went with Larry Fitz. And then Allen Robinson, the man who was in the contest name. And then I had Darrell Daniels as my punt play. My original lineup had Tariq Cohen, Kyler, Mitch, and then I had I think I had Anthony Miller and Ted Ginn, but then I decided not to roster Ted Ginn, which will probably be a big mistake for me. No running backs at all. No Max Six Williams, no Cole Kmet, no Jimmy Graham. Speaking of running backs, there goes Kenyon Drake. This is going to come back, though. Ooh. A hold in the middle of the run, which was just unnecessary, really unnecessary.
And typically that is the precursor for a rough day. When you get those early big gains wiped out, you rarely see guys come back from that, although Drake gets a ton of usage, so maybe this will be it. Instead,
here goes Kyler
himself and pick up the first. Can be right at the brink. Yes, he gets it.
You can't not play this guy based on how much he runs. It's really crazy. He's a must roster, Kyler Murray, in my opinion.
Yeah. And let's talk about, you threw your favorites in there. Does Anthony Miller qualify as a Kenny Ducey favorite in the real world? Because he might be the leading producer, the most tenured veteran of that Bears wide receiving core, the way things are currently slated to shake out in 2021. Do you think the Bears could build around him, or is he just never going to be the guy?
I think he's a Kenny Ducey fave. Especially in Simland, I love playing. Anthony Miller. I think that he has talent. I think that he has speed. And the thing about that receiving core that is so interesting to me is how little. And I don't know if you would know. You're an NFC North guy, so I feel like you would know better than I would what happened there. But the interesting part to me about the Chicago Bears receiving core is that they didn't use half the guys that they have. And they have Riley Ridley, right? Who, good pedigree as wide receiver, right? There's Larry Fitz, I believe, making a catch. There he is. Fourth round picked out of Georgia, right? One of the Ridley brothers. And people were really excited about Riley Ridley. Oh, maybe this is a good steal in the fourth round. Bears fans talking about him, he made an impact in the SEC. he's talented, and he has 10 career games, or 10 career receptions rather. He hardly played this year.
Yeah.
And like, I didn't understand why they didn't play him, especially with all the injuries. And then you have a guy like Javon Wims, another guy who seems like he's talented, and you know, he was a 7th-round pick out of Georgia the year prior. He got the call ahead of Ridley, and they didn't even bother to really give him any targets. So like, I feel like they have young guys there, 2 young guys, and then Anthony Miller. You're like, okay, that could be a decent receiving corps, but they just didn't even bother to throw him the football or put him on the field. Like, why have young receivers if you're just not going to have any interest in developing them? You know, it doesn't make any sense to me.
Yeah, that does seem to be a blind spot for Matt Nagy, especially when you consider who the leading targets for the team have been. They've been those free agent acquisitions, Allen Robinson, Jimmy Graham. The one guy I am pretty high on, if you've been paying attention to these sims, you know exactly what I'm going to say. Darnell.
Big hit.
Absolutely.
Big hit.
Running right into
huge hit.
Roquan Smith, rather. It's a big 3rd down coming up here, and we'll see if the Bears can hold tight and get my guy Zango some points, or if this drive is going to continue marching towards the end zone. A nice pace set here by the Cardinals, mixing in the run and the pass, getting a little bit of Kyler Murray action on the ground. This check down to Kenyon. Oh, he picks it up, extends the ball.
Did you just call him Zango?
Zango. Yeah.
Why did you call him Zango?
Because I am too important and too busy to go with what Zango. I'm not going to go with all 4 syllables on that, Kenny. I'm a busy man. I'm going to cut that in half. Zango. Look at that. Now I got time to expound upon my nicknames.
All right. Well, Zango is going to remain on the sideline here as Kenyon Drake muscles it down to the 2. Now, I don't know if we were on the sim together, but I will just tell you the last time I was on a Cardinals sim, vulture fullback touchdown for Darrell Daniels. Now, he's not on the field right now, but I'm hoping that the Cardinals get the ball maybe down to the 1.
Yeah, I missed the vulture touchdown.
Oh, they got it. Oh, no. Oh,
what?
Oh, we're in vulture territory, Christian.
Oh, my goodness. Oh, Noah Moon is going to be so angry with that one. Get the review squad in there. That looked like he very clearly broke the plane.
Folks, we could have a vulture.
We're not gonna, though.
No.
Boo to all of this.
No.
Instead, nuke.
Who wanted that?
Ooh.
Who wanted D-Hop? Who wanted a touchdown from D-Hop?
Oh, my goodness. And look at that. 8.1% of you got nearly 10 points on that play because you got Nuke in the captain spot. 35% of you roughly got him on the roster. And I looked at him, Kenny. I was like, you know what? Who am I going to put in this lineup? And D-Hop coming off not a great game, but his price still went up. You know, his salary rose by $200 after a 7.8 point performance. And I was like, you know what? I'm not going to reward him for that behavior. And yet, here is Simland saying, you know what? You should have paid up for the wide receiver 1, who more often than not disappoints. Needed D-Hop, Ducey. Let's go. El Paso #1. This is rigged. Herb Albornoz. Ouch, have Drake at captain. Listen, man, we all feel your pain. Smash Atlanta even went and clipped that one for us. And you can go back and look at it. Just pop it up. Go to twitch.tv/DraftKings. You can see all the clipping there and how insane that was for Kenyon Drake not getting the touchdown on a play where he crashed into the end zone.
Well, it is 7-0 Cardinals at any rate. Thanks for being with us. Ken Lucy and Christian D'Andrea. El Paso #1. Notice that he's not talking about tennis anymore. Maybe that's because I've had some correct predictions lately. We got a great day of tennis going on right now, though. Great day. Second and 4, rather. Looking at the wrong screen. Trubisky handoff going nowhere.
3rd and short coming up here. In the real world, speak great news for David Montgomery, especially the late season version of Montgomery really did come on strong, probably rescued a whole bunch of season-long fantasy teams out there. Here in Simland, not nearly as nice, Kenny. It tends to be one of those kind of Josh Jacobs plays where he gets so many of his opportunities vultured away.
Big run. Oh, he keeps going.
Oh!
Stick it, there he goes. He's off. Past the 10 to the 5. Touchdown, David Montgomery.
Holy
Monster
crap.
run. 68 yards. Chicago ties it up. Excitement in the first quarter of a sim between Christian and Kenny. What is going on?
Amazing. You love to see it. And Montgomery, as though he heard the Simland slander, breaking free, giving you a 13-point play, or 12 plus at least, just by shredding that Cardinal defense. Top 10 defense that could not find a way to stop the top 20 running back.
So, one running back fails to find the end zone. The other one, about 2 minutes ago, you would have thought that Kenyon Drake would be the top running back in this one, and Dave Montgomery taking the reins. Neil Patrick Harris. Love that name. There, LMAO, there goes all my lineups. Yep,
Yeah.
Me too,
man.
Me too. CEH, CNX Sim.
Yeah.
If this many people's lineups were ruined, perhaps we're okay. But, I will say, probably unlikely in this scenario, but I will say I have seen plenty of guys have huge touchdown runs like that, and then they're just never heard from the rest of the
Very
set. So
Montgomery, 1.9% captain in the free showdown. 16% of you got him on the roster, period. And, now we get to see what these Cardinals can do in response, taking over at their own 26. Kenny, back to that David Montgomery point I was making before I was so rudely interrupted by him being awesome. The last 6 games of the season, he's inactive in week 10, comes back after the bye from injury, gets healthy, gets his head right. 6 games, 598 rushing yards, 226 receiving yards, averaging 4 catches per game, 8 total touchdowns. Just what an absolute monster he was down the stretch in your fantasy playoffs. So Montgomery's going to be one of those guys that maybe don't let that inflate his season-long draft stock when your drafts come up this summer. But at the same time, keep an eye on him, man. He is better than he has shown. He has that high ceiling. He's no longer the guy that's going to give you 8 points no matter what the matchup is, who he's playing against, how he's feeling. No, he's going to be the guy who can give you 20 points on any given week, but might not. Ooh, another nice strike there as Christian Kirk putting on the Jets, racking up some yards after catch, and just like that, the Cardinals back into scoring position.
So here we go. Arizona Cardinals, maybe they're going to get on the board here. 30 seconds to go in the first. Snap. Kyler Murray over the middle. Caught. About 21, they'll say. That was Max Williams. No, it wasn't. I can't say. Was it?
Was that a little Darryl action?
I'm not sure.
This may be the end of the first quarter.
Kenyon Drake, Thomas said.
That
makes sense. Do you ever listen to music while you're calling the Sims?
I do not. I have to make sure I'm completely focused on these Sims because we always stick to the action first and foremost and never veer off.
It's very it can help you get into the sim more when you listen to music while you're calling.
Like, do you have hype music going right now, or is it Sarah McLachlan in the background for you?
No, I'm listening to. I'll listen to get my mood up. Yeah,
okay.
Sometimes it's nice.
So it is.
Kenny Drake, 4 carries, 21 yards. Dave Montgomery had the 68-yard touchdown run.
Yeah, Montgomery, obviously the guy to get in there. Nuke Hopkins as well. But the good news is both teams moving the ball pretty effectively. Tied 7-7 at the end of the first quarter, but we are just a few yards away from potential Cardinals score. Looks like they're going to take back the lead here, barring a couple terrible sacks or a turnover. And the Bears, I mean, nothing going with the passing game, but who needs that when David Montgomery can go out and rip you out 60-plus yards at a clip in the receiving numbers. Larry Fitz, 1 for 21. DeAndre Hopkins, 1 catch, 0 yards, and a touchdown because – let's face it, Kenyon Drake basically got into the end zone on that one play that somehow was not ruled a touchdown. Christian Kirk 1 for 32. And, that's about it for guys even approaching bonus levels in this one. Madden Mitch, 0 passing yards. On pace for 0 passing yards as well. Let's see if he keeps it up.
I was just alerted that there was a car alarm that wouldn't stop going off before this sim, and I was just alerted there was a recent car accident. I don't know if that's connected, but right by me. Gotta love the Citizen app. Tied at 7:40 to go in the second.
Another first down here, and that is going to be a second touchdown for DeAndre Hopkins. Are you kidding me? Now on pace for 4 today. He could Bundy himself, or possibly more, as the former Texan, the perennial All-Pro, showing up here in Simland in a way he rarely does, looking like the Nuke Hopkins of the real world. And with
no one wants that.
Kick, it's 14-7.
No one wanted to see that.
Producer Drew, only the 3rd multi-touchdown game of DeAndre Hopkins' sim career, at least in Madden 21. So yeah, if you bet big on him, and it was a tough call, right, Kenny? I mean, this is a guy.
Nuke Hopkins, I never, ever play Hopkins in the Sims. Never. He's just not a good sim guy.
Oh, exactly. I mean, for 0.1 fewer points per game, you could pay down, get Anthony Miller. For 0.4 fewer points per game, you could pay down, get Tariq Cohen. For like half a point less per game, you could pay down, way down, more than $2,000 down, and get Christian Kirk. Just so many other options to go with besides DeAndre Hopkins, which is not something I would say in the real world. I'd say invest everything you have in that guy, especially with this 2020 roster that was depleted as far as other targets go. And yet, here in Simland, it struggled to make any kind of lasting, meaningful impact until, well, today, as Allen Robinson, the man of the hour, gets the completion end of Mitch Trubisky's first pass. And Allen Robinson, the namesake of today's free roll. Let's see how he's doing. How are you doing in this free roll, Kenny? Did you get in? I'm assuming.
Well, I did get in.
I'm looking at my lineup with 0.09 or 0.9 points from Cohen in the captain spot. He's got me 53rd out of 102. How are you doing?
I don't really want to say.
Yeah, fair.
No, I'm 91 out of 102. Whatever. It happens. Mitch gets sacked, Just, no DeAndre Hopkins going to do you in.
Yeah.
No DeAndre Hopkins or David Montgomery right now. I mean, no touchdowns for me except for with Kyler Murray, of course. No, Mitch.
Ooh.
He goes. Oh, Allen Robinson could break it here. Oh, he's just caught at the 43.
So Robinson, a nice rack there. 20-plus on 2nd and long. This drive continues. And Kenny, we were talking about a little bit on Twitter earlier today because the focus of today's post route is the teams that will break the bank and should break the bank for Allen Robinson, and who is the best candidate for his services based on quarterback situation. Now, I purposely excluded the Jets because that was just too sad for me. I am a big Allen Robinson stan. I think he can be an all-pro, a first-teamer, a top-2 wideout in the right situation. He's never had it. He's caught passes from Mitch Trubisky, Blake Bortles, a broken Nick Foles, Chase Daniel. If you go back to college, Matt McGloin and Christian Hackenberg, he's had terrible QBs all his life, and he's still been rock solid. I want to see him go somewhere where a quarterback can throw him open rather than toss arm punts in the general direction. But you And you're right. The evidence is there. The man's out there liking all these tweets about going to the Jets. Do you think Allen Robinson is at the top of New York's free agency wish list with all the cash they have?
I think he is. I think he should be, and I think that they definitely have him at the top of their list. I mean, he's a dynamic wide receiver, one of the best in the league. He could be a great deep threat. He could also, get it done over the middle. That's why I use the word dynamic, and move him around wherever you want. And I do think that that he's going to be worth the money. But the one thing that I'm a little concerned about is the Jets didn't want to pay up for Robbie Anderson, and while I know Allen Robinson is way better than Robbie Anderson is, although Robbie Anderson for a long time last year was leading the league in receiving yards, I think that it could. I'm worried that it speaks to Joe Douglas's organizational philosophy where he does not want to pay for wide receivers. And I understand why you wouldn't want to. I mean, you look at all these teams throughout the league's history. I mean, very few teams are paying for wide receivers in free agency and just like loving it. They're like, oh yeah, what a great move. I can think of the Patriots, obviously, with Randy Moss, going out and getting him, or even the Jets signing Santonio Holmes. I think they signed him to a 5-year, $50 million deal back in the day, which was like amazing. It would be an amazing deal now, right? Yeah. But it was expensive then. I'm trying to think of, I mean, those are just two that are close to me that I can remember, but I can't remember like a big name wide receiver signing somewhere and then the team just like being like, yeah, that was so worth it. Because look at the Patriots, look at the Chiefs, right? Tyreek Hill wasn't he was a developed guy. They did sign Sammy Watkins, but that was, I believe, on a lower risk deal.
Like 3 years, $21 million, something.
Right. And I mean, for the most part, these teams are just developing wide receivers. Even the Bears, like when they signed Allen Robinson, they were just like, Mitch's gonna run it in.
Never mind.
I
thought that was an easy touchdown pass. Instead, Mitch says, you know what, I'm going to take the 6 for myself. We're about to have a tie game again as these drives keep on clicking, man. This is going to be a good game in the battle for the Cardinals' name. Of course, the Arizona Cardinals, formerly the St. Louis Cardinals, formerly the Chicago Cardinals, and the Bears, Chicago's other team. And I would agree with you there. A lot of the guys that you see signing those massive wide receiver deals are guys that have been developed internally, guys like Keenan Allen or guys who've been traded for, like Amari Cooper. And Cooper is one of those ones that doesn't really fit maybe, but in terms of guys who went from one team to another and it really worked out, you got a few that fit the bill. I would argue that Robert Woods was instrumental in transforming the trajectory of that Rams team, especially when he briefly made Jared Goff look like a franchise quarterback. I think, obviously Allen Robinson's there. Who else would really fit? I don't know. That's a good question. I guess you could throw DeAndre Hopkins getting that big-time contract extension after being freed from Houston. I guess he would fit as well. So I think there's enough argument out there to say that a guy who plays at a high enough level is worth that kind of deal to get him to leave teams, and you got to throw 18 to 21 million at him. I think Robinson will be worth that. Kenny Golladay, I'm a little less sure, but I think he's barreling towards franchise tag with the Lions.
Yeah, I'm out on Godwin. I think Golladay could be good, although you're right. I mean, they probably will keep him. I will say that Kenny's coffee mug, CeeDee Lamb for Dallas. He wasn't a free agent signing. He just got drafted last year. Yeah. What? The one guy that I didn't think about, which I just remembered, was Stephon Diggs. Completely transformed that Bills offense, right? Like that wasn't a bad signing. But
it wasn't signing.
It was a trio. Well, there you go. Andrew saying
pretty
producer Drew.
Too.
Producer Drew saying very rarely does a top 5 wide receiver win a Super Bowl. Not saying it doesn't matter, but it's sort of like a running back. You don't need the best wide receiver in the league to win. Yeah, the other thing though you could say, I mean, is how often do top 5 wideouts hit the market? Generally, the teams that develop these wideouts just keep them because they know the system, they're talented, they're homegrown, they're popular. Like Antonio Brown for so long in Pittsburgh before he fell out of favor there. But yeah, these guys just tend to get locked up. Either that or a team will buy low on a wide receiver, develop them into a top receiver, and keep them. But yeah, I don't think that they really change teams all that often. I don't know. Interesting one.
So Tom, behind the scenes, undercover boss brings up, would the Jets rather have, and if we're talking one big skill player free agent,
there's another catch for
back anyway.
DeAndre Hopkins.
This guy right now, killing it. Would you rather have, if you can get one big ticket free agent skill player, and assuming they're not franchise tag, would you rather have, if you're the Jets, Allen Robinson or Aaron Jones?
Allen Robinson. The Jets don't need Aaron Jones. The Jets have running backs already.
You think? Yeah, I think I would agree with that there. I think I would be much happier to pay up for a wideout than a running back. And I love Aaron Jones. I am still of the mind that when he is on, he plays like a top 5 running back. He is the perfect running back for the 2020s, and that he's a great pass catcher, solid in the blocking game when asked to chip blitzers coming in, and can just move piles and break away from the package. Oh no, Murray nearly tackled by his own guy, and he's going to turn this into a 1st and goal situation. So disaster averted as Kyler setting the Cardinals up to retake the lead here with halftime on the way. And was that the Bears that just took that timeout? No, the Cardinals took a timeout there. Kind of curious, given that they would like to score this touchdown or field goal with as little time remaining on the clock as possible. Let's see if they can milk that clock down a little bit, or if they will give the ball back to Madden Mitch. A little time left on the clock and a chance to score before heading to the locker room.
It's another touchdown for DeAndre Hopkins, number 3. Are you serious?
On pace for 6 now, 1 away from the Bundy. Why did we ever doubt this guy?
3 touchdowns in the first half for DeAndre Hopkins. Unreal.
No moon call to get the hat trick Hopkins. He did. And you know what? We might not even need to see the second half before we name the crusty cough player of the game, because hot crap is DeAndre Hopkins just putting the team on his shoulders right now. So the score through nearly 2 quarters, DeAndre Hopkins 18, Bears 14. The disbelief washing over the chat right now. We are all on the same page. This is by far the greatest performance of the Madden 21 DeAndre Hopkins era, and this is only the second 3 touchdown game we've seen in Madden 21. Hopkins has done it with time to spare in the second quarter, and I think at this point I'll be disappointed by anything less than 6 touchdowns.
Don't really know what more to say except for Allen Robinson. You better start picking it up here and score 3 touchdowns yourself. Maybe Mitch Trubisky wants to do it with his legs up to the 45.
Wow. A very nice little pickup there, about 20 yards on the ground. So a useful play there. Normally when you see the scramble in the 2-minute drill, it's just like a gain of 3 and then a wasted timeout. Here the Bears putting it to good use. That is not the second 3 touchdown game in Madden 21. It's the second 3 touchdown game in Madden 21 for DeAndre Hopkins. It's also only his 3rd multi-touchdown game in general.
1st and 10, 46 seconds. Trubisky in the pocket, rolling right. Oh, sacked.
There's the Mitch Trubisky we all know and love. The Nickelodeon valuable player, the MVP of this year's wild card game.
All right, let's see what the Bears offense has in store for us. 2nd and 14. Mitch in the gun. One timeout for Chicago. Quick throw. Got it to Graham. Complete at the 47. Now, they're not going to call the timeout yet.
Yeah,
We're going to try to get into field goal range for Eddie Pinheiro and then use it. So let's see what if they are able to do that. Under 30 seconds, so looking at maybe one play and then a timeout, unless they get to the sideline or it's incomplete. 20 seconds. I'll probably snap this at 17. Here it is, 3rd and 8. Oh, he's just going to load up.
Okay.
Deep downfield. Got it, man. Caught.
He got it.
The 2.
He got it. I couldn't even see who that was. Maybe Anthony Miller. I didn't see the superstar.
I think it was Anthony Miller because it was not Allen Robinson. Yeah. It was Ted Ginn.
Old man Ginn, 1 for 50 plus now. As first and goal coming, 10 seconds left. Maybe you let Mitch. Yeah, they're going to take a shot at it. I like the call here. Bold.
Ted Ginn.
Just don't.
One shot.
Brian
don't
Hoyer's.
blow it. Touchdown, Bears.
They
Anthony
did it in
Miller.
that time. That time it's Anthony Miller. So we got ourselves a ball game here, Kenny. Woo!
Tied up.
Just like that, man.
28.6% ownership on Anthony Miller.
The last time you and I had the Cardinals sim, it was a fire game, an overtime win between for the Eagles over the Cardinals. Today, this game, 42 points in the first half alone. Whoa.
Yeah, Drew asking, is this the greatest first half of a sim ever? It may be. 42 points posted in first half. This never happens. First place in this contest has 89 points. We've been on sims where the winner has like 54. This is a big half. And I'll just say it, like, DeAndre Hopkins might have 3 touchdowns, but I still think this sim is anybody's game. Like, you could there could be 2 more touchdowns on the board here for a player. Drew's trying to put some bad energy in the universe. Said this game's going to end 24-21. I was going to get a kick return touchdown right here now.
Dude, very possible. I think maybe it was 5-5 in the chat. It's like, yeah, this is standard sim business. Going to start off hot, and then we're going to end up with like 10 combined points in the second half. Very possible. These teams are going to make the adjustments, and you know things are going to be different. Maybe the Bears will finally decide to cover DeAndre Hopkins. Maybe stick some Kyle Fuller on him, or someone to slow him down. As look at these numbers, man. I mean, both quarterbacks nearing that perfect passer rating, 134. 3 touchdowns for Kyler Murray, all to DeAndre Hopkins. 8 for 8, 127, and a touchdown for Mitch Trubisky, including that absolute bomb to Ted Ginn that set up his passing touchdown moments later. On the ground, David Montgomery has a long breakaway touchdown. Kenyon Drake is also on the field playing football, 6 for 36 and no touchdown because, well, the less said about that, the better. Montgomery and Murray, who has 5 for 50 yards, both trending towards the bonus in this one. Tariq Cohen, my captain, 6 rushing yards.
Yeah, there's some stinkers out there. Allen Robinson, no catches. I'm not going to bring up Darrell Daniels.
Robinson has 2 for 41. And, of course, Robinson also the subject of today's post route.
I apologize. I was just looking at the stat the stat sheet had not refreshed here. 6.1 fantasy points on him. Max 6 Williams, 3.3 points. So not too great for Max. Larry Fitz, just the 1 catch for 21. I know that we've had a great sim, but I'm just trying to figure out who the disappointments are. You mentioned Cohen, 4.6.
Yeah.
Christian Kirk's had decent half. Jimmy Graham's just got the 1 catch. Ted Ginn's got 1 catch as well, but it was for 51.
It was a big one, yeah.
Really nice.
So,
Kenyon Drake, Tariq Cohen, the running back's not doing too well here. And Drew was saying, who's bringing the bad energy now? The top performers, though, Mitchie Magic, 18.28 fantasy points. Kyler Murray, not Kyle Murray, 22 fantasy points with the 3 passing touchdowns in the first half. What more? We forgot that we had a 68-yard touchdown run by David Montgomery. I kind of slipped under the radar, too. What do we have in store for the second half, Christian?
I don't even know. I feel like there's nowhere to go here, but down. And I feel like we're going to crash into disappointment because it is not only a Madden sim, but it's Madden sim with you and I, Kenny Ducey and Christian D'Andrea, two harbingers of doom when it comes to awful Madden sims. I'm hoping we continue to buck the trend, but something deep inside me wants to feel like this game's going to end like 27-24, and I'm going to start off my weekend furious.
Well, you can't be that furious. You got a great Madden sim going on here. We also got a sim coming up at 4 p.m. I'm going to be with Jeff. You could start a contest for the Trickle Down Simonomics, and you could watch that one. You could join the happy hour sim at 6, watch that, NBA Pre-Lock Live. We got a great day on the Dream Stream. What's there to be upset about? It's a great weekend on tap. All-Star weekend in the NBA, plenty of content just everywhere.
BW Parks. I'm looking for 10 straight fumbles from Hopkins. Let's bring him down to earth a little. If he fumbles it 10 straight times, he's still going to end with like 20-plus points. That's how insane his day has been. And, the Bears get the chance to take the lead for the first time today as that first quarter, no punts, no turnovers, just touchdown, 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 kneel down with 2 seconds left to play.
First down. Maybe this is where it ends, Christian. Terrible run right there.
Yeah, no, the capacity. So the good news is this game, I mean, a lot of these drives haven't started great. There have been a lot of big 3rd and long pickups, a lot of strikes downfield. Like we said before, Trubisky hasn't thrown an incompletion, and Kyler hasn't thrown an incompletion on 3rd down. So these guys are coming to play when it matters. How did Mitch get through there? And he actually jukes in the right direction, away from traffic rather than into it. And he holds on to the ball, knock on wood, setting up 3rd and manageable instead of 3rd and long. And all the Madden Mitch devotees out there cheering for that one.
Madden Mitch on 3rd and 4. Do we have another big half in us, or are we going to get a punt? We haven't had a punt all game, Christian.
It's true. Let's see if the quick strike.
Nope, not this time, Allen Robinson.
Okay.
Oh boy. 1st and 10 again. 6:43 to go in the 3rd. Thanks for being with us in the chat. We appreciate it. Robbie Noble, it'll be 1. Eddie Pride, Ashley Edwards, Christian D'Andrea, Straight Cash, some regulars, some guys that we're not used to seeing. Choker as well. I saw CEH in there earlier. Mitch gets sacked.
Smoked in the backfield there. The good news is last time Mitch was sacked on 1st down, he completed a 25-yard pass the very next play to Allen Robinson. So if you stacked up the RW1s, or as some would say the WR1s, you could be in for a treat here. Oh no, he just barely gets rid of it. He completes another 20-plus yard pass on 2nd and long, this time to Jimmy Graham, the tight end. Who is this Mitch Trubisky we're seeing right now? Standing up to pressure and delivering a perfect strike to the right read? I'm not used to this guy.
Only in Madden, Christian. Kenny's Coffee Mug says Drake's about to go for 75-yard touchdown this quarter. Mark my words. Still no punts yet. David Montgomery. Oh, what a sexy juke that was from David Montgomery to get the 1st down.
Look at that, 80-plus yards now and the touchdown. He's going to need a few more carries. It's always volatile, but 6 carries, 85 yards. You know what? Give him 4 more carries. I think he can get 2 points. 4 more. Let's go, Matt Nagy. Don't stop your own running back short of greatness.
Must be high. What's going on? I love someone saying, who raised Mitch's overall? It is funny that Mitch is not rated well in Madden, but when you watch every single sim, and the fam can tell you, this guy just like he has programmed to run like on first instinct, and when he runs, he's actually kind of good. It's just funny, like he's a 72 overall, yet he's actually like a decent Madden quarterback. As he completes a touchdown pass right there to Ted freaking Ginn.
Hey, what is going on in this game? That's
another touchdown.
2 passing touchdowns for Mitch Trubisky, 1 to Miller, 1 to Ginn, and this game rules. This game rules so hard.
Oh my goodness. Imagine not having both quarterbacks. You'd be dead right now.
Imagine not having DeAndre Hopkins.
I mean, I don't even think that's that big of a deal anymore. We've moved on from not having D-Hop. He's got 27 points. But you got Kyler Murray with 22 points, Mitch Trubisky with 24 now. You don't have both quarterbacks, or 25 rather. You don't have both quarterbacks. You are missing out.
Kenny, I have both quarterbacks. I currently rank 78th in our 102-member Allen Robinson free roll, which is not ideal. Not ideal. That Terry Cohen in the captain spot play not working out the way it hoped. Let's face it.
I'm not doing well either. I'm in 51st.
You're still, I think you're doing better than anyone on the production team because undercover boss Tom, he's at 75th right now.
Sorry, I'm 66th. I must have moved down. But I have Anthony Miller in my captain spot. So he has a touchdown, it says. He had a touchdown, right? Yeah, he had the touchdown earlier. The last Bears touchdown before Ted Ginn. So yeah, I think that I'm okay. Boy, if only I had just swapped out Allen Robinson for DeAndre Hopkins. Oh, mistakes.
You're gonna feel like
yeah, I'm all right. If I get another touchdown here, if I get a touchdown for Larry Fitz or Daryl Daniels, be nice. On the run, the throw. Oh, breaking free is Christian Kirk, and that's going to be a face mask. Now that is not what you want to see if you are if you drafted any of the Cardinals, because there's 15 free yards right there that you're not going to be able to get from your players. Now all of a sudden the Cardinals right back over midfield. Although, again, makes the touchdown more likely, but we've seen a touchdown on every single drive so far in this sim, so you don't need that. You don't need to get closer to the end zone.
Yeah, not a problem getting yards in this race. Murray hears all the nice things we're saying about him and proceeds to completely blank an open slant route to Nuke Hopkins. 2nd and 10 coming up now. And gotta figure we're about 7 yards away from reasonable Zango field goal range as the pressure withstood there. Looks like Bears brought blitz.
It's like when people say bingo bango. Say zingo zango.
Zingo zango. Zing zing?
Zingo. Zango zingo. I don't know. Trying.
I mean, we're just gonna have to. The Cardinals are gonna have to settle for a field goal to get there. I mean, I'm not gonna say anything in either direction to jinx or reverse jinx it. But, let's just say this game rules so far, and what should be a big drive into the red zone. Probably
that's gonna be a hold.
No.
Roughing the passer.
So this one's going to go down to the 5-yard line. Wow.
El Paso #1 wants to know what a Bundy is, Christian.
4 touchdowns.
Yeah, that's what it is. Nice. Run up the middle. Kenyon Drake not going to get there. He's going to get down to the 4. So here we go.
Are we gonna let's get the D-Hop quick slant. It's been working for him. It was open earlier this drive. The Bears not even trying. Coming out in the jumbo package, though.
Daryl Daniels. There he goes. Daryl Daniels. No. Didn't get it. Got one. Run again, please. Please run it again.
If we can't have a D-Hop Bundy, we might as well get a fullback vulture.
Run it again, please. No.
Single coverage for D-Hop, too.
Single coverage for Larry Fitz. Larry Fitz is open. Oh, he's not going to get it. Christian Kirk in the back of the end zone.
Ooh, ruined
Touchdown,
Hopkins streak. Look at that. Are we going to get a review of the inbounds?
At this point, it is absolutely impossible to have all the touchdowns, which is the best kind of sim. Christian Kirk, 33.7% owned in the free showdown.
And I got him on my roster, so I'm probably going to creep into the top 70 now. The first position player touchdown I got in this one, but I also have both quarterbacks in this game, man. All right, it's been so far.
This is an insane sim. One of the most insane sims I've been a part of.
I like how it's neither team bothered to put their punters on the active roster. They're like, you know what? Don't need you guys. We're just gonna keep chugging away at this one. We're gonna make sure that this game is all offense, all gas, no breaks. Let's go.
Well, I'm down to 70th because Daryl Daniels and Allen Robinson are just burning a hole in my lineup here. Not great.
Currently 54th. Zane Gonzalez, 4 points, all extra points. Larry Fitz, 3.1 for him. And my captain, Tariq Cohen, 2 catches, 20 yards, and 6 rush yards. So
not great from Larry Fitz.
Hey, Bears coming out on that babysitter Billy. Oh, my, I hate that play so much. The tight end sweep never works out. The ceiling on that play is like 3 yards and it typically ends in a loss.
Yeah.
Especially when they do
doesn't make any sense.
Like if you're going to do it with Travis Kelce, okay, that makes some sense. If you're going to do it with Trey Burton, okay, fine. I kind of get it. If you're going to do it with this version of Jimmy Graham, no, you are asking for pain. If you ever do it with Mercedes Lewis, your sim coaching license should be revoked.
Oh boy, we could get our first punt here, Christian.
Oh no. Perilously.
We're in danger. We're in danger. Do you hear that? Do you hear that noise, Christian?
What is that? What is that noise?
That's Pat O'Donnell working. About to come into the game.
Come on, Mitch. Come on,
unless Mitch Trubisky has something to say about it. He rolls out to the left. He's going to run. He's going to throw on the run. He's got a man. It's caught at the 49. The drive lives on. Allen Robinson with the catch.
In coverage, too. It looked like a disaster from 40 different angles. And there he is, Allen Robinson, the top wideout on this year's free agent market, turning chicken crap into chicken salad once again. Bears near midfield with a fresh set of downs.
Run up the middle, going to get some yards there to the 47, Tariq Cohen. Zach Morris is trash, saying, hey, my wife took your advice in an NBA showdown and won $1,500, so you're all right in my book. Congratulations. What showdown was it? I do a lot of showdown picks. I do them over the weekend, Saturday and Sunday. I give showdown picks at the DraftKings Sportsbook. Of course, it's going to be a little bit different this weekend because it's All-Star Weekend, but yeah, that's a big congrats. I want to know what showdown it was, because I always like to see how I always look at the box score on the DK Live app to see what how my guys are doing. But yeah, Christian looks befuddled, and that's because it's 28-all. Christian,
this game rules so hard.
It does rule.
Mad Mitch, no incompletions. Perfect on third down. Kyler Murray, perfect on third down. 4 passing touchdowns for him. 6 passing touchdowns in 3 quarters. This game rules so hard.
Yeah, it's pretty great. Pat O'Donnell, sorry. You're not gonna get much satisfaction out of this game.
Later, maybe.
Are we going to see Pat O'Donnell at all? Are we going to see Andy Lee at all?
I hope not. And let's look at the rushing yards. And then David Montgomery got a real shot at the bonus, although both teams might decide, you know what, we're not going to run the ball anymore. Both our quarterbacks are awesome. Why would we even bother? David Montgomery, you're averaging 14 yards per carry. We're going to leave you in the bag for now. Wait until we need it, like the fourth quarter or overtime. Through the air, Allen Robinson, Christian Kirk both got a shot at the bonus, along with Teddy Ginn, 2 catches, but 76 yards and a touchdown.
Teddy Bear.
Dude, this game is so good. It's so good.
This game has been amazing. I don't want it to end, Christian. Hey, you know what? It might not end because we have the potential for overtime lurking. How about that? Think about that for a second.
Yeah, maybe we'll get like an NHL playoff style 6 overtime game where it's nothing but frustration and excitement and exhaustion by the end. But I don't think we're going to get there. The way these defenses have basically been optional today. This is like one of those great FCS matchups where two teams just duke it out with no thought, no strategy on the defensive end. They just basically throw 11 guys out there and say, go ahead, do whatever you want. Our offense has got that. That's what this is. It's great. Unless, of course, you've rostered Tariq Cohen or Larry Fitzgerald or who else has been bad in this one? Max Williams, kind of. Kenyon Drake. Kenyon Drake is not really showing up here. So
Dan Arnold. I mean, I don't know if you really wanted to
and all those guys come to play and absolutely light up the scoreboard.
What about Anthony Miller? Anthony Miller, 2 catches for 3 yards. He had the touchdown, but like if he doesn't have the touchdown, that's a pretty bad day for him.
It is, yeah. But hey, touchdowns as a Scotty Tuhati. First time I ever flexed both defenses. Sorry, man. That is oof. I can understand if you saw our names on the broadcast schedule and you're like, oh, those guys always get trash games.
Bad. Yeah, let's stack up the defenses. Shout out to all the people out there who have one of the defenses, because there are some people that do.
Yeah.
And I just want to say that is hilarious. The Arizona Cardinals defense actually does have points because they have 4 sacks. So I did see someone in our free roll captain the Arizona Cardinals defense, which is pretty funny. Trubisky first down. Speaking of the Arizona Cardinals defense, David Montgomery
on the board and
picking it up.
And like that, we should be at least theoretically in Eddie Pinheiro field goal range. So still a few plays to be run here, but we should get another drive without a punt. We'll have to wait and see. Mitch could very easily backtrack to midfield and take all of the sack. Nothing is out of the realm of possibility.
He's going to run, and he's going to get taken down. So I don't know. That's not really a sack, but
it does count as a sack, though. It's 4 sacks now.
Oh, wow.
For Peters, yeah.
So 5 sacks for the Cardinals defense, 4 from Peters. Second and 2.
And long now. In the past, those first down sacks have given way to long completions on second down. This is not going to be one of those. This is Mitch misses Allen Robinson on a short slant. Wouldn't have been enough for a first down at any rate, but sets up 3rd and long. Before on this drive, he connected with Robinson on a deep ball. Let's see if he does it again. Another play like that could wind up in the end zone. Looks like it's going to be single coverage up top.
Pat O'Donnell.
Robinson.
Are we going to see Pat O'Donnell?
Ooh.
Deep ball, right side to the end zone. Oh, no, he overthrew him. He had a man.
Oh, he had him wide open, too.
Oh, the humanity.
Oh,
wide
Mitch.
open, and he missed him.
Mitch, you had him. It was right there.
You know what? We are going to see Pat O'Donnell, but it's not going to be to punt. It's going to be to hold. Actually, it's Nick Foles to hold. It's going to be a 53-yarder for Eddie Pinheiro. The kick is up. It is no good.
Just wide. So the good news is no punts. The bad news is only our second drive of the game that didn't end in points. A kneel down at the end of the first half, and now a missed 53-yarder from Eddie Pinheiro. And Kenyon Drake taking what I said about him at halftime purely personally, breaks free for 10+ there, up over 50 rush yards for the RB1.
First and 10.
As the chat pointing out, that would have been Teddy Ginn on another deep ball. And just Madden Mitch, a little bit too excited, just stepped into it a little bit too hard. And this could be the drive that puts the Bears away, but probably not based on everything we've seen. I don't want to see any regression here. I feel like this game has, I don't know, maybe it's winding down, maybe the fatigue is setting in, but let's see it. Let's see it, Cardinals. Let's get DeAndre his Bundy.
Go to the sideline. Incomplete.
Yeah, looked like he could have just run with that and picked up the first pretty easily. Instead, tries to do a little bit too much, tries to go with the Mahomes throw, and sets up 3rd and long.
Drew saying this is shades of Mayfield Mahomes in 2016. Oklahoma rather, and Texas Tech when they had that 66-59 shootout. That was a lot of fun. Kyler Murray.
What are you doing? Get upfield.
Speaking of this game, Cliff Kingsbury, the coach for Texas Tech in that one, now on the sideline for the Cardinals, as Kyler Murray gets the first down.
As Kenny's coffee mug, clearly trying to bait you into an argument, asking whether or not New York City has barbecue.
I mean, how is that going to be an argument? They don't have barbecue. It's New York City.
I feel like there's.
You can get some good barbecue in New York, but I mean, it's not like we're like we have barbecue as a collective city. Like I feel like that's not,
You're not Kansas City or any city in Texas.
Yeah, like it's not like you're gonna come here for barbecue. There are. I have had good barbecue in New York.
Yeah,
I have. But it's not like New York as a city. It's like, oh yeah, we have barbecue. Come here.
This is
not how it works. Play action, throw left side, incomplete. I honestly don't. I don't think I want to come back for the 4:00 sim because I just know it's not going to be this good. You know, and why would I? It's just going to be a huge letdown. You know what I mean?
No, Moon, do something, D-Hop. Oh, I'm sorry, 3 touchdowns isn't enough for you? The man has already done the heavy lifting. If he scores now, it'll be a luxury. It'll be like upgrading your private jet.
Tyler buying some time. Now he's going to run, and he does not get the first down. So we're going to see another field goal try. This time it's your man, Zane Gonzalez. Zango.
Yeah,
Zingo.
37-yarder coming up, assuming they decide to kick it here. They will. It's actually 30.
Going to be 37 yards, Christian. That's you just add 17 to the yard line, and there you go.
My brain broke there briefly. It must be the excitement from this game. Obviously the wrinkles in my head. Unable to keep up with all the endorphins flowing from this absolute banger of a sim. Cardinals take a 3-point lead. History suggests it will not last. The way this Chicago team has been absolutely flowing here. Zango Gonzalez now 7 points in the flex, and the majority of those coming on extra points. Because this Cardinals team has been unstoppable.
I've still yet to see a kick return touchdown in these sims. Have you ever seen one?
I saw 2. They were in the final 2 minutes of a close game, and they were back to back. It was mayhem. As the Bears settling in here for a potential lead-taking grab. Madden
Trubisky
forward, and more importantly, hangs on to the ball while he doesn't slide. 5 for 51 on the ground for him now to go with a couple touchdowns and a whole bunch of passing yards. Not quite having that Kyler Murray day, getting outplayed by his younger counterpart, but pretty solid in the flex. That's going to put him up around 27.5 points for you now.
Screen pass, Tariq Cohen.
Ooh, okay. My captain getting involved there. That might get him near double digits in the flex, but probably not. He has been one of the few disappointments in this sim so far. And this Bears team chugging along again, so looking to make a little magic here. They would like to burn as much clock as possible. Don't want to give the Cardinals any recourse here in a game where neither defense has been able to offer much resistance. Instead, it's a toss to Montgomery, and he doesn't pick anything up there. So his trek towards the bonus will have to wait. 3rd and 4 coming up. Not quite 4-down territory for the Bears, but given where the ball is and given how good the Cardinals' offense has been, Matt Nagy's going to have to at least think about it. Robinson lined up in the slot here. Let's see if they go quick slant to him. They're going to let him. Oh.
No, another sack. Oh, boy. Both these offenses started to stall, Christian, and perhaps it's just a testament to how good the defenses have been.
We're going to get our first punt of the game, and it breaks my heart to see it.
Pat O'Donnell, here he comes. No!
They're going to go for it.
No!
Oh, I love it. 4th and 11, not a high probability chance of picking this one
They're
up.
going for it.
Mitch,
No, Mitch.
what are you doing?
Mitch. Mitch is going to get. Oh, is he going to get? No, he's short. Oh, no.
Angle, Mitch. Angle. Go to the sideline. Oh, that was disaster. Then very nearly a ray of light. And then disaster again. The perfect Madden Mitch play. The no. Yes, no.
Oh, my goodness. That was devastating.
Whew.
Devastating, Christian. Noah Moon saying, wow, no OT. You don't know that yet?
No, yeah.
You don't know that yet? We could see a stop and a field goal. You could see Larry Fitz running an end around. You could see anything happen in Simland.
Running the sweep with Larry, your oldest, slowest wideout. The ugly cousin of the tight end sweep. Kenny, I don't like it. I do not care for it.
Third and 5. Robbie Noble says Trabumsky. This would be a big stop for the Chicago defense. They won't get it. It's DeAndre Hopkins picking it up. Timeout.
It should be kneel downs from here on out.
That's the
At the very
30-yard
least,
line,
we're
yeah.
gonna continue the streak. 0 punts in this game. Thank you, Mitchell Trubisky, and your terrible judgment towards the end. But at 1:46, no timeouts left. We're going to see a kneel down, a Kenyon Drake run, and a kneel down here, and that should just about do it.
Yep, no timeouts for Chicago. Should be over. As Kyler kneels it down. All right, so you've had a lot of time to think about this one, Christian. Maybe not actually, because every single player in this game has just gone off. This is going to be the most important player of the game award I think ever given out in Simland, because we'll see if something extraordinary happens here. Kenyon Drake.
You want to do something wild, Kenny?
What?
The number 1 team in the Kenny Hart's Allen Robinson free roll does not have DeAndre Hopkins rostered.
See, I told you it's not. You could overcome that early. You could do it.
Yeah, and Hopkins 29 in the flex, but outplayed by Kyler Murray.
Right, that's what I'm saying. Kyler and Trubisky are the 2 guys you had to have.
Yeah, but those are the guys everyone was going to roster. They knew they were going to put him in there. And I still got to give the crusty cough player of the game to DeAndre Hopkins. If you score 3 touchdowns in under 16 minutes of game time, you're pretty much going to get it no matter what.
Wasn't in the leading lineup. Who cares?
Doesn't matter.
Who cares?
If they, I'm sure there's a lineup out there that has him in the leading lineup, has him in the captain spot. Let's look at the 250 free roll.
Okay, he's the captain in the free roll. All right.
Yeah, captain.
And he was not popular. All right. Whoa. Oh, I thought they were gonna kick a field goal.
Would have been nice for me and my Zane.
Fine, Christian.
Yeah, so
you know what? It's going to be much more difficult for you to name the worst player from this one, though, which I'm going to now ask you to do.
It is tough, man. I gotta look down these stats here and see who really did disappoint. Because there were a bunch of guys.
Everyone was great, yeah.
Didn't do much. Jimmy Graham only 5 points. Tariq Cohen 6.6. It might have to be Tariq. No, you know what? It's gotta be Kenyon Drake. And I'm sure it'll warm your heart to hear it, Kenny, because no one hates the Drake quite like you. But Kenyon Drake, one of those guys that you think would be in the must-start realm, a guy who does a lot of work for this Cardinals team, the every down back, the guy who keeps your guy Chase Edmonds off the field, and yet 56 rushing yards, 2 catches, 0 yards, 12.75 points in the captain spot for a guy who has given you nearly 19 per game in the flex. Get him out of here. He is the babysitter Billy, not my kid award winner of this game. And there weren't a ton of candidates because everyone did really look great. David Montgomery shined. Kyler Murray had a ton of rushing yards.
Yeah. BW Parks, I got to say, he's coming after you. He says that Kyler Murray he said, how is not Murray? 4 touchdowns, 67 rushing. Murray is Goff MVP of the game. What do you say to that?
It's fair. You can give it to him. I'm going based on who provided the most value. Kyler Murray was the most owned guy in this lineup, in the free showdown rather. So he was a chalky pick. He wasn't going to move the standings like DeAndre Hopkins, who is way less owned. Like DeAndre Hopkins' ownership was half of what Kyler Murray's ownership was. Therefore, he's a little bit more valuable. He played a much larger role in shaking up the standings. So it's not just who's great. It's also who came out of the woodwork to surprise us. DeAndre Hopkins, who we never really talk about as a must-roster guy, shaking up the status quo. Therefore, he gets MVP honors. That's just how I choose to read it. He didn't get MVP honors, and I'm a little bit sad about, is Allen Robinson, the top wideout in free agency this year. And if you want to take a look at the breakdown of the 5 landing spots, the places you could go, and let's rank them by who can give him the best quarterback, well, that's on today's poster out, delivered to your inbox Monday, Wednesday, Friday, and all for free. It's not just me. It's also Sarah Hardy, Ryan Van Bibber. We are going out of our way to drop knowledge in your inbox 3 times per week. Please go ahead, subscribe at postroute.substack.com. Throw some likes in there, add some comments. We love to hear from you.
Ryan Van Bibber, who could forget? We got
RVB.
Robbie saying, I've really paid my dues. Well done, bro. Thank you. So a couple of funny comments we got for the awards. Scotty Too Hottie giving the LVP of this one to the Bears DST. And also Kenny's coffee mug, formerly James Farrell. He wants us to give the least valuable player of this one to the punters. They didn't show up. They were never on the field. We did not see one punt. No. It was insane.
And let's shout out Choker, because Choker, one of the 21 winners of the free roll, going out there and getting his share of that cash. I believe it comes out to about $6 dues.
Yeah, go get paid, Choker.
Man, hell yeah, that's awesome. All
right.
He was one of those that captained DeAndre, got Kyler, got Mitch, got Christian Kirk, got Teddy Ginn, and got my guy Zango into that lineup. So, yeah, take home that 606. Pride. Congrats to you, Choker. Kenny, what do we have coming next?
We have a wonderful day of Sims coming next. That's what we have. Coming up at 4 p.m., I am with Jeff the Moose Ulrich, and that will be the Eagles and Panthers. Potential for another shootout. I will make a free roll in like a minute, and then you guys can all hop in there. I also have Jeff also has a sim with Rossi at 6, Browns Packers. That should be really fun. We do not have NBA Pre-Lock live today because there's no NBA games. I think an hour ago, whenever the first quarter wrapped up, I said, hey, there's also Pre-Lock today, but that's not true. And then we have Bucks Texans at 8, Koff and Thomas Frozen Fruit Juice will be there at 8 p.m. to do Bucks Texans, and then Koff and Thomas Frozen Fruit Juice again at 10, Giants Jets. That should be a cracker, and I may make a lineup for that one. Giants Jets might have to hop in there, but
battle for Kenny's heart.
Christian, a pleasure, man. As always, everyone in the chat, we appreciate you. Congrats to Choker once more. We appreciate you being here as always for Thomas, for Andrew behind the scenes. Our wonderful ops team as always, Jared heading it up today. I am Kenny. Enjoy some sim football. See you again at 4. And don't forget, NBA Top Shot packs drop tonight. Good luck with that, everybody. And I don't know, get some food or some coffee or something, and we'll see you back here in about 50 minutes. Until then, take care. Hey, what's going on? It's the Deuce and the Moose at 4 p.m. or 3:59, as it were, on the East. 1 p.m. out West. You know, it's still brunch time out West. Kenny Ducey, Jeff Ulrich joining you here on the DK Dream Strip for the Madden Sim. Jeff, you excited for this one? We got one really exciting sim offense in the Philadelphia Eagles, and then we got the Panthers. How you building your lineup?
I swear to God, I just saw these two teams play like a week ago, but I don't know. I'm probably just forgetting things. I'm getting up there in age, but I think most people, you got to gravitate to the RBs here. I went with Sanders because I figure you might get a little bit of ownership down off him, off of McCaffrey, but I'm not really sure if that's even true, but we'll see. I put Sanders in there. I went with the Eagles stack. Like you said, the Eagles are a pretty good offense in these sims. So I just stuffed all the Eagles in, me
too.
Yeah. I even put Elliott.
I'm not feeling good about it. Put who in there?
Jake Elliott, Jake the Snake.
Me too. I got Jake. So I got 5 Eagles.
Yeah, that's our lineup sounds exactly the same, basically.
Yeah, I did Marquise Goodwin in the captain because I love Marquise Goodwin. And then I went with Wentz, Sanders, McCaffrey, Alshon Jeffrey, and Jake Elliott. I think this was a tough one. I agonized over this lineup. I think that this one could win, though. I think that I got all the as long as Curtis Samuel doesn't go off, right? I think I'm pretty set. I don't think that the Panthers offense is going to be that lethal. The one thing that I'm scared about is fading Deshaun Jackson because I'm a big every time I do an Eagles sim, I stack up the Eagles, and my stack is usually pretty standard. I do Goodwin in the cap with Wentz and Deshaun Jackson, and then sometimes I'll do Alshon Jeffrey. Other times, I'll go to the other team. But I don't usually do Miles Sanders. Whenever I have Miles Sanders, he stinks. Whenever I don't have him, he goes off. So I can never get Miles Sanders right. So I'm sorry to all the people who have Sanders out there.
It's really chalky too all the time. So I actually like the Goodwin call. Who did you use on the Panthers though?
McCaffrey.
Oh, McCaffrey. Oh, right, yeah. Because you had all the salary because you went with Goodwin in the captain. I used Thomas. Thomas. I put Sanders in the captain stuff. I kind of like your strategy better now that we're talking about it, but whatever.
Are you in Canada, Jeff, or are you in
I am,
San Diego?
sir.
Because it looks like you're in San Diego right now with the matching shirt and hat, both of which happen to be teal blue. You're looking great. You're dressed in Panthers colors.
It says Alberta though, so it gives you a little bit of idea of where I am. But I didn't even notice that this match. This is like the most match I think I've ever been in my life. I'm gonna take a picture of myself and send this to my wife. She's gonna be so impressed.
I'm kind of thrown off.
Like you did it, sweetie. You matched.
Finally. I would make it. I don't know how long you guys have been married, but after
I don't even know
blank years, you finally
it's like Chen.
Drew did the digging for us. We have the most amazing production staff. As Gordon Ramsay would say, the most amazing.
Yeah, Drew's great. I mean, everybody's great here, but
he dug up a month ago, January 26th, which was 13 sims ago. Not like 13, physical sims. I believe it would be 13 sims ago for the Eagles, maybe. Panthers 31, Eagles 28. For the Panthers. McCaffrey is 76% owned in this. Bridgewater 35.4%. I'm actually kind of surprised that McCaffrey's that low. I feel like he'd be over 80%, but I do feel like the people in Simland might be starting to get fed up with McCaffrey. He's 9,600 and he's had like 130 point sim in forever. I mean, this guy, the upside there is kind of limited, and his sim salary has gone down.
Yeah, it's true. Like he's less than Sanders, right? So yeah, you could be right. Yeah. I mean, Sanders only 6% owned in the captain, the free roll too. So who did people roster the captain. I guess people spread it out. McCaffrey big up there. I feel like Goodwin, maybe, Deshaun Jackson got some love too, 8%. Oh, Alshon got a lot of love. So people went cheap and then tried to stuff in both RBs.
Wow. Man. I'm telling you, man, Goodwin for me is always, every time it's my captain for the Eagles. Not only is he, one of my favorites, wide receiver 3, but he's just like, to me, he's the most consistent Eagles receiver. And then I love stacking him with Alshon because Alshon is the wide receiver 1, if I'm not mistaken. At the very least, he's on the field every play. So he's on the field for every play. Yeah. So, I do love going with both of those guys. In our free roll, McCaffrey almost 20% captain. So that's a little surprising. Wentz, hardly anybody. Wentz.
Oh, really? What's his ownership?
In our free roll, 2.9% captain. As I'm going to watch this play with Samuel, looking to see in Slack if we got the captainship numbers yet.
Like 60.
I'll look it up in the free roll. But what about the I'm going to look at
the free roll. I didn't look at that one.
The captainship in the free showdown here. 8.9%. It's not really that high. I'm a little surprised because the guy's been great in the Sims. There goes McCaffrey up the middle.
Yeah, whenever maybe you have two really good RBs though, it's gonna affect the ownership of the QBs a bit. So
have we talked since I told you that Fanini plus 450 at the Australian Open was insane because he won that match.
What? At the Australian Open, that was like 2 weeks ago. The last time we did a sim, your apartment was like an icebox. Do you remember that?
Okay, never mind. Yeah, that was. Wait, was that like 2 days ago?
I think so. Yeah, it was Tuesday.
Okay, then never mind. I don't know. It's still cold.
I do remember you telling me about the Fanini match, though.
Fanini might win, and you're like, wow, well, maybe I'll check that out. And he won.
I don't think I actually bet it, but I do actually remember that because
I remembered it because Nishikori's
like that.
Nishikori's playing today, so I figured that would be another tennis player that you would know. So
I like Nishikori. Is he still good?
Yeah, no, he's not. No, he's not.
Too bad. He was. Well, I kind of assumed because his whole game is predicated on just him like getting to every ball, right, and returning everything.
Right.
So those guys tend to burn.
Well,
out.
the thing about him is that he the injuries, like I always like to say, like, if someone's injured, right, or someone is misused by a coach, or if someone's in a bad team, it doesn't change the fact that they've been bad, right? Like I'm not criticizing him for being bad. I'm just saying he has been bad. So he's still 45 in the world because they froze the ranking points. So like you can't lose ranking points because of the pandemic. But he has only played in 11 matches over the last 2 years. Just so he hasn't been able to like gain any ground. He hasn't lost much ground. But yeah, it's interesting. He's certainly a little. I never thought he was that good to begin with, to be honest. But he's definitely like a little bit off his game still. I'm curious to see if he can work himself back into form. Because obviously, he did go to the U.S. Open final, and he did move up to 4 in the world. But
he had a little stretch there where he was real good. But you're right, like his game wasn't like if one thing of his game fell apart, you knew like he was going to probably dip in the rankings, right? Because it's all kind of like if he's not returning every ball, like what weapon does he have, right? That's my memory of him. I haven't seen him play in like 2 years, but that's my memory of watching him play. So.
It's like there's a guy.
Fumble!
A fumble, and it's recovered by the Eagles.
Eagles D, man.
I don't know if you know Alex D. Minor, but that's sort of a similar guy where if, once he starts to get old and slow down, I don't really understand, what he doesn't have any weapons. So what is he going to do? But today's game is definitely very predicated on power. And it's a lot harder to break in as a guy who's just like getting a backboard like Nishikori. Looking at the chat here, Kenny, will you ask Jeff why he keeps telling me to play Willie Mack?
Who keeps bringing up that joke? Somebody asked me if
know.
they should play Willie Mack at Riviera because he was like a qualifier, and I said no, and then everyone just keeps bringing up Willie Mack.
That's a great meme. I really enjoyed that one actually. Robbie Noble says, Kenny, put your contest in before the day, okay? Look, I'm a busy man. So, and also Robbie Noble's not my boss. Like if Madison wants to, like, hey Kenny, you should do a contest before okay, Madison, sure. I don't answer to Robbie. I don't know. I'm sorry that it didn't come hours and hours before, but you had enough time to enter. You had an hour to enter. And, 65 or whatever, almost 100 of your friends entered.
Yeah, look, if we're being honest, it's Kaufman's fault. He created the league. He's the one who's got to create
Exactly.
He's the one who spends all his time on these heads up every night anyways. Like, get him to do it.
Andrew said Kaufman should make 6 a day. That's the thing. I think Kaufman should just make, if he's going to be the commish, he should make all the contests.
Totally.
Carson Wentz
every day.
Picked off. Look, here's the thing. I think I'm doing a service. But it's a lot to ask to make a contest for every sim you're going to do. And I try to do them. I sometimes I miss them, but I actually would have done the one from last sim, but Christian literally created it moments before I was able to create it. Thomas is saying that, or Tom, I don't know. Sorry, Thomas or Tom. He's saying that Adam already has his sim up, or his contest up for 10 p.m. Sometimes I'll do it like the night before. It just depends on when I get to it, you know what I mean? Like sometimes I'll be like, oh, it's in tomorrow at noon, I gotta do it. I'll do it the night before. Juicy's bunk bed said, you lurk in the chat. You're not busy. I'm not lurking. I think I've been in the chat when I'm not working like twice.
Yeah, I don't see you in the chat that often. Every now and then, I think I've seen you maybe a couple times, but the only time I popped in the chat when I'm not working is when Emerson and Glash were on. And I was on my bike anyways, so I sent Emerson a picture of my calf just to show him what a muscle looks like because he doesn't know. So,
New York Goat said there should have been a free showdown contest for this game called Moose Deuce. There was Deuce and Moose. We had Deuce and Moose. Hey, Fantasy Hawk's back. What's up, Fantasy Hawk?
Yeah, I know.
He thinks that Robbie Noble says, Kenny, don't try me, bro. Sorry, go ahead.
We were going to put out an MIA on Fantasy Hawk there like last week.
Yeah, we didn't know where he was. Mr. Hawk.
You guys can't just leave like that without telling us, man. I mean, was Sanders
Miles
going to get
Sanders down to the 3.
What do you think about Sanders' fantasy prospect next year? Him and Jalen Hurts? Because
maybe
he might get a lot.
I like that. I am higher on the Eagles' offense than most, so I don't hate it.
I think they're going to be a good offense for fantasy. I absolutely with Jalen Hurts.
Yeah. Even if Jalen Hurts doesn't turn out to be good, which I feel like I had to stop myself like last night because yesterday I was watching Good Morning Football, I think, and like we're already talking about Jalen Hurts like he's a big success and like great pick,
right?
Because I think Peter Schrager was like ranking his quarterbacks, and he compared Kellen Mond to Jalen Hurts, which I think it's a good comparison. He's like, oh yeah, you can get, but like I love Jalen Hurts. The guy's won everywhere. He's just a winner. I think he's going to be good, and he had a great start to his career. But I'm worried that we're going to put too much pressure on Jalen Hurts to be Dak Prescott. You know what I mean? Like,
right.
I do think that he can be really good, and I think that we saw signs. But even like Jeff last year, Kyler Murray kind of took a step back, and
yeah, totally.
We were all talking about Kyler Murray as if he was like a top 5 quarterback in the league 2 years ago. And then last year he kind of took a step back. We were like, well, why can't Kyler Murray lead the Cardinals to the playoffs? He's great. And I don't know if it was the shoulder injury or whatever, but it definitely he definitely kind of lost it a little bit. And you don't want that to happen to a guy like Jalen Hurts.
These guys are young too, like we forget. I mean, they're like under 25. Hurts definitely has potential. I think he's a really smart football player. I think he's like a smarter runner than a lot of the QBs already in the league, but he's got to improve the throwing ability a little bit. You saw it. I think that was the one biggest thing that was taking him back. He doesn't have a huge arm.
Wentz sees Ertz for the touchdown. How about that?
Carson Wentz. How about this arm, bros? But I still think there's a lot of possibility there. I don't think he looked bad as a passer at all. I think he actually looked pretty composed, but You're right, and he's young. He might have to take a step back. I would say this: I will take Jalen Hurts over Tua. Give me a choice between those two.
Too.
I'll take Hurts all day.
I'll take
all day.
I'll take just about anybody over Tua. Who would you not take over Tua?
That's actually a good question.
Seriously, who would you take Tua
no,
over?
I'm trying to think though. It's not an easy question to answer. Daniel Jones. I don't even know. Maybe I would take Daniel Jones.
I would take Tua over Daniel Jones, but I'm also like the president of the Daniel Jones hate club.
Okay. So
here's the thing, and I'm going to be very objective. I think I would like to know, would you take Sam Darnold or Tua?
I would probably take Darnold.
Okay.
I'm not by no means Darnold truther or anything like that.
What about Tua over Mitch?
I would definitely take Mitch, but I'm a believer in Mitch.
Right. Okay. What about I would take Mitch, and I would take Darnold, and you would take Darnold, and you would take Mitch. So non-Jets fan taking Jets QB, non-Bears fan taking Bears QB.
Yeah.
What about Derek Carr?
I mean, Derek Carr's thrown for over 4,000 yards the last 2 years. Like, I don't want to say I've become like a Derek Carr believer, but like I think he is better than people are give him credit for. So right now, yeah, I mean, I'm not in love with Derek Carr, but I don't know how you could possibly make it like maybe Tua one day will be at Derek Carr's level, but he's not right now. Like there's no chance.
Okay, so you're still taking Derek Carr.
I take Derek.
How about Jared Goff?
Goff is interesting.
Jared Goff might be the one guy that I think I'd rather have Tua.
Yeah, because I think the upside with Tua. Oh wow, pick.
What was that? Teddy Bridgewater having a rough day, Jeff. If you stacked the Panthers, you might have come into this sim thinking, oh man, great contrarian play. I'm going to win. This is going to be great. And right now it's not working out. They just don't have the football at all.
Ertz scored the first touchdown from Wentz. That was Goddard on the catch. But I think the argument against Goff is I think we know what his upside is too. Like there is, I mean, again, we don't want to bash Tua just, completely. He's still really young too. I think the argument for taking Tua over a guy like Goff is the upside still could be better there.
Right. The key word is could, because I don't know if we've talked about Tua. We might have. I don't know why they just ran a wide receiver sweep to Alshon Jeffrey. We've seen all sorts of wild things today in Simmons. But like I just don't understand what is exciting about Tua. Like except for the fact that he went to Alabama, won the national championship, and is young. Other than that, you watch him play. I don't think that he's really showcased that he has a good arm at all.
No,
he's got a pretty weak arm. And the thing is, I think he ran 15 times in 10 starts. He won't run.
He's not going to run.
He's not
a good
runner. Thrower.
That's why I'd say I'd take Hurts over him in a heartbeat. Jalen Hurts is a running back.
Great runner, Jalen Hurts.
Yeah, exactly.
That's the thing. So this is what I always used to say about Josh Allen, right? If you're not going to run, you have to be a good quarterback. And Josh Allen actually wound up running more this year, and he also improved as a quarterback. But if you're supposed to, he's not a dual threat guy. He's just a quarterback. I think that we're typecasting him as a running quarterback because he is not slow. He doesn't run,
Yeah. I kind of always another touchdown. Wow.
Another.
Ugly.
This one going to
Sanders.
Miles Sanders over the middle.
Colonel
Eagles
Miles
running
Sanders.
it up. But I mean, he's like Tony Romo, right? But Tony Romo could throw, and Hurts or Tua can't.
Oh yeah, Tony Romo was a great passer. Tua would have to evolve into some kind of Tony Romo-esque passer because he just doesn't have that, from what I've seen, that ability that a Hurts does to just take off and dissect it with his legs. So, and quite frankly, Hurts looked like the better passer between them as well. And he was limited with his arm strength. So I just don't even know what argument. I mean, look, we got a small sample.
But that's the thing. I'm trying to figure this out too. I'm trying to figure this out as well. And that's why I think every sim partner that we've had, or that I've had, I've brought up to it because I want to know what reasons there are to be excited. Because I see all these Dolphins fans. One of my good friends, Rohan Nankarne, used to work with him at SI. He loves Tua. He's on the Tua bandwagon. He's like, Tua, give this guy some time. And I just don't get it. Like, I don't what physical tools, how are you sculpting him into a quarterback? Like, unless you're going to add arm strength, or maybe he was injured or something but he wasn't, his hip was injured. Like, I don't see he hasn't flashed anything there that, like, I think Tim Tebow had more arm strength than Tua, right? Like, there was more about Tim Tebow to like coming out of college than Tua. Anyway, I don't want to rip the guy. I legitimately just am looking for answers because I feel like I'm missing something.
No, I mean, I think that's what the view of most people is of Tua right now. And I mean, like, the only thing you could, again, it's early. He was a pretty good football player in college. So, maybe he'll develop into like just Drew Brees didn't have a great arm either. He had, but he was really accurate. Yeah. So maybe you give him time and maybe a year more off injury. Like, I could see that happening. I think there is still some hope for him to develop into something, but at the same time, you can't look at him right now and be like, oh, these guys, he's clearly more talented than these guys, or he's got more upside. He's not, but I always am kind of nervous, especially talking about a top 5 guy. He was good in college. I think he could develop into a really accurate passer if you give him time. And again, you can dissect offenses. I mean, Tom Brady's been doing it for years, with short passes. Drew Brees did it, so maybe it works out for him. I'm still of the opinion, like, if I was the Dolphins, I'd be all over sending him in a package to get Deshaun, but they got to be willing trade partners too. So it's tough to move on from. I mean, you were basically building your franchise around this guy 8 months ago, and now you're like, oh yeah, okay, well, that didn't work out. So I just don't know if Miami will do it. I think they should, but I don't know if they will.
2nd and 8 for not the Miami Dolphins. The Carolina Panthers throw for a first down right there. They got it, I think. First down. Oh, 3rd and inches. Wow.
Oh, I didn't give it to him. Bobby Anderson. Panthers, another landing spot that could be possible for Deshaun. They're being aggressive out there, it sounds like. They are thirsty for a quarterback upgrade. Ooh,
run from Christian McCaffrey here. Getting a call. So I love my my Google Pixel because it'll screen calls for me, but also it'll tell you it'll find the caller ID of who's calling. I think most phones do that. And it said Silvermine Studios Pro Tool Mixing Phil Massetti or something like that. And I was just like, who is that? Like, and yeah, I don't know. That was just one of the weirder spam calls I've ever gotten. You ever get a spam call that, like, it's so weird that you think it might not be spam?
Oh yeah, no, I do. Like someone's talking to you in like a different accent or something. Right. And they're like it's so out there that you're like, oh, is this like actually like his, Or
the number too. Or the number will look like, maybe this is a wrong number. This could be interesting. Maybe I'll pick this up.
Well, the spams are getting sneaky now too. Like they're getting like actual
very
numbers.
Sneaky now.
That's why I
shouldn't even admit this in public, but I'm going to because you guys are my friends. You're my friend, Jeff. I did one of the absolute dumbest things in my life.
Uh-oh.
Like in my whole life. I'm not even joking. Whenever my last day is on earth, when I look back on my life, this will without a doubt be one of the top 5 dumbest things I ever did because I know better. I like to think that I'm a smart person, that I have street smarts, at least in the very least on the internet streets. I have very good smarts. I like to think right about myself. I think, with spam, everything, I'm good. I know what not to do. Like, you don't need to run a phishing test on me. Like, I used to have a job and they would send out all these like fake phishing emails, 100% on the fake phishing emails, never bit.
Okay.
I have been getting so many spam emails, Jeff. So many spam emails. Now here's
I get
the
a
thing.
lot
now,
too.
at the beginning, I think I signed. I don't know what it was. Like I think I used some coupon. I don't know what it was. I have no idea how they started sending me spam emails. But the spam emails at the beginning were like from like magazines. It was just like This Old House, like all these like legitimate companies. And so I went on and like unsubscribed from the mailing list and like one by one tried to get them to stop, and most of them did. so with that mindset, I started getting all this spam, and it's just filling up my spam folder. So what I did, like an idiot, is I clicked the unsubscribe button and put my email in, which was the dumbest thing I could have done, because now I'm going to get more spam emails.
Right. Yeah, sure.
No, and look, laugh all you want. That was an F decision by me, like one of the dumbest things I've ever done.
I mean, look, I'm laughing.
I had to tell
you.
somebody.
I'm laughing with you because I have.
As soon as I did it, I was like, "What was I thinking? Why did I do that? I knew it was a stupid sham email that wasn't real. Why did I think that if I clicked unsubscribe that it was gonna help?" I'm so the tough part about that is that when your spam email is this filled, like I must get like 20 or 30 a day. You can, like, God forbid some email that you need to read gets through to the spam, or it doesn't make it to the spam filter. You're never gonna find it.
No, I know. I'm trust me. I'm in the same situation. I wasn't laughing at you. I'm laughing with you. My spam that I have to delete every day is like, it like takes like 10% of my day basically. Like, it's disgusting. But I've kind of set up an email specifically for that. So just so I need to sign up for stupid stuff, but it inevitably. I
have one of those, and usually I don't need to, like, I don't even like use it. Like, I have a spam email. This is like, now my regular email has been infiltrated.
Yeah.
I'm devastated about it.
I haven't had my good one infiltrated yet, but it's been close a couple times. Like, it's you gotta maintain like at least one pristine email account, where you just like important stuff doesn't get, like you said, drowned out in spam. It's a big life lesson. Oh, they didn't
3rd and 10.
I thought they could. On 3rd and 10. That cold call, Cotton. Not quite.
Fourth and 8, and we're gonna get a punt here for the Eagles. The Eagles have stalled out a little bit here. Jeff, are you going to be watching? All-Star Weekend at all, NBA, or is that not interest you?
All-Star Weekend, maybe a little bit, but probably not. I'm not big into the All-Star stuff, anyways. But to be honest, if I was going to watch one All-Star event, it might actually be the NBA because it's like the funnest.
I wanted to know. I wanted to see if we can do some picks for the contests.
Oh, for what, the NBA contest?
Yeah. No, like All-Star, like the skills competition, dunk contest, stuff like that.
Oh, okay. Well, all right. Give me the participants.
All right. So in the skills contest, we have. I'm trying to find it. Well, I'm trying to find a good article. Okay. In the skills competition, we have Luka Doncic, Robert Covington, Chris Paul, Julius Randle, Nikola Vucevic, and Domantas Sabonis. Those are the 4 in the skills challenge. And I really think that Robert Covington's going to win.
I could see that. He's well rounded. I'll go Doncic.
Here's the thing.
That's probably a chalk pick, but
okay. No, Doncic isn't that bad. I mean, I think he's the favorite with Chris Paul.
Yeah.
Drew's saying Chris Paul, and is it Sunday night or it's on Sunday? Yeah.
I was going to say Chris Paul. Chris Paul is my first lean, but I'll say Luka.
So the thing is, a big man has won, I believe, 4 of the last 5 years. My strategy when I'm picking who's going to win these things is you always, with the skills competition, you always want to pick someone who's going to try really hard and really cares. Because like Luka, CP3, these guys, they're not going to care. They're just going, whatever. They're just jogging around. They're probably going to miss a couple of passes into the little passing ring thing. Right? You want to look for the big men who are just like that's why I like Covington.
Motivated.
Like, this guy couldn't dream of being part of All-Star Weekend if it weren't for the skills competition.
Exactly. That's what I was like.
You're right. And he's the best. He's the best 3-point shooter of everybody.
Yeah, he is. He's very well rounded. So he makes for a good skills competition guy. Oh, what is this?
Is that Deshaun Jackson? Yes,
D-Jax.
it is. D-Jax going deep for the touchdown. Deshaun Jackson. Amazing. Touchdown Eagles. 38.7% owned in the free showdown.
Damn, just broke that off. And we were talking about Robert Covington. Couldn't even give Covington his moment in the sun there. So
that's why he's going to go out and win the skills competition. All right, so you got Don. All right.
I'll take
3-point competition. Yeah. We got Steph Curry, Jaylen Brown, Jason Tatum, Devin Booker, Zach LaVine, and Donovan Mitchell.
Oh, wow. Okay, you're going to have to read those over again. Sorry.
Steph Curry.
Yeah.
Devin Booker.
Okay.
Donovan Mitchell.
Ooh.
Zach LaVine.
Right.
And then the two guys from Boston, Jaylen Brown, Jason Tatum.
Okay, I'm going to cross those Boston guys off.
Right. The Boston guys have been pretty cold from three lately.
Yeah, I would probably definitely rank those guys, if not the bottom two, bottom three for sure. I kind of want to say Donovan Mitchell, but Steph's got to be the favorite just because he's Steph. I'll go with not LaVine. Who's the other one that's in there?
Devin Booker.
Devin Booker. I'm going to go with Devin Booker.
I'm going Zach LaVine. I think he's like 45%.
I do. Yeah, he's shooting really well.
Yeah.
I just think Booker can get super hot and
he's really good in this competition.
Yeah, exactly.
The only thing I was looking at is LaVine is like 46% from three over his last 10 games. He's been really shooting it well, especially lately. And all the rest of these guys are super cold from three. So
I think Steph. I think the set competition hurts Steph Curry too. Like he's a dude who just likes to go off the dribble, launch up from anywhere. When you got to make Steph Curry stay in one spot, I don't think that helps him. I think he's better off the dribble. So I'll take Booker's kind of the same way. Maybe you can make the argument, but I'll take Booker.
And then dunk contest.
Dunk.
Obi Toppin, my man from the Knicks. Cassius Stanley. And Anthony Simons, a 6'4" guard from the Trailblazers.
Good God. I've probably seen maybe all these guys play once. So I don't even have an opinion. I'll go with the Portland dude. Just because, yeah. Why not?
I really like my man Obi Toppin. Oh, I forgot to mention Julius Randle's in the skills competition. Did I mention him? I think I did.
Yeah, we mentioned him in the skills competition. I was thinking about him, actually.
Obi Toppin's winning the dunk contest, no doubt. The thing about it with Obi Toppin is because he plays for the Knicks, I feel like the possibilities for famous people to show up in his dunk is endless. He could bring out Melo, he could bring out Amari Stoudemire. Everyone compares him to Amari Stoudemire because they wear the same number. He could wear a Stoudemire jersey or bring out stuff. I would say the same thing if he played for the Lakers. The star power that's available to you as a Knicks player, he could be there's so many Knicks fans that are famous. He'd be I'm going to dunk over Larry David. There you go. Then you won. They won. That's all you have to do. So, I think that there's a bunch of stuff he could do. Not to mention that he is an amazing dunker and literally all he does is dunk. That's the only play that Obi Toppin can run is the dunk. So, should be fun. I think it's going to be weird that they're packing it all in. But I think it could be fun.
I went with Simons because I think he'll be a little bit more creative. But
Simons, I like Simons. To me, is he's a guy that has that star attitude. He's
that's what it seems like. Again, I've probly seen these dudes play twice, but still,
he's got I hate using the word swagger because it's way overused.
No, he does though.
But he does have a swagger about him. He has the confidence that you need to be a good dunker in the dunk contest. He has the confidence to take shots that he should probably be taking. When CJ McCollum comes back, I fully believe that this guy's going to be I deserve to be on the floor. I like him.
Fantasy Hawk says
inside the 5. Yeah.
Fantasy Hawk says Booker's been hot as fish grease the last 10 games, so that's that pick.
He's been 31% from 3 over his last 5. So.
No, well, okay, that's not that hot. But...
Yeah.
I think he's been scoring a lot. Maybe not from 3. Maybe I think he was just talking about in general. I don't know.
Steven says Obi only occasionally plays for the Knicks. Yeah, he rides the bench. Halftime here, 21-3. So not quite. I don't know if you knew, Jeff, but last sim that I was on at 2 p.m. with Christian, we had an amazing game that had 42 points in the first half. Just insane. Between the Cardinals and
the Cardinals, hey? And the Bears.
And the Bears, yeah.
Weird. Was Mitch running for touchdowns and stuff like
21-21. DeAndre Hopkins had 3 receiving touchdowns in the first half.
Oh my God, man.
I think Mitch did run one in. David Montgomery had a 68-yard touchdown run. There was a long pass to Ted Ginn in there. There.
Montgomery
Every single person was involved. Yeah. It was pretty crazy. So
it's crazy. It is crazy.
Yeah. Anyway, Ian Thomas, your boy, 6 catches, 37 yards. Pretty good.
Oh, I know. I'm up there, man. I'm an 8th. I wasn't 3rd for a bit, but I'm an 8th. I need
stuff, Jeff. I'm in 28th, but there's only 68 entries. So
what do I need? I need Goodwin to show up. Like you need Goodwin.
Yeah, me too. In a big way. I could use Goodwin.
Could use a couple field goals.
And Alshon. And Christian McCaffrey, really, only 7.6 fantasy points so far. Not great. I do have Jake Elliott.
Yeah, I liked it. I liked it when the dunk contest used to have like stars. You know, like when it was Jordan versus Wilkins. Right. Like I mean, I kind of get it why they don't do that anymore, but it is kind of funny. Like El Paso makes it a good point in the chat. Like these guys aren't like playing a ton of minutes, but I guess that's
I mean, one of my favorite dunks ever was Jeremy Evans, who did the birthday cake. Remember that? He wasn't a
Oh
star.
yeah.
He's a random
for sure.
guy.
I mean, it's still fun to watch.
He blew out a cupcake candle.
It just doesn't feel as regular, you know, as competitive, I guess.
Right. Oh, Gerald Green, not Jeremy Evans. Sorry, Jeremy Evans. I think did win a dunk contest, but not with the birthday cake celebration. Yeah, it should be a good week though. And then of course you got Team LeBron and Team Durant.
Yeah, Vince Carter, man, that was great.
It was. Stats are updated through the 2 quarters. Kenny, turn the camera so I can see the shoestrings. What? like on the shoe rack? Dude, the shoestrings are right there. Vince Carter is the guy.
Why do you want to see Kenny's shoestrings? Is someone doing an analysis of his sneaker collection or something?
Maybe. Oh, you know why I'm cropped though, so that's probably why. El Paso #1 saying Tommy Paul better win today. I really hope that Tommy Paul wins, but if El Paso #1's rooting for him, I don't know. Seems he's bringing some bad luck to tennis players. But yeah, it would be nice. Nice to see an American win. Mr. Hawk, when you think dunk contest, you think Vince. That's absolutely right.
Yeah, for sure. He kicked off like the second sort of generation of it. Like I said, Jordan, Wilkins, they kind of, and Muggsy Bogues too. Muggsy Bogues, man, I can't believe I can get dunked. Yeah. Period. But yeah, they kind of kicked off the initial interest in it. Then Vince brought it like right back into the forefront, man. I'll never forget that dunk contest. Watched it live.
Mentioned Spud Webb in the chat here.
Spud Webb, yeah. Sorry, that's who I'm thinking of. Not Muggsy Bogues. I'm thinking Spud Webb. Spud Webb is a dude who was like 5'7".
Someone said Gerald Green did the blow out the candle dunk. Yeah, that was a cupcake. That was the cupcake dunk, Jeff. Executive Sessions, the birthday cake dunk is the most underrated dunk of all time. I absolutely agree. That was my favorite moment. One of my favorite moments in All-Star Game history. It was amazing.
I'm gonna look it up again. I haven't seen that dunk for a while. So
it was so funny because of the commentary, because of Kenny Smith going, and he blew it out. He blew it out. Like the way that they reacted to someone just blowing out a candle was so funny to me.
Yeah, it's so ridiculous.
He did it. He blew it out. Like they couldn't believe that he blew it out. That was a great dunk, man. That was all time. I love that. Are you watching it?
Yeah.
It was great. He got up on a ladder and was lighting it with the little lighter. Carson Wentz first down. Oh, he's still going.
Fighting people off.
Yeah, that was exceptional. An exceptional dunk. But that's what I mean about Obi Toppin this show. Like, you don't need to have the best dunk. You need to have like the most creative dunk or like the most wow factor with like, you know, with the gimmick. Like the gimmick is so important. The gimmick is more important than the technicality of the dunk now. So if people cared about, you know, the technical dunks, Aaron Gordon would have won the dunk contest, right? But it's not all about that. So, anyway, yeah, I think I do think that he could he needs to bring out someone from New York that people love, who's a Knicks fan, and there's so many of them. Like, he needs to do that, or at the very least, the other thing I was saying, that he's going to bring in Nate Robinson, right? Like, that's a given, right? Like, Nate Robinson will be part of his dunk, and the fact that Nate Robinson's an internet meme now, that's going to be the dunk of the night. Everyone's going to be talking about how Nate Robinson came back and Obi Toppin gave him a black eye or something. That's going to be a big deal.
Or Nate Robinson. But yeah, that'd be funny if we brought him out.
Yeah, but Nate's beloved by all these judges, all the NBA, everyone loves Nate. So.
Oh, for sure. I know. That was a big miss there by Wentz. The dude was wide open. I'm sure it was there on the catch, but he would have been short of the end zone, I guess, but still, 2nd 10.
Aaron Gordon got robbed. Absolutely, Fantasy Hawk. He got very robbed.
I remember that year. Aaron Gordon.
I don't understand how he lost, man. I really don't. Especially because,
what's going on?
What was that? What in the world?
He did some shenanigans movements.
Especially because all we talk about in the NBA, right, is voter fatigue. How, LeBron doesn't win MVP every year because of voter fatigue. And this guy didn't win this award because he already won it 2 years and not going to vote for him again, right? So, what a throw and catch for the touchdown. Alshon Jeffrey getting in. How about them apples? You got Alshon in your lineup?
Oof. Yeah, Wentz having a good game. That's his 3rd passing touchdown.
But I just think it's funny, with all, we got a booth review here, with every single part of voter fatigue, as we got the score confirmed here. We don't have it for the dunk contest. Zach LaVine just won 2 years in a row, and he didn't need to. Don't give it to someone else. By the way, I wanted to also bring up something that I connecting the NBA back to this sim, because we saw a booth review. My favorite thing ever is, I saw it the other night happen in the Trailblazers game when the Warriors challenged a charge call. And the referee came out, the official came out and said that the call on the court is confirmed. And I had tweeted, I was like, there's nothing worse than challenging a play, and you see it all the time in the NFL. And not only does the referee say the call stands, he didn't say the call stands, he said the call is confirmed. Not only are you wrong, we're just actually really glad that you challenged, because you made us look fantastic. We made the right call. We're sure of it. There's no doubt that you're wrong. I think that's so funny that when they confirm the call, and sometimes I'm just that's a little mean. At least throw them a bone. It was close. They don't confirm it.
On the other hand, sometimes they come out sheepishly and they're like, call stands.
Exactly, right. Yeah. But back to a real conversation that we were having, I think we probably had at some point, and I had on Leaderboard Live several times. I hate the reviews that go on in the NFL now, because I think that the referees make really terrible decisions on the field, hoping that replay will bail them out. And I really do think that this is something that we have to address going into the next season. I think that if there were no replay, I think we would get much better calls. It's like those people who argue, would it be safer without helmets? That's wrong. But I do feel like if we didn't have the safety net of replays, we might get some better calls on the field, as opposed to that's a fumble. And the reason we're calling it a fumble is because every turnover is reviewed. So now we're going to have to review it. And then once you review it, you don't know what happened. There are a lot of times the camera angle, someone's blocking it. And I just feel like that whole system's broken. We got to get better at making calls on the field that we're confident in.
It's totally broken, man. Broken. I mean, everything can be reviewed basically now, and it is. So the refs, like you said, they just play to the system. And there's so many bad calls now because it's they'll fix it, in New York or wherever. So yeah, it's ridiculous.
Right.
They got to do something, and they got to speed it up, right? The NFL does not need to be slowed down. You do not need longer NFL games.
Right. People like to rag on baseball, but the NFL has these. People talk about rate of action with baseball. The football has the lowest rate of action. You get so much downtime in football games that you're right.
Exactly.
The more reviews that go on, the worse it is. It really is.
Yeah, football. That's the thing. Like,
McCaffrey left side.
That's the catch run.
Getting down to 30.
But yeah, that's the thing. There's
almost 20 yards.
There's already long commercial breaks. There's halftime shows. There's, timeouts and the 2-minute warning. Like the last 5 minutes of a game can take forever, whatever. And then you throw in like these extra long like booth reviews, man. It just becomes insane. So at least baseball, you can get some quick innings going too. Everyone knows. I mean, like they got to switch sides every inning. I mean, people know baseball is long. I mean, baseball is also an easy fix. You just make them stay in the batter's box or whatever. So you can speed up baseball games, but like football is aggressively like trying to make the game longer with these like playoff or review things. So dumb. All right, Carolina, need some scores here, pals, if we're going to keep this game respectable.
Let's get it. First down, 6-yard pickup. McCaffrey coming alive here. You got the nice catch for almost 20 yards. Now there's that run. Another catch thrown in there. All of a sudden, Christian McCaffrey not looking like too bad of an option here.
No, it's starting to rack up some points. Might just end up getting there in garbage time. That's okay, too.
First and 10. Gonna give it. No, they're not gonna give it to McCaffrey again. This time it's gonna be DJ Moore getting down to the 3. And I almost feel like as Robbie Noble needs DJ Moore to do something. There's your catch, but I almost think that's bad for DJ Moore owners because now this is setting up an easy. They're easily gonna give this to Christian McCaffrey to run in, right? There's no way they're gonna throw this ball.
Yeah, where are they? The 3? They're gonna try. They're gonna try and run it at least once here. So we could do a little play action.
Yeah, maybe on the little toss play. I don't know.
We'll find out after the quarter.
Maybe I should have been looking at the clock. Well, I'm in 15th in this mini contest. We got 68 people in here. I see you are. Where are you?
Kenny's Coffee Mug, formerly James Farrell. We do have barbecue in Canada. People barbecue whatever.
He's been asking everybody that. What's your username, Jeff?
My username, it should be down there. It's Wave Goodbye, one word.
Wave Goodbye?
Wave Goodbye. It's an old poker name that I migrated over to.
Are you having a terrible day? I don't see you.
No.
On DraftKings.
In the free roll?
Yeah.
I'm in 15th.
Yeah, what's your name?
Wave Goodbye.
You're not in my free roll.
Oh, well, it's a free roll Kenny's Bunk Bed by DJ J Star.
Yeah, do you think I'm DJ J Star?
No. I entered the first one I saw.
Free-roll. I asked you before we came on the air. I said, "Are you in my free roll?" You said yes.
I thought I was in yours.
The reason I asked you was so that way you were in the right one and there was no confusion.
All right. Well, there's obviously confusion.
It's called the Deuce and Moose.
Oh, the
official Deuce and Moose free roll.
I just saw it's a free roll Kenny's Bunk Bed. Okay. Well, whatever. I tried. That's the important thing. I'm doing pretty good.
You are so deceiving.
How many people are in your free roll?
Anyway, I'm in 16th, and I'm probably not as many as in the one that you're in.
There's 50 in the one I'm in.
But I'm doing well. I'm in 16.
All right. How many points do you have? Then we can compare.
Okay, there we go.
I have 75.8.
Let's see. 76.25.
So you're ahead of me by like 0.5 points. This is tight.
Yep.
This is tight.
Dallas Goedert, 1 catch for 21 yards, if you care. Just saw that come up. Alshon Jeffrey, 3 catches for 51 and a touchdown. Christian McCaffrey creeping up there now, 13.9 DK fantasy points.
Does Djax have the bonus? I haven't checked.
Not
close.
yet, I don't think. Oh, let's see if McCaffrey gets the ball here. No, he won't. Oh, it's just thrown to nobody.
Yeah, Djax does only have 1 catch, so throw away there.
Yeah, one. I said this last game when David Montgomery had a 68-yard touchdown run. I said, don't be worried. Like, you can survive. Like, so I've seen a lot of times the guy will just have 1 big touchdown and that's it.
It's true.
You can survive it. Second and goal. McCaffrey stuck. Let's see if he can get some more points here. He's stuck on 13.9.
Fake by Teddy.
He's open on the flat. No, they're going to throw it to Ian Thomas, and he's in for the touchdown. Your man, Ian Thomas.
My boy.
Doing a nay-nay.
Wow, that'll vault the old Moose lineup here.
Big day for Ian Thomas. He's been all over the
7
field
catches.
for Carolina.
And a touchdown.
Yep,
now.
catch number 7. Now he's going to have 40 yards and a touchdown. So, 17 points for Ian Thomas. There it is. 740 and a touchdown, right on the mark there.
Very exciting. Very, very exciting. Emerson's forehead was asking, saying, "Throw it to Thomas." There you go, Emerson's forehead.
I love when, because the chat is usually behind us. Actually, it always is.
Yeah, Noah, Captain Ian Thomas, LFG.
So I love when something good, like when a guy scores and you see in the chat right after they've scored, you see someone like, "Please Djax" or "Please more." It's great.
Ducey's bunk bed says, "Thanks for joining, Moose."
Yeah, it's his free roll, not my free roll. You coward, you traitor. Face me. There's Deshaun Jackson getting involved again as if he needed any more points. 1st and 10, 7:49 in the 4th. No, maybe this is going to be the Miles Sanders show, Jeff. Got about 7 yards right there. Thomas, 7th place. DK, let's go, Thomas. I say, is it Tom or Tom? I don't know. I say Thomas, but I know that.
Thomas is just the long version of Tom. Okay, so
Tom R is Tom.
You gotta pick whatever you want, pal. I mean,
undercover boss Tom. Gotcha. 1st and 10. I get why it's undercover boss now. It makes sense. Kenny's Coffee Mug wants to know, where in the world is Rieger? Rieger not usually a big part of the.
No, he's like the wide receiver 4. They haven't.
Miles Sanders in the
big
one.
On there, but Miles Sanders. He's up to over 60.
Check that out.
But yeah, Rieger. I think he's wide receiver 4, isn't he?
Yep. Sanders should be up to 60 yards, I believe.
Yeah, Rieger will pop up with like a catch every now and then, but he typically doesn't do much.
2nd and 2. Another run for Miles Sanders. So as the sim winds down here, Jeff, an 18-point lead for Philly. Who is in the driver's seat right now for your player of the game? Obviously, it could change, but who are you looking at right now? Who's the favorite?
That's a good question. I would probably have to say Carson Wentz. Ian Thomas is pretty close. He's got 7 catches and a touchdown, but Wentz has 4 passing touchdowns. So
yeah, big day for Wentz.
And he's only 4% owned, the captain in the bunk bed free roll.
That is crazy. Sanders again. Oh, Sanders going to make a bid for it here. Oh, spin move. There goes Miles Sanders for 6. Oh, stealing the player of the game award away from Carson Wentz.
He's like, what? You didn't have me as a player of the game?
He showed you, Jeff.
Here's to you, pal. But you know what? He's my captain, so I mean, I'll take that.
Oh man, Miles Sanders. As Ernie Johnson said when Daniel Murphy hit like his 8th home run of the postseason, man alive! Man alive, Daniel Murphy! Man alive, Miles Sanders! Touchdown.
Miles Sanders with the touchdown.
I gotta say, it's never anything personal when you talk about announcers. Everyone has opinions. And he's amazing.
No, totally. It's just all fun. I mean,
he's amazing as the host of Inside the NBA. But Ernie Johnson really just doesn't do it for me when it comes to baseball. I don't think he should be doing baseball. I don't mind him on golf. What do you think about him on golf? Like when he's done the match?
Oh, I was gonna say, what golf has he done? He did the match. I don't even remember that.
I'm pretty sure he's done the match. Yeah.
I don't remember seeing.
He's not. He's a good.
He's an opinion.
It's like
He's a solid announcer. He's kind of like Mike Tirico, right?
Yeah, but the thing is, I think everyone has certain sports that they might just be out of their range. Like Kenny Albert, for example, here in New York, and obviously he does NFL games and stuff. Like he is an amazing hockey announcer, and then I just think that he goes down a level when he does other sports.
Yeah, absolutely.
It doesn't mean that you're bad. It's just like.
I mean, I think Joe Buck is.
So I do.
Yeah.
Joe Buck what?
I was just gonna say I don't think Joe Buck is as good at announcing football as he is at baseball, and it's not like a huge discredit or anything, but
absolutely agree.
Yeah, I'd agree with that. I mean, golf is a tough crossover too for most announcers. Like you're kind of either a golf announcer or you just like aren't. That's why I think Tirico is so good, because Tirico is actually good at golf announcing. Like he's just good at it. But Nance has done it. Like Nance is a golf announcer. Like I know Nance does a lot of football, but he golf and football are his things. I mean, what
about Vern Lundquist?
Well, I mean, Vern is just that's all he does, right?
But he was an SEC football guy. I think of him as a football guy.
That's true.
And basketball, he did a bunch. Yeah. Remember? He did a tournament every year.
Because he just does the college football, right?
He does college football, and he would do March Madness every year. I think he probably still will do it this year. But obviously, Happy Gilmore and In Your Life, those are the two things that make you always remember him as a golf guy.
In Your Life.
But he's so much more accomplished, I think, in basketball and football. So he made that crossover. I agree with you that it's a hard one to make. I'm just saying
yeah. The thing about Vern Lundquist too, he doesn't announce golf. He just does hole announcing.
That's
going
true.
out to Vern at the 16th. Oh, he's got a putt, and then it's like he doesn't announce the whole golf match, right? He just sits on the 16th green every Masters.
Well, golf is weird like that, right? Like
it is weird.
Like Peter Costas,
Peter
Costas, Jim Nance. Those are the guys. Tirico. Those are the guys that tie the broadcast together. They're like, let's go out to the 12th. They're the host, and also they'll call the 18th hole.
Yeah.
But golf is weird like that, where because you can't have someone everywhere, you have people at different holes. But But yeah, that was one of my favorite moments ever.
Oh yeah, sure. It's insane one for sure. Golf is good at producing moments like that.
That was
mainly because of Tiger Woods. But.
Right. Yeah, I feel like the Tiger Woods moments are really the only calls I can remember.
Yes, Mike, I know he does the NCAA. I always forget about college basketball because it's kind of been on the back burner and stuff like that. But I mean, Nance is like Tirico. You're right. I mean, he kind of does everything. He's been around. He's just good at everything.
This weekend, I'm going to start my cramming for the tournament. I'm going to be doing some content here at DraftKings, and while I've been watching plenty. I'm gonna do a bunch of cramming here. I gotta go. I'm gonna come up with my master sheet so that way every team, I profile, make sure I have my thoughts down about every team, what I like about them and what I don't. I'm excited about it. It's gonna be great. I talked to my man Spiro Ditas from Fordham. I once interviewed him about it, and he said it's like you're a kid in. I didn't interview him, but. It's like it's like you're a kid in college again. You just lock yourself in, because he has to do 4 games, and he does all the rounds, right? So in the first round, you got 2 games a day or 4 games a day for 2 days. So he's got 8 games. He's got 16 teams that he has to learn about, and he also only has, because he was doing the Knicks, you only have a week to learn them all, and so it's crazy. Yeah, I respect.
You're just talking for announcing.
A lot.
You're talking for
yeah. Well, for the March Madness.
Yeah, for March Madness.
Day,
no, for
same
sure.
Crew
Absolutely.
Right, those 4 games, and then they have to come back. They have a day of rest.
And there's, there's obviously lower ranked college teams involved. Like they're not going to see them, even if they do follow basketball and announce college basketball. They're not going to see these teams like a ton. So.
That's why, if you notice, CBS they'll do national games. Oh, Teddy ball game gonna get into the end zone. Oh, he's gonna throw some punches. Is he throwing some punches there, Jeff? What's he doing?
I don't know. He's hyped that they're not losing by 30 anymore. So,
but if you'll notice, like CBS in the weeks leading up, once football's over, they'll start broadcasting college basketball. And if you notice, they'll put Nance and like Spiro and all those guys, they'll put them on college basketball so they can start to get warmed up. And I also it's not a coincidence that Nance calls the games of the number 1 seeds, the top seeds.
Yeah, for sure.
Leading up, they'll have their number 1 crew following like Gonzaga this year. So by the time they're in the Final Four, they know everything about them. They know about their games. They're familiar. But yeah, I don't know. Always fascinating to look at the business and all that jazz. I'm really excited for the tournament, man. I mean, it's not going to hit the same, because of no fans, but it's
exactly. Yeah,
it's great.
I do feel like events like that get hit the hardest because it's onside kick, not successful. Just because, NCAA, it's just all about the craziness and going back and forth. But it's it'll still be cool to watch, obviously. Have back, so.
Right.
It'd be nice, though. It'd be nice. Fans slowly trickling back in some sporting events. Oh, Sanders. God,
Miles Sanders slowly, quickly trickling up the leaderboard.
He wanted to go beast mode again there. I'm in 8th in the bunk bed pre-roll.
I'm so glad I didn't fade Miles Sanders, man. I do it so much. I finally picked the good Miles Sanders game. How many points did you got now?
111 and 0.15.
What?
Yeah, man.
Ian Thomas.
I
have 96.25.
I captained Miles Sanders, Kenny.
Okay.
I captained it. That's why.
I have 96.25. Yeah, Marquise Goodwin has done nothing for me. That's
one catch. I think we know who the players of the game in the DFL are going to be. Right there, those 2 guys we just mentioned.
Second and 8. Let's get one more run here. It looks like they're going to give it to Miles Sanders instead of kneeling. Sanders going to run up the middle for a first down.
Grab that first. That? I don't know. Oh,
how about that?
Hold on, never mind. That's right.
Stat padding there.
Absolutely, man. Put me into 6th.
35-17 final. Mr. Jeff Fork, player of the game.
I didn't win the bunk bed, but I'm in 6th. Player of the game, quite frankly, quite obviously, sorry, I was going to say, is Miles Sanders. 140 rush yards, 3 receptions, 25 receiving yards, a receiving touchdown, and a rushing touchdown, folks. That's like the trifecta of awesomeness. You got the bonus, the 2 touchdowns. It's just a solid fantasy day. It's the days you dream about getting from your running back, in daily fantasy. You're like, oh, man, Miles Sanders going up against a weak rush defense. Throw him in there. Most times you get like 60 yards, like 2 catches, no touchdowns. But, man, when you get those games, they're so sweet, Kenny. So Miles Sanders, definitely the player of the game. Our boy Marquise Goodwin. I mean, he definitely ruined your lineup because you went with the value. So the rest of your dudes produced, but bad game for Goodwin, man. He hasn't had it. Like, he's got 28 touchdowns. This is easily one of his worst games ever. He's had a couple stinkers as well, but this is right up there. So Miles Sanders, DFL, not my kid.
All right, we got him all locked up there. Sad about Marquise Goodwin, but I still managed to do okay. I still managed to beat undercover boss Tom in our in the free roll here, which I'm happy about. But man, if Marquise Goodwin would have done anything,
man, would have won that bunk bed.
Would have won the bunk bed. Not as exciting as the first sim or the sim I did it too, but still pretty good. Still
lots of
pretty
points.
Explosive offensive performance by the Philadelphia Eagles. We both guessed correctly on the stack that you had to have, and really not much more else to say, Mr. Jeff Fuller. Kayana Shakori lost, by the way, while we were on the air.
Not surprising.
Yeah. Borna George moving on in Rotterdam. All right. For Jeff, for Andrew, and well, actually, let me read the schedule first before saying goodbye. That was the error in judgment on my part.
Oh, I always do it too.
Because I have to give Jeff the boost that he needs, because he's going to be back at 6:00 for Browns Packers. We need to talk about how Jeff is going to be pairing up with Jason Rossi for that one. That should be a fun one. Preview of what you're thinking lineup wise for that one, Jeff.
Who's playing? I haven't researched that far ahead.
Browns Packers.
Oh, Browns Packers. Oh yeah, okay. You just told me. I always like to go with Nick Chubb with the Browns, because everyone likes to roster Odell. Odell's been super hot lately though, so I think you should probably just roster Odell.
Fade Odell. Fade Odell.
I'm gonna say roster him. He's been hot lately, Candy. I've seen a lot of Brown sims. So Captain Odell. On the other side, maybe Captain Odell fade Baker and then go with you can get Rodgers in with Devontae or something, but probably going to end up captaining Odell, whatever I do for that one. And, looking for some value with guys like Lazard, probably MVS, probably the dude. So I think Devontae is going to be the guy I fade. Yeah.
DJ Jazzy Jaffe. That's what they call you in the chat. Robbie Noble approves of your performance today. So yeah, you'll be back here in just 45 minutes, and that'll be fun. And we got 8 p.m. Bucks Texans, Koff and Tom. 10 p.m. it's going to be Giants Jets with Koff and Thomas frozen fruit juice. I'm looking forward to that one. All right, for Jeff, for Drew, for Undercover Boss Tom, for our wonderful ops team, Jared leading the way here today. Kenny Ducey signing off until next time. We'll be back tomorrow. I'll see you guys tomorrow. Jeff will be back in about 45 minutes, so you'll see him in 45 minutes. If you're smart, you'll fill out a lineup and play Odell Beckham, I guess, if you want to listen to Jeff. Until next time, so long.
Hey, TGIF to the DK Sim fam, Carolyn Azak here with the latest edition of the DraftKings Dream Stream. We're here to get your week started off right with a 3-game late slate of Madden Sims and plenty of DK content to keep you entertained over the next few hours. Our featured contest tonight is our Madden Stream 4K Friday night special. This classic contest is $10 to enter and features 4K in prizes, including $1,000 going right to first place. Let's take a look at tonight's schedule. football. So at 6 p.m., Baker Mayfield's Browns, they're headed to virtual Lambeau Field to take on Aaron Rodgers and the Packers. We got Jason Rossi and Jeff Ulrich. They're waiting right now. They're going to be on the call for the first game of our Friday night triple header. Then at 8 p.m., my arch nemesis, Adam Kaufman, he's making his way to ruin my life, and Tommy Carroll, they're taking over play-by-play duties as they bring to a showdown between the Bucs and Texans. Finally, the same duo is sticking around for the Battle of New York. Well, technically, New Jersey, as the Giants and Jets, they're duking it out for Meadowlands supremacy on Madden After Dark. And that's all on the way shortly. But first, here's what else is happening on DraftKings right now. The Arnold Palmer Invitational teed off on Thursday, but that doesn't mean you still can get into some DFS golf contests. We had the PGA Tour 150K flop contest, a showdown format for round 3 of the tournament. It's going to get going tomorrow morning. So it's $15 for an entry, which earns you a shot at a top prize of $50K. The NBA may be on their all-star break, but the NHL is still in action with a 6-game slate that locks at 7 p.m. Eastern. You got to check out the NHL 150K Hockey Week Puck Drop Contest. It's a classic contest with a top prize of $50K, only a $10 entry fee. And you can also check out all of the NASCAR and MMA contests available for this weekend. Check it out. Don't forget, we have all of the action for those leagues, plus the upcoming college basketball conference tournaments over on the DK Sportsbook. We have lots of football talk on the way for you, plus a preview of UFC 259 tomorrow night in Vegas. But now it's time for our trio of Madden Sims getting underway. For the call of the Browns and Packers, here are Jason Rossi and Jeff Ulrich. Take it away, guys.
Cheers, Terrellin. Happy Friday to you. Moose, what's good, dude?
It's all good, man. Yeah, good to see you again. Haven't seen you in a bit. And ready to get my second sim of the day going here.
All right, I'm going to hopefully end you well here. Lineups have locked. We got Browns. We got Packers. We're going to talk a lot about UFOs. We're going to talk about NFL free agency. We'll talk a lot of nonsense, too, because that's the way I like it. It's Friday. It's 6 o'clock in the East Coast. It's 4 o'clock where you are? Did
yes,
I get that right?
That is
all
true.
Right. You gotta check
double check, but that is the truth. It is 4 o'clock.
I love it. All right, so I don't know if you got a lineup in specifically for this, Moose.
I got it in.
All right, you got it in. What is it looking like?
Okay.
Spill the beans.
So
hold on. Michael, brag. It was 3 o'clock for me. West Coasters. All right, anyway, sorry.
So much time left in the day. I know. Extra long days in the West Coast. I captained Odell, like I said I was going to in the last sim. And then I threw in Rodgers and Devontae Adams and Aaron Jones. So kind of a weird lineup for me. I don't really know what I was thinking. I have 4 Packers and Njoku in there and Odell. So we'll see. I mean, probably should have gone with like a Packer in the captain if I was going to stack the Packers. But maybe Odell will break a couple off. He's been hot lately. So that's the way I went. Anyways, Rossi, I like the way it looked. And I just threw it in there.
I'm following in your Moose tracks here. I got Odell Beckham in the captain spot as well. I went Rodgers, Mayfield, Devin Funches, Mercedes Lewis, and Austin Seibert, because you got to get a kicker in there. It's always fun. Can't go wrong. We've been seeing a lot of kickers booting them from deep here. I don't know what your game looked like. I'm not going to lie. I was a little distracted. Today was in America. I don't know if you heard of the country. But it's some sort of day. So my company outside of DraftKings gave us company appreciation or employee appreciation day. So I didn't work. So basically I've had my brain off. I did go to Target take that for what it's worth.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, the brain's been turned off. Watched WandaVision season finale. I'm sure, Daniel, if you haven't already. Are you a Marvel movie guy?
So I am. No, I like the superheroes and the comic books and all that jazz. I've only gotten through 2 episodes of WandaVision so far, though. So A, don't spoil it for me, but B,
never would.
I still do not know what the H is going on, so to speak. So,
what the hex is going on.
Yeah. Whatever. Throw in whatever H word you want. You can say hex. It's whatever. I don't know what the hex.
Hex. That's what it's called.
So, we'll see. I assume it's leading me somewhere interesting, but the first few episodes have been strange.
Oh, it's very strange, very fun for anybody who hasn't kind of been in on WandaVision. If you're looking for something to stream, something different, even you don't really need to know much. Really, you could come into this completely not watching anything else. Just want something to binge people are talking about, jump on in. But we're gonna jump on into the action. Packers, Browns. I have to say, oh wait, I gotta hear what that Daniel has to say. It says, haven't seen the finale yet, but after last week, my expectations are significantly lowered. Okay, we'll keep it there. I always say to people, keep your expectations low. As low as you can have them, because you can only be, impressed from that point on.
That's right.
It's kind of...
Dude, whenever you get your expectations up, the worst things happen. Trust me. Like, you got to keep your expectations low. I mean, everything, honestly, I'm not going to lie. This week has been like one failure after another for me, but I went into the week thinking like nothing good was going to happen, and I'm not even disappointed, Jason. I'm actually in quite a good mood, so.
I love it. Listen, that's what we want to hear. And if it's been such a bad week or things haven't gone the way, time for it to turn that sun gun around. Right here in the sim. Let's do it.
In the sim.
Love it.
Did you get a haircut, Rossi?
I did, yeah. So we had our meeting on Monday, which we were all the little DraftKings meeting, and there is a folktale out there that Kenny Ducey is still talking to this day. But yes, we were after that. I did get a little trim and a beard trim and a haircut.
And he's just still in the meeting.
Still talking, still going. I have not.
Another thing.
Yeah, I gotta tell you this other part though. Love it. Oh, anyways, all right. So there's a nice run. Start the game off, Baker Mayfield. I have to start here, though, Moose. Obviously, we could talk a lot of things. Alex Smith released a lot of interesting stories going on there. Russell Wilson looks like more likely than not going to be a Seahawk again, which sounds bizarre. But this week, Baker Mayfield tweets out him and M, which is his wife, Emily, I believe. I can't confirm they're married, but I can confirm he believes he saw a UFO, and he tweeted about it. Didn't tell a story, didn't do like a video, straight up tweeted, used all 280 characters to let the world know, I just saw a flying object. We stopped, looked at each other and said, did we both really just see that? I loved every second of it. I'm all in on UFOs. First, are you in on UFOs? And two, do you think Baker Mayfield saw one?
I am not in on UFOs.
Oh,
here's my thing. I have a rational thought. It's not that I don't think there's aliens out there or that there's extraterrestrials out there. I'm certainly not silly enough to think we're the only intelligent life in the galaxy, the universe, the world, whatever. But what are these UFOs doing? Are the aliens just coming down and be like, hey guys, and then just leaving? Like
yeah, you don't get it. Like that's what it's like when you go to a store. Like you don't stay in the store for long. You go, you get what you need, and you get out.
Right, but like the whole concept of aliens just flying into our like airspace, just doing a brief flyby, like okay, hey honey, there's Earth. Okay, wave. Okay, kids. Okay, we're leaving.
Told you.
This makes no sense. There's no common sense. If there was aliens and they had found Earth yet, they'd be here. They'd be interested in us, I think. So I just can't buy it from that perspective that there's just people have seen aliens and they just haven't stopped along with it. So
I appreciate your realistic approach to this, but I'm going to have to disagree.
Okay.
I think
give me your take. Why
I think it's like 7-Eleven.
Look, Rossi, look, we can have a very, very sane discussion about this because I do respect your opinions.
Well,
100%.
That's foolish, but I appreciate it.
No, but I legitimately want to hear your take on UFOs now if you're big into them. So.
Well, two things, I think. One, Michael brought up, maybe they are here. Maybe their intelligence, they can look like us.
Okay, that's a reasonable explanation.
That's one, but I honestly think when you're talking about kind of those like flashes, what like, why does it happen like that? I think it's just quick check-in. Like, oh man, I need a pack of gum at 7-Eleven. The guy who is at 7-Eleven doesn't see me for long. You're just like, oh crap, that guy was in and out of here. I just think they maybe just come, check it out, then get out of here. Their intelligence is beyond measure. What do they say? Humans only unlock like 3 or 7% of our brains. So I think they get the full scope. They know how to do it all.
In my case, like 1%. But
that's a heck of a percent there, Moose. All right, you're slaying. You're probably dropping crazy knowledge about tonight's NHL slate.
I guess you can see it from that standpoint. Like you said, maybe they're so far above us that like, well, there's no point in letting our presence known to these peons down there. So I mean, they could be probing us, right? They're just throwing probes down, invisible probes or something. I can kind of get behind that. That's an idea I could at least rationalize in my brain. But
my other thing is I believe they try to distract us. Like some people believe vampires, like you ever like in a room, you see something random happen, you look over to your left. I think they could be passing by on the right. It's just a little out of misdirection.
True. Yeah, true. That's like the whole concept on like the Matrix 2 tried to introduce, like, you know, vampires and werewolves, but that's a whole other discussion. It also wasn't presented very well in that movie, but
I'll be honest, never got into the Matrix. It's a big faux pas on my movie watching. Yeah, definitely something.
The first Matrix to me is one of the best movies ever. Just the straight up action, the concept. It's revolutionary. The other two are, you can take them or leave them, to be honest. But the first one to me is it's a standalone great movie. Always will be, just for some of the concepts and the way it was produced.
I got to check it out because I'm also here's a hot one for you coming in. I don't like trilogies, and I know people can bring up some really good one, but when their thought process is we're gonna make 3, I always feel like the middle one kind of stinks.
One of them for sure is gonna stink.
I always feel like this is just my opinion. Or I should say it this way. Let me clarify because I know this can get. I've gotten a lot of crap for this in the past. I feel like when you're producing 3 movies, the middle one has the least stakes to me as a viewer. So it all started when Spider-Man 2, the original ones with Tobey Maguire, came out, and they announced right as the second was being released that there would be a third one. So it took a lot of stakes out of it for me.
Yeah.
Now I know The Godfather 2 is a superior movie, but they didn't. I don't believe, and you know, I wasn't also reading the newspaper that morning when Godfather 2 was released before I was born. Like, I don't know if they had the intention of 3 with 2 or not. I don't know. But I just, like, Matrix, I know when they came out with Matrix 2, I don't know what it's called. I think Reloaded, maybe?
Yeah, Matrix Reloaded, yeah.
And then, what was the final one called?
Matrix Revolution.
And, like, they made the movies at the same time.
Yeah.
So right there, to me, it's like, that's really one movie then. So, like,
it's true.
I don't know. That's just the way I look at it. Yeah, great play there.
You're right. It's so hit or miss with these trilogies. Like, The Matrix, they made them back to back. The Godfather is based on a series of books, so I mean, I think Francis Ford Coppola probably always had in his mind he was going to make a third, but it is hit or miss. The number 2 does tend to be the strongest. Like, you look at Godfather 2, Dark Knight, number 2, Spider-Man 2 to me is the best movie of the Tobey Maguire trilogy. It oftentimes ends up being like, okay, they start off with like an origin or something, then they put a lot of effort in the sequel, then the third one's like, yeah, whoa, look at how much money that made. Let's go make another one. So,
yeah, you know what? You're right. This is where I know I get in trouble. I can get in hot water, and I'm not always right, but I just feel that way about it. But no, I personally, I was a big fan of the originals, like the first Spider-Man. But I also like I said, I went in. I'll never forget. It was the Friday morning. Yes, kids, back in the day when I pulled up a newspaper, and I remember reading like while it was like I was buying my tickets over the phone. Yep, that was the thing, and. I remember reading in the paper, it was the Boston Herald at the time, saying that Spider-Man 3 already in production, and there's something that just like went off in my brain.
There's just a big, weird, long story behind Spider-Man 3 too. Like Sam Raimi had like a concept, and the Sony or whoever owned the rights was like, no, we got to have Venom in it. We got to have the black costume in it. So they changed it all and stuff, and yeah.
Anyway. So much to get to here. A little bit about the sim. This is how we like it. This Friday night.
There's Odell. There's our captain.
We needed him. But yeah, so again, there was a really great comment, and I'm sorry, I haven't even given anybody. What's up, DK Sim fam? Sorry, we're coming out hot and heavy. It's a one and done for me. Moose is second. We're wrapping him up. I'm all energy here.
I mean, look, Rusty and I got a lot to catch up on. We haven't, the UFO thing. We haven't talked for a bit, but
we see you all in here. Jordan Lindenbaum actually got a killer lineup. Landry and the captain, Baker, Hunt, Adams, Jones, MVS. Also, my fat cat's in there. Ross's fat cat. We'll feed you. Don't worry. We got J.E. saying Moose. Ross eats up with a couple fist bumps. I saw D. Macklin, or Dumb Macklin, whatever your name is, saying that he goes, Moose, have you ever talked to people? UFOs don't want to talk to people. So maybe that's why he doesn't want, maybe that's his belief of why UFOs are not speaking to us.
And look, I admit, there's probably some rational explanations. It's just, I feel like
Look at that move.
That was nice.
Odell fighting his way.
It's been hot lately, man, in these sims. I feel like the biggest argument against it is just, okay, if there's aliens and they're visiting us, why haven't they like come down? And like you said, there probably are explanations for why they haven't, but to me, it feels to me the most rational explanation would be if an alien visited our planet and actually entered our atmosphere, it would make itself known. So,
dude, maybe aliens are moose.
Here's a real question. If you had a choice, and you could say, okay, I think we're both in agreement. There's extraterrestrial life outside of human beings somewhere. If you had a choice and you could say, okay, in the next 10 years, I gave you a choice, Jason. Aliens would come to our planet and make themselves known, or you could live the rest of your life and they would, and with the 100% guarantee of no aliens. Which would you choose?
No aliens.
No aliens.
I've seen too many movies.
That's right.
Maybe they could come here and save us, and there's a whole lot of good. And
just
probably
like, we could just be friends, trade partners. I don't know.
Yeah,
right?
I would love that. You know, I'm always down to make buds, but I have there's too much variable on that first one.
There's a lot of variable.
So they could come here and make get rid of all sicknesses and cure everything. And then the other side is they could
just get rid of us.
Yeah, destroy the world, and like Mars attacks us, and like my head's in a jar, like Pierce Brosnan. Where would you go with that?
I'm pretty sure I would lead on the no aliens as well. It would really spice things up to get some aliens in the mix, but I don't know if I need things that spicy. You know,
I'm making some Mexican food later. That's all the spice I need.
Pretty much, that's good. You know.
Huge shout out, by the way, to our guy Frangelico in Ops. Got the stats updated. Slow start in this one. Browns knocking on the door. You can answer that question in the chats. We see you there on YouTube and on Twitch. You get a sack. Michael is our producer tonight, probably rolling his eyes. What are these two kooky sons of guns talking? And Daniel's like all in sending articles. I love it. Love everybody here. Big shout out to Michael and Daniel. They're going to be taking you guys through the night. You'll have Kaufman and Tom through the rest of the way. Darth Dracul first time. Verth. P Hooligans, or as I like to just call him PP, because it makes me laugh. He's over there. We have Reed's T, did you know? Over on Twitch. There's almost intercepted. Baker trying to get this thing in the dang end zone.
Yeah, man, you can really go down the rabbit hole with the whole alien thing. I think that's why I try not to think about it too much, because I know like it would consume me for like weeks, if not months, you know, like if I started becoming like one of those guys who just watch alien shows and do all the documentaries and get the books, like that would be my life. I'd be like, okay, there's like rational arguments here. Like I got to look into this deeper and deeper and deeper. So that's kind of why I don't do it, because I can be obsessive like that. So
you know what? I'm just going to start texting you just all articles, YouTube videos, and done. Moose is all in.
I'm telling you, if you do, like by next December, I will be on here with like a tinfoil hat. Like legitimately, my room will be like taped and like cardboard or something. Like,
hey Moose, I haven't heard anything. You haven't talked about your family in a while. Yeah, man. You know, I'm up in the bunker.
Yeah, I moved them to Antarctica.
Yeah, that's the only place they won't go. Yeah. J-Man1717 says, I'm all in on aliens appearing. So there's one. Miami Misfit says, there's been a few UFOs in these sims, unidentified football objects. Don't forget dancing footballs. It does happen. It's simulated, dude.
Hold on the Packers there, so move them back.
Yeah, more field to potentially go. Somebody, Mockingjay said, tell Ulrich, one reason they come to Earth is for water. Yeah, come on, Jeff, you gotta know that. Come in, they take a big gulp of water and they peace out.
Well, then we shouldn't worry about global warming. I mean, we can just keep scooping it up as it melts. I mean, we'll be fine. I'm kidding.
Maybe. You might have actually just broke the wall right there. You could have just nailed it.
Maybe Elon Musk will give me his prize, his super prize or whatever for solving global warming.
It's partly based on, I love this. I love everything we're getting out of Daniel right now. He's getting us all in. Project Blue Book on Hulu. Get in.
Is he throwing out recommendations in the chat?
Yep. It's partially based on life of work of aliens. I'm just Project Blue Book. Get in there.
All right, fair enough.
Two seasons. There it is. Done. We're all gone. people not so much on aliens in the chat, but we see you. Oh, look at this. Michael with the hypothetical says, if aliens are not here now, do you think they were here at one time in the past? Yeah.
And I mean, one of the arguments for evolution is, like we just evolved some kind of alien. Who knows? So
of course they were.
This is what I'm saying though. Like once you start down this road, guys, like
listen, aliens were here. Stonehenge, like no one's explaining that.
Stonehenge.
How do you? That's way too tall, way too heavy.
Even
though I don't even know if it's real. I've just only seen it. The Ellis Island or Easter Island heads there, whatever those things. Those are aliens.
Well, the latest thing I read that was interesting was that there's like more proof that we're not even like real, that we're in a simulation right now.
Well, we are technically, right? So wait, would that mean the sim within what we're doing?
Yeah, we're doing a sim within a sim.
So it's like a simception. Like
simception.
Wow.
Basically, yeah.
Oh my! Is my nose bleeding now? Because my mind is blown. Aliens have been here to the planet. It's like 4 billion years old, billions of galaxies, billions and billions and billions of solar systems in their only life. Silly Sally wants to play, getting in. Aaron Rodgers has claimed, both these quarterbacks have claimed to have interactions with aliens. Or at least Rodgers is a believer. I've heard him say that.
Rodgers is a believer, okay.
Yeah. He said that on the Pat McAfee show at one point this year.
Oh, okay, that's right, yeah.
And obviously, I can't wait for Baker to do an interview. That's all. I've never cared so much about Baker Mayfield since the draft when he was coming out and because there was potential the Patriots. Next thing you know, he goes number 1. I don't think anybody saw that coming. Previous to, and now look, now I'm all in. I need to hear from this man.
Oh, a little jump pass.
Yeah, he spun backwards. Aaron Rodgers showing that MVP caliber, sim within a sim, dropping off to Aaron Jones, who. A lot of talk about him in Green Bay. Will he be back? I forget their GM's name. I want to say it's a Ted something. Anyways, he came out and said if it's right for the team, they will franchise him.
Right.
I don't know what that means. Of course, it's if it's right for the team, we'll sign somebody. But you have to remember, it's tough in the NFL today too, and you know this, Moose. We look across the league. Running backs can kind of be plucked out of anywhere. I hate to, when you have a good one, you hold on. But if they feel like the money's too high, especially with this year, I don't know. We saw maybe something in AJ Dillon that he can carry some of that load. Jamal Williams still there.
I mean, look, from my perspective, the Packers don't need Aaron Jones. He's a good player. I like Aaron Jones. I do think he. In the right situation, he could stay healthy for 16 games. He could really ball out. Especially for fantasy purposes. But like you said, the Packers have A.J. Dillon. He's cheap. He's a really, I think A.J. Dillon could be a really good running back, especially just from almost like a Nick Chubb perspective. And you got Jamal Williams, who's more than a competent receiver, can do the third down stuff. You could still draft another guy, too, to throw in the mix. It's just too much money. Spend it on a free agent wide receiver. Beef up the defense. Get another corner in. They could have brought Byron Jones in last year. Do something like that. Running back isn't your concern if you're the Packers. So, again, we're gonna see what the Packers front office is made of here. Because if they sign Jones to a lucrative deal, they're out to lunch, man. That's not gonna get them over the hump. That's not why they lost to the Bucs. They lost to the Bucs because they don't have a corner. And they don't have a guy like Equanimeous St. Brown is dropping 2-point conversions in the end zone for him. So.
I'm all in with what you're saying. The first I heard is, Aaron Rodgers, how much can they take away from this guy and still hope? But you're right. If it equals, a signing of a free agent receiver, then heck,
there's
all right.
A lot of good ones this year, dude.
Yeah, you have to. There it is. Daniel says it. Or was it Michael? Sorry. Stack them kickers. It's Michael. There it is so far.
Yep.
3-3, baby. It's just as you ordered up on Friday.
Bossy special.
That's it. That's why I'm here. Dennis Rodman, definitely an alien, says CEH. No, I think there's a difference between aliens and the Illuminati, but we'll stick to aliens tonight.
So I admittedly haven't been following the NFL news.
Good for you. Oh, fumble here. Yeah.
Has there been more movement on this Russell Wilson thing?
So today, well, it all depends on what you believe, right?
Right.
So
yeah.
There's Team 3, I have quotations up, that are his like inner circle, his posse, his dudes that have come out, a few weeks ago and said that, Russell isn't after winning the Man of the Year award. It's like Rodgers wins the MVP. Then all of a sudden, all this talk came out about Russell Wilson being unhappy, wanting to have more say in the play calling, wants to throw the ball more, wants weapons. So that was one rumor. Then today it started to really start to percolate something going on with Chicago. That there's like significant offers being talked about for Russell Wilson from Chicago, but then also that Seattle's actively talked to other like teams about Russell Wilson, where before it was kind of, again, these are all rumors, sources, nothing confirmed, but this is the first time you're hearing that, obviously like the same thing we're kind of hearing with Deshaun Watson. Like nobody's actually saying it's this team or that team, but now teams are starting to, names of teams are starting to come up, and Chicago's kind of the hotbed right now for Russell Wilson.
Okay. Interesting, man.
Yeah. Like
I'm on Team Russ. Pete Carroll is like Mike McCarthy, the second coming to me. He's wasting one of the most elite talents in the league. I want to see Russell Wilson chuck the ball all the time. Every play.
Stop running.
Yeah. Even though they can have running backs.
Just need an offensive line so he doesn't get crushed.
Yeah, that's the one thing. That's the one thing about Chicago that worries me a little. They don't really have a good offensive line, but anyways, I guess that can be fixed. I think the main thing is he doesn't have say. And I think the main thing is the Seahawks changed their offense in the second half of last year. They were less successful with it, and now they want to keep employing that. And I think that's the main thing. I think everything else is noise, Jason. I think that's the main thing. He sees where this is going. He knows what's happened to Rodgers, in a similar situation. He doesn't want to go down that road. So,
it would just be. It's so difficult for me, like just as like, and I'm sure like yourself, just viewing the NFL, whether you're analyzing, coming up with fantasy lineups, giving information. People can check that out. DraftKings Nation. You can check out Jeff all this stuff. I'm sure from NHL. You get a little break with the NBA, so get in. You got those. You got that. You want to scratch that itch? Get over in the NHL action.
Yep.
If you're an NBA guy or gal. But yeah, I just feel like if I'm gonna, from watching for years, like I can't believe in my head of heads or lack thereof, or my little part of my alien brain, that there's gonna be all these franchise quarterbacks that are so sought after, like not like the Deshaun Watson thing has gotten to the point where I guess I have to believe he's gonna be moved. But like Russell Wilson to me, like is Seattle. Like, I don't know. Like, it's just so hard. It's not like he's a free agent, and of course the asking price, by the way, they also talked about that. They think both Deshaun and Russell at this point are 3 first-rounders and 2 second-rounders. Like, but that blows my mind too. Because then I'm like, if you are Russell Wilson, you're hampering whatever team you're going to.
Right. Exactly. Right.
Or Deshaun Watson.
That is part of the problem with this thing. And that's why I'm saying it's not like part of it is obviously, he probably thinks he can do better somewhere else. But I think the biggest thing is they just want control and they want a different situation. And they know, Deshaun's situation is different. I mean, he's just done with the Texans, like, period. Yeah. Russ's is just, he sees where this is going. And he thinks that he's got a better chance with someone who's going to give him more insight and more control. And I think that's valid. Look, we saw Tom Brady just do it. Just do the exact same thing. And I think this is all interconnected. Still got a cannon in this game, that's for sure.
Sure it does.
You've got a cannon in real life, too. Mercedes Lewis.
There he is, baby. Get the keys out. Honey, we're taking a Mercedes tonight. Okay, she wants me to be quiet. She put my son to bed. Got it. But no, I see where you're going here, because I think you may have just nailed something that, like, because I really am, like, I'm scratching my head at times, and it feels good. But, like, I was like, why would these guys want to move? But then you kind of just painted a picture, and I know it was free agency, but Brady left the Patriots. And in that first year, everybody wanted to be there. Like, whether even people on the team, like that, like, who knows? If Chris Godwin, let's just say Jameis Winston, let's go in the what-if category, plays another year, they're 8-8, he's probably going to go cash in somewhere else. Brady comes in here, brings over, I know Gronk, you can think of what impact that had, but even just in the locker room, I'm sure just the nice pass there, lucidity, if you will, of that locker room. But Brady goes and wins the Super Bowl in the first year at a new team. So maybe that's what maybe that's part of it. Russell says, well, hey, I can go to Chicago. Give me this guy, that defense. All right, we could rock here. And same thing, maybe Miami, you're seeing all these cuts happening. Maybe that's making room for Deshaun Watson. Same thing.
I absolutely think it's interconnected, man. I think these guys keep a close eye on each other. And I think that I mean, because what else is there that's so attractive about Chicago? Like, nothing really, right? I mean, they have a good defense, I guess, but I think it's just more, that maybe Russ has even talked to Matt Nagy at some point, or just knows that he'd get some sort of control and say in the process there. So,
yeah, they're going to be desperate too. That's a coaching staff, GM that knows it's done. Yeah, if we don't win now, like, they're almost surprised they get another shot.
I mean, it's a weird situation, Chicago. They have made the playoffs twice in the last 3 years. Like,
yep, they made it last year. Like,
exactly,
it just doesn't feel like it.
It's weird. So I don't like Matt Nagy from the standpoint of, I really don't think he's done a good job with Mitch Trubisky, but maybe there's some idea to the rumor, to the idea that, other than that, he's done pretty good with the team. Like, he's done pretty good with what he's been given. And if you got a veteran guy like Russ, who he didn't have to worry about.
Oh, we're about to get Hoyered. Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you, but the Packers called their last time out. Look at just the stunned look on Aaron Rodgers' face.
Yeah. No, this is. I call this every time we're down here, but we're obviously on my favorite topic, which is Russell Wilson. So I wasn't paying attention to the clock. Every time they're down there, though, run out of timeouts and they throw it.
They didn't kick the field goal. They didn't want. No, people that don't have sim there. Yeah, if people that don't have kickers are ecstatic about it, but hey, you got Devontae Adams gets the catch, but no, continue with what you were saying though. I'm on board with this. With Russell Wilson, I think. Yeah. It's just strange. It's just so strange. But I think, like, the other thing is, it's not like there's this, like, in Seattle, rabid fan base. Chicago has a rabid fan base. It's not like he's going to some like dainty tea, if this all comes through. I find it fascinating, but I think you're right. I think Brady has kind of led this new charge, and like you said, they're all interconnected. And I'm assuming, especially the way Brady has kind of talked about the connections he has with different quarterbacks, I feel like him and Russell Wilson are at least in somewhat of a connected, maybe they're not talking often, but at least a text message, hey man, let me pick your brain, or vice versa.
And Tom and Russ, to me, they seem like very similar, like, souls, like they're both, they're good kind of business, like in the media and stuff like that. They're both pretty good at the social media too. Like, they understand the kind of business side of it. And I'm happy to see Russ take a bit of a stance and flex his muscles a little bit, so to speak. Brady never really had to do that in his career, because why would you, when every season you were literally in Super Bowl contention, right? And
seriously,
like, legitimately every season. So, he was never going to be in that realm. And Russ was kind of in a pretty good spot for a while too, but man, like, you can, see Seattle just, I don't know. They want to go a different way. They want to, Pete Carroll at his core wants to build the Legion of Boom again. Like, that is, I think, really that's all he does. That's like what he dreams about, like he wants to, like, draft Richard Sherman's son or whatever, and like,
is he eligible yet? I feel like everybody else's kid that's played is in there. So,
anyways.
Yeah, but listen, man, there's just stuff happening. Obviously, in this sim, not so much. If you're wondering, you're going, guys, how come you're not just laying out the stats? It's because Frangelico probably updated him 3 minutes ago, because there's nothing much going. And that's no disrespect to Frangelico. Not only is he a fast worker, a fantastic name, but also a sharp son of a gun. But it's 3-3. It's 3-3 at halftime. All right, the aliens have probably come down here to inside our simulation, into this simulation, into virtual Green Bay, and have just taken over the offenses and are just sitting there potentially eating popcorn.
It's Simception, man. I mean, like you said.
I love that. Stats are updated. Our guy Frangelico again. Shout out to Daniel, our technical advisor, Michael, all the way in the West Coast.
I need to get my top, Jason, to make sure I'm out of the dream here. Like, make sure I'm in reality.
Yeah, do you have
my spinning top?
Yeah, what do they call in that movie though? They're
Oh yeah, what do they call it? They're
hold on, it's gonna come to me. I love this. It's like literally one of my favorite movies. Oh, Totem. Thank you,
Totem.
Daniel.
Yep.
Daniel always on it. Guy's unreal. Told you we've also because I have that theory about why we talk about in our Zoom channel that I can see you can see me, but Daniel, Michael, and Frangelico all hidden. And the reason Daniel's hidden,
he's an alien.
That honestly very well could be. Maybe you're onto something. But it's because he's also has a million motherboards. His room is computers, mainframes. He's just got everything. Like all the cool tech is just. I could just imagine his room, and just the noise in there. Like when you have those computers that are just humming. That's what I imagine. Anyways, we see you all here. Appreciate you joining us tonight. It's Moose, it's Rossi. You can follow him at the Fantasy Grind on Twitter for all the knowledge. You're doing, what did I see? You were tweeting about golf this week. You're a big golf guy, so.
Yeah. Guys, let's get into the real good part of the season for golf. Got the Players next week. Arnold Palmer this week. It was a nice run to start by Mr. Jones. Definitely, always got golf stuff going on up on the feed, and just tweeting about stuff, Jason. I don't know.
You know what I love about you? The stuff part.
The stuff. I'm really I'm thirsty for good shows again. Yeah, I get in that situation because WandaVision, I'm definitely watching, and I think it's gonna get better. But I finished Yellowstone. There's just not as much coming my way. I really need a good movie every week, and this is the one thing that's really bothering me about the pandemic, man. The movie output. I need them. I need new movies and shows and stuff, and they're just not coming at the same rate that I'm used to. So
hit that point, you're like, I'm a year into this now. I need all the new stuff. I've binge watched all the old stuff.
Everyone else is gonna go out and visit people. I'm just gonna stay in more. Because there's going to be more TV shows and stuff being produced.
Yeah, finally everyone's back. Hollywood's open. What was I going to say? Oh, For All Mankind says Daniel. It's on Apple TV. You an Apple TV guy? Do you have?
I don't. That's the one streaming service I don't have is Apple TV.
There's some good stuff on there. There was. Are you an HBO Max guy?
Yes. Yeah.
Did you watch The Undoing?
Oh, my wife watched it, but I haven't watched it yet. I didn't watch it with her, obviously.
Okay. It's not, I think it's only 6 episodes.
Yeah.
I like that. Obviously, if you don't have Apple TV, I won't mention it, but if you want to just enjoy your life and just smile and thank the Lord or whatever you believe in that you have life, is Ted Lasso.
Oh, right. Yeah. People keep telling me it's
dude, it's one of the few shows that people have hyped. I just watched it 2 months ago, so it's well after it was released, but it was so worth it.
And it's actually good. Okay.
I want to watch it again. Good, just so fun.
Yeah, I'm definitely gonna have to partake in that because, like I said, I'm kind of I'm no man's land here. I need a show to get back into.
Departure
I need to get
on
back
Peacock.
in that groove,
Another one. Daniel says Departure on Peacock. I've not gotten into Peacock because there's no app on my TV for it, and that frustrates me.
Was it? And I saw Billy tweeting about it.
We were not fans of Peacock.
And he was telling me this commercials and stuff. So
yeah,
it just seems. No.
I think it's gonna be okay. I'll be honest. Here comes another field goal kick. Look at Mason, baby, oldest man on the sim, booting it.
Sim really playing up to Rossi.
I know.
Giving him what he wants.
What the sim came here for? Field goals.
More kickers. Give me more kickers, baby. I got a fever.
That's it. And they only care, baby, is 45-yard field goals. Look at this. Everybody, the whole chat. I've never seen. So the chat, is a fickle place, right? But everyone all in on Ted Lasso. Lasso is a good show, says Ducey's bunk bed. Serious call. Oh, Snowfall. Says, is it Gonzalez there? El Gonzalez. I have not watched. I watched the very first episode. It's an FX show.
Oh yeah, okay.
But he said, the explanation is a series called Snowfall. It's about the CIA and the crack epidemic. I believe it takes place in the 90s. But it was what I saw was very good.
Okay, check that out.
Let's see, what's the other one here? Yeah, everybody's in on Ted Lasso. A lot more people. Ted Lasso was good. So was The Morning Show. That was another one. I don't know. That's another one on Apple TV. A lot more dramatic.
Yeah, I'm watching the Sinner.
Yeah, oh, good. Where are you?
I am. I want to say like 5 episodes into season 3.
Okay, so season 1 is amazing. Season 2.
I really like season 1. Really like
season 2 is good. Season 3 is very bizarre. As you where you're at, you already know.
Yeah. I really like season 1. Season 2 was a little bit of a letdown. I'm not gonna lie. It was good up to a point, and then it just kind of, ended. And you're like, okay.
Yeah, it's like. Obviously, I don't never spoil anything. I'm a big fan of.
For sure. Yeah.
But like season 1, I just like there was just a little too much of like the best way I could put it is like a neat bow, and I'm like that's true. That doesn't feel like it would happen in real life. Oh, I got another show for you. It's on HBO. It was a few years ago because me and my wife were recently talking about like shows we would rewatch. Mm-hmm. A show called The Night Of. Did you watch that?
I definitely haven't seen it. I'm just trying to remember if I've come across it even. Who's in it?
Okay. This is tough. I don't know the name of the actor. If you ever saw Mr. Deeds, the sneaky butler.
Oh yeah. John Turturro, is that right?
Yes, yeah. Nailed it. I'm not gonna remember names, but nobody else really big. But it was supposed to be James Gandolfini before he had passed.
Oh, okay.
So it was a few years ago. It's really good. And if you're coming off The Sinner, I think you'll really like it.
Oh, yeah. Okay, I have seen this.
Oh, you have? Okay. All right, so never mind. But anybody else who has
No, I haven't seen it. I've seen a trailer for it or something.
Got it.
Like, I haven't watched it. Oh, yeah, I'm going to check this out.
That, I think, is a perfect compliment if you're still in the mood for...
I think my wife's actually going to like this, too, so I'll watch it.
Ooh! Yep. Look at that. Rossi bringing the family together.
Absolutely, man. This is great. This is why I come on Sims.
That's really
I'm serious. This is like the place to fix your problems. This is great. Okay, all right.
There you go. Oh, yeah, The Orville coming out on Hulu. Manifest. Wait, is that still... I have a question for you, Daniel. Is Manifest still on? Is that still, happening? Because I know that show, all these sci-fi shows... Oh, yeah, okay, it is. Because I watched the first few of that. I'm big... I try to get into sci-fi. There's a show, Debris, that's new that I'm checking out. Obviously, Adventures of Superman and Lois. I'm checking that as Daniel's letting us know that The Adventures of Superman, the old animated series, dropping on HBO Max.
Jordan, I actually watched Animal Kingdom. I've watched, the first three seasons. I kind of stopped because I was getting a little bit tired of it, but I do kind of want to go back and catch up on it. It's pretty good. I watched the first 2 seasons. The first 2 seasons are really good. So.
How many seasons are there?
I think there's 5. I don't know. Jordan knows.
Okay.
I think he's watching that, but yeah, I didn't mind it. I definitely liked that show. I just kind of got I think I just watched it too fast, and I was like, I need a little break, and then I just never went back. So that's another one I should actually pick up on.
Yeah, see, you got options now. Jordan Lindenbaum also says he put some people going for Banshees. We get a punt here from the Browns. Less than 2 minutes ago, we were in the third. Rossi, you look like, you will like Raised by Wolves. Okay. I thought you said I look like I was raised by wolves. Oh, Jamal backs me up with The Undoing. We talked about that. But I really do think The Night Of is the perfect segue once you're done with Sinner. And then if you want to go, if you need a break, if you need some nice smile, that's where I would say.
No. My wife is like thriller, mystery,
it's like
hardcore, that's it.
Yeah, I had to fight with my wife to get Ted Lasso to finally get the go ahead, the green light.
You? Yeah.
Because then she loves it. We still laugh about it, but it takes a lot for her to get into even watching at night, before bed. I'll be like, let's throw on whatever comedy X, whatever your favorite one is, and she'll be like, I don't know. I saw Casino Royale's on Netflix. Or you just go to bed to that. I'm like, I'm not watching James Bond before. That's not going to do it. Or she'll be like, let's put on this really ridiculous psychological thriller or CSI. I'm like, this is insane. I can't do this.
That's exactly what my wife would watch. She watches did I tell you about the show she was into? Oh my God. It's I Should Be Dead or something like that.
Oh,
Should Be Alive.
Yes.
That's what she watches before bed every night. Literally people just suffering to the edge of death, and real tales, and then she's like, okay, I'm calling it a night. See it. I'm like, dude, that's crazy. But
yeah, it's just, I don't know. It's too
good,
funny.
Those are okay shows, but I'm like you, I only want to take those in small doses,
And usually when I'm going to go to bed, I want
up a little bit here, Dave. I mean,
and it's something I like to I've already seen, so I don't really have to pay attention. See, Daniel gets it. We were talking. Yeah, the truth is out there. It ties back to the alien thoughts, the X-Files. It's all good here. All right. So in this one, if you were wondering, you're like, these guys are talking all over the place. It's 6-3 Packers.
This has been, if there had been action, we would have done at least a small interlude. But
yeah, would have said, hey, there's a pass. But yeah, I will say the one thing about it, Moose, that's good is, so wherever you are in the contest, the game's so wide open. Somehow people are managing to get into the 55 range. In ours, the leading lineup has MVS with 10 in the captain, Rodgers, Adams, Jones, Beckham, Packers D. I knew there had to be defense in there. I am sitting in 30th. So if Odell goes off and maybe Devin Funches, he's got 9, not bad. But yeah, it's just one of those contests that all you're going to take is if you do it, through a dart, maybe even a Kareem Hunt, not that he's a complete dart, in your captain spot, he scores. You're probably going to take it. Daniel flex, and he's in 4th. Look at that. He captained the Packers DST. Who would have thought? I actually was looking at it before. I'm like, no, both these teams have been scoring a lot, so got to avoid the defense. Any given sim.
Anyways, I appreciate the suggestions in the chat. Yeah, Jordan, I'll have to get back into that. Yeah, man. But this is I remember doing a 6-6 game with Glasheen 6 months ago, and it was painful, man. It was the last sim of the day.
Oh, the worst.
And I went to OT, and there's 3 missed field goals in OT or something. It's crazy, but
don't have that.
These ones definitely can drag a bit. So
this Lisa Robinson says the only aliens that exist are in your mind. Eat some protein will help you see things better. Well, Lisa, first of all, I do eat a good amount of protein, and my eyes are still really bad, and I have to get glasses. Second, maybe that's true, but also, Lisa, you could be an alien trying to distract us. You could be trying to peel us the other way. Stats good 3-3. Shout out to Frangelico. Smash that like. Once and only once I will ask for the like. Appreciate you all being here. Hit subscribe. Hit the bell for notifications on Twitch and on YouTube. If you could all if we could, let's put some goodwill out there. Let's try to get some points. If everybody could take just a moment. You're on your screen, whether you're on your cell, you're on your laptop, desktop, wherever you are. You're inside a motherboard like Daniel. Hit that bell for notifications for us. It does huge help for us. Look at that. I just did it over on Twitch again. If you did do it on Twitch, you'll see the bell will be filled with, it's black. And if it's not, it will be hollow. Same thing over on YouTube. So if you could do that, huge help to us. And maybe if you all do it right now, we'll get some points. Maybe we'll get Aaron Rodgers to throw a touchdown. Or he'll throw an incompletion to the right side. Either way. It's Rossi, it's Moose, Michael, our producer, Daniel, living in the interwebs, and Frangelico as well.
Yep. Just living in the interwebs.
First time playing Fortnite, said Rossi smelling his finger. No, I you know what it is? I'll be honest. Ever since Moose brought up that I got a hair, I keep forgetting that my face. When you see yourself, you don't look at yourself all the time, right? I'm not looking in a mirror quite often. So in these sims, when it's halftime, we can see ourselves on my second screens and on behind our Zoom chat. So I'm oh yeah, that's what I look like. I can never tell if it's good or bad, but hey, I am what I am.
No, man, you look great. That's why I brought it up. You look sharp.
Well, thank you. Appreciate that.
You're saying though, next time you do your beard,
yeah,
you got to go white at Christmas, then you got to keep it and go pink at Valentine's Day. So
yeah, and then green for St. Patrick's.
Exactly.
I messed up. Okay, next year. I'll be honest, it gets real tough when you have a big, thick beard.
Oh, I admire your honestly, I admire your commitment to it. I have tried to do the big, whatever you want to call it, hipster beard, whatever.
Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, it was.
And I've gone pretty solid once, but like,
nice.
It's you get to a point where you're itching, it's annoying, food's getting in it. You're like, what is the point of this? Like, I don't need to do this. I should just shave. But if you power through it, like you can get a nice one going. But I especially like with all the other stuff going on, I haven't even thought about that for a while. So appreciate your commitment though.
I did it for you. We'll say that.
That's right. No, you live vicariously through Ross's.
That's it. That's what everyone's trying to do. Prince of Darkness says, "Wow, the Boston came out on that one. Look in the mirror." I probably did say it. There's very few words I have not eliminated the complete accent, but I don't think I've ever said mirror. It just feels weird saying it.
No, you've got a very slight the Boston slang. You can kind of hear it like a touch of something, but it's not it's. You could also just be no one to notice it unless you're kind of listening to it.
Yeah, but I even thinking about it, I could tell you right now, I don't think I've ever, very rarely in my life have I ever said mirror. Because it made me think, so that's how I know. Yeah, mirror.
Bruh.
Mirror. It's easier.
Mirror, bro.
Everyone's just jealous.
I can't even. That's the one accent. I cannot mimic a Boston accent.
Just change all your R's to A's and don't try. Just say the word. We're just lazy. All right, we just drop.
Try.
We just drop. Seriously, just think about it. Just drop everything. Don't do the H thing. Don't do the ka. No one says that. Just anything that ends in R, just end in an A, and keep it moving. Burger. Yeah, man, I was gonna have a burger later. later, like that. Even though that's a word now, but let's see if Aaron Rodgers can Boston accent his way into the end zone for the Packers. Get in there, kid.
Oh yeah, here we go.
There it is. Aaron Jones, baby, lighten up the scoreboard. It took us 3 quarters and change to finally get a touchdown. But we're here. We're kicking off Friday right. Aaron Jones, first receiving touchdown of the game. That is a good one there. 48th touchdown in total for Aaron Jones. Not today, clearly, but Madden 21.
Vertu and 2H said he wanted a Jones rushing touchdown, but I'm sure he'll take the receiving one.
Imagine if he is really upset about it, actually. He's like, no, I wanted it to be rushing.
Had to be rushing. No props allowed as far as I know on these, so unless you're just doing your own stuff at home. But who knows? I'm in 12th.
Look at you.
140.
That did not help me. I'm dropped to 8. See, that's what happened. So the first touchdown.
I forgot I even rostered Aaron Jones. Sorry, go ahead.
No. It's a good. That's smart by you. But this shows this contest. I was in 30th heading into the fourth quarter. That touchdown dropped me to 84th because I do have Aaron Rodgers, but I don't have Aaron Jones. So there shows your ownership numbers there. Wow. 5 more touchdowns for Rodgers hit the century mark here in Madden 21. Aaron Jones, don't think he's going to – no one's probably going to hit a bonus in this one unless we see a bomb, but Aaron Jones, 49 receiving, 57 on the ground. Thank you, Michael, for the heads up on that. Not that Jones, DK Simfam on Twitch says, not that Jones is a bad RB, but never makes sense to run when you have Rodgers, Adams, etc. There's where fantasy is taking over the NFL. It was like Moose earlier. You just want to see Russ throw.
Right.
Run the damn ball. Listen, most successful teams run the ball.
It's true. Yeah.
At least in a 60-40 split in the new modern NFL.
Yep. It's you're dead on. They're able to run the ball, and they do it. And it's not just that they run the ball, but they run the ball with cheap running backs, right?
That was the thing about the Chiefs this year. That was so funny when they got when you got Bell, you're thinking, oh man, look at this, and he barely he didn't make any impact on that team. It was like a waste of a roster spot.
It really was. I guess from an insurance standpoint, it's okay. But I think that the fact so many teams win with cheap running backs, I think it's also a testament to how important building up your D and O line are, right?
That's it.
Tampa Bay just had dominant on both sides of that, O line and D line. So
that O line was this big question mark going into the year. They took the first round draft pick, took a lineman.
That's right. Yep.
they knew what they needed to do to be successful.
Yeah, I mean, you bring in Tom Brady. It's pointless to bring in a 40-year-old pocket quarterback if you can't protect him, right? Like, so
that was the thing.
It's the Tampa. They just did. They went all in on it, man, and they really made the right moves. And yeah, they got some breaks and stuff, whatever. But it was just smart. You got to go all in the NFL, Jason. You get small windows. Every season's highly variance filled. You got to take your shots when you get them.
And that's what you're seeing, like a lot of pay cuts. In the other news, obviously Ben Roethlisberger re-signing, basically handing the Steelers $15 million to play.
Right.
He could have retired and made more, like what you're eventually probably going to see from Drew Brees, even though that's just lingering out there. Is he going to come back? Who knows? But yeah, I just think it's funny. Darius Slayton, Darius Slay for the Eagles, same thing. Just like, I don't want to get cut. I don't want to test free agency. Let's just, take some of my money. I'll stay here. And a lot of people judge that, I'm sure. Maybe this year won't be as much Moose, but I think there's something about like finding a team and being comfortable and being like, is it worth me upending my entire family, doing all the things, because these aren't rookies. These are guys that have, on second contracts, third contracts. But maybe it's just like, like Eagles, who knows? They may not be that great, but hey, I like where I'm at. The money's good. Let's see what happens.
Yeah.
I think people underestimate that sometimes. Like I'm talking to some NFL players in the past, like Rob Ninkovich said, like he could have clearly gone out. Like he was, when the show was on for a while, he used to call in or we'd talk, have him in the studio. He'd say after his career was over, he's like, several times I could have went elsewhere, I'm sure, got paid more, or he's like, I'm so comfortable here at this point. The defense isn't changing. With Bill Belichick wasn't going anywhere. And, so I'll take a little bit of a haircut is the NFL. That's what all the players call it, by the way, which I think is hilarious. He's like, I would take a haircut instead of, going and moving to Arizona or wherever it would be.
Yeah.
So some people, I think, that would have to put that into some consideration. Then there's other players who live for that free agency, and live for that highest paycheck possible.
Yeah, total. No, absolutely, man. Yeah, it's, money. I mean, Drew Brees could make more playing than he could in the booth next year. There's no doubt about it. So who knows?
That was like a foregone conclusion. He's going to retire, but they're going to kick this field goal. I thought this was just an animation, so we're going to get Siebert to try to boot this is about a 44-yarder. He got it. So that's going to make it a one-score game.
Yeah, I think it was 4th and 10. They were thinking they need a field goal anyways. So obviously need the onside kick to anyways. But.
Yeah, analytics guy. Well, if you kick the field goal here, you'll give yourself persistently 52% chance of coming back. If you don't kick the field goal, you give yourself 30%. Okay, thank you. There's all those guys. What's really funny? Those are the guys that run the all sports. Just those analytics guys sitting somewhere, typing up numbers. But
yeah, that's like the fancy thing for team. It's funny. The teams bring those guys in, and then they like don't listen to them half the time. Like, we got an analytics section, and then they're. They got a coach who's like punting the ball on 4th and 1 and their opponent's 40-yard line. It's like, oh yeah, real great use of your analytics section, guys. Like,
listen, there's a big, there's a lot of talk about that. Like, that's how contracts are usually laid out too. Yeah. Well, this player, it's like, well, his numbers are really good, but it's too funny. Like, go with your gut. And again, I laugh because Dan Campbell being the coach of Detroit. Next year they're going to be doing some stupid plays. There's no analytics with a guy like that. He's going to be going for like
he's looking for his kneecaps every
4th
game.
and 17 on their own 3, and they're just going to be like,
Bring
you know what?
3 heads of the opponent's players.
Yeah, we're going down. We're going to lose 100-0. Don't care. Give me one guy on the ground.
As long as I get 121% effort. Yeah. Coach, that's actually impossible. 100% effort. I don't care.
Yeah, I want more. All right, here's the Packers trying to ice this one. Just get a first down. 2-minute warning here. Jones on the ground. It's a couple yards. So we'll see if can the Brownies make the stop? Can Baker Mayfield tune into the alien that he recently saw? Ask him for some help. Maybe the alien's playing defense right now.
I'm really pumped to tell my wife about this show, Jason. She's really going to like it. I'm not going to lie, man.
Yeah, anybody who's looking for a good drama, I think it's maybe 8 or 10 episodes the night of. Very good. Look at that ball game.
He's gonna be proud of me. I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah, don't even say that anybody told you. Just be like, you know
No,
what?
no, I'm gonna take full credit for it. I'm gonna be like the guy Jason on the sim, like try to talk out of it, but I'm.
Yeah, exactly. That's the way to do it. Be like, I was looking up some shows for us. I don't know what you call her, so we'll just go with generic honey.
Sure.
Toots, actually. We'll go with Toots. What all men call their wives, if you were wondering. No, but you just say fill in the blank name. Be like, I was on Google. And I said, oh, night of. And then there was all these people in the chat, and this guy Jason, Michael, Daniel. They're like, don't do it. But I think we found something. Cleveland's just gonna call their timeouts for timeout's sake, but they're not getting the ball back.
Take them with you, just like your money, folks.
I guess so.
I guess they could get the ball back, a fumble or something. Green Bay.
Well, that's true, but I don't. Yeah, because they're not going to take knees here because you still have to call a couple plays. So if you have Aaron Jones, which you do, Matchy just throws it here. Just throw a dime. Why not? Let's see, Aaron Rodgers. No. Hand off there. Jones gets close to the first. Probably
close. I think it's going to be 3rd and inches. I'm going to say 3rd and inches. Oh, no. Wrong as usual.
That's all right. Fade all Moose. Anything he tells you.
I told you, it's that kind of week. Like, I make a call like that, and it's like the opposite. But it's like you said, man.
Week's over. Week is over. All right. Listen, they could watch that tonight, too.
Annie's a great
Annie.
Movie. The original Annie, great movie. I watched it like 10 times when I was a kid.
Yeah, I remember as a kid not really obviously I don't think I understand anything, but that was another one that was kind of darker behind like the story. Like I didn't know what orphanages were. I didn't know what orphans were. I'm just like, oh, and then it's like really sad.
Yeah.
Jones just hit the bonus. Thank you, Michael. Holy crap. All right. This game, we're going to wrap up quick. We'll get Tara Lynn in here when she's ready and everything good to go. But I don't think we need to look at the stats for these questions for you, Moose. Not only do we now know you're not a big alien dude, you're not a disbeliever, but you don't believe they've been here on Earth. You don't believe
not a
Baker
big
Mayfield.
UFO dude. I'm not
a big UFO. Yes, I'm putting that on your gravestone one day.
Okay, not a big.
many years from now. Was not a big UFO dude. All right, who's going to be your UFO player of the game?
My UFO player of the game is Aaron Jones. No doubt about it. Beauty. 104 rushing yards, 5 receptions, but receiving touchdowns. So not quite as good as Miles Sanders in that last sim, folks. But again, this is the kind of production games you dream about from your RBs in fantasy. So he did it all. I'm going to give Jarvis Landry I'm going to give Nick Chubb the Not My Kid award because he had like 1 carry, dude. I mean, 9 yards. Like, what is this guy doing? He's averaging 10 points per sim.
Brutal.
Terrible effort on a Friday, too.
Terrible. All right. Moose, you're done. I'm done. Koff and Tom will take it away. We're actually back together, I believe, on Sunday. Don't quote me.
Fantastic.
But yeah, well, maybe by then you'll already start your new show. Again, the night of. People check it out if you want to. Yeah, we'll see. And if not, you'll start it thereafter. But, dude, always good teaming up with you. Go check him out at The Fantasy Grind over on Twitter. Give him a follow. Check out all of his articles, the write-ups over at DK Nation. Anywhere else? Anything else I missed, Moose?
No, that's perfect, man. Give me a follow on Twitter. I definitely appreciate it if you haven't. And I'm always going to be tweeting stuff out. Fantasy-wise.
Tweets are open 24/7. I'm Jason Rossi. You can follow me at Jason D. Rossi. Sometimes they're closed. I need mental breaks. Frangelico and Ops, big shout to you, my man. Good job. It was no offense, wasn't the hardest gig of the week, but you're probably going to get absolutely crushed in one of these next 2 games. Michael, our producer, awesome. Appreciate everything you did for us here. And Daniel, keeping us afloat and dropping all your UFO knowledge. Now I'm going to just be doing nothing but research. So he's Moose, again, at The Fantasy Grind. I'm at Jason D. Rossi. We will catch you guys here around soon. Here is the #1 UFO citer in America. Ask her about it in private. You can check her out on TikTok, wherever the heck she may be. But it is Miss Tara Lynn Azak.
Rossi, I feel like you're an alien because I was probably up after the sim until 3 a.m. on TikTok, everybody, looking up alien conspiracies. Do it. It might take up like 3 hours of your life, but I highly suggest. So I just want to say I totally believe in aliens. Okay.
Knew it.
So yeah, number one UFO Cider, baby. What's up? Coming up at 8 p.m. Eastern, our second Madden Sim of the night. It's going to feature the defending Super Bowl champion Bucks. They're visiting the Texans. Adam Kaufman and Tommy Carroll will be your hosts for a showdown that is featured in the Madden Stream 1K Flea Flicker contest. A $5 entry. It's going to get you a shot at a $150 top prize. And the free contest for that showdown has a $250 prize pool with $25 going to first. So the Bucks and Texans coming up on Madden. Of course, Houston is in the news for all of the wrong reasons, thanks to big question marks at the QB position with Deshaun Watson's trade request. Another team that has been mentioned as a potential landing spot for Watson is Las Vegas. So would it make sense for the Raiders to move on from Derek Carr? Well, here's Ross Tucker. We got him here with more on the incumbent QB in Vegas.
Thought it was interesting. Mike Mayock came out yesterday and said he felt like Derek Carr had the best year of his career. Did you see that? You think that's a fair statement?
I think it's a fair statement. I think one of the things about Derek Carr prior to this year that the tape showed was that he tended to be a cautious and risk-free passer, that he was not a guy who pushed the ball down the field. And at some point in the NFL, you have to do that. Now, I think you can help that with scheme. And I think they did a better job of that with their pass game design this year with the Raiders. John Gruden did that and his staff. But I thought that Carr was a more aggressive thrower, pushed it down the field. There's no problem with the way he throws the football. He's always been a very good thrower going back to coming out of Fresno State. So I thought he had a really good season. You know, it's that same discussion you always have, Ross. We've talked about it at times. It's easy to say, oh, he's not great or this guy's not great, but you got to line up with someone. And Derek Carr is a quality NFL quarterback. And this was obviously a team that had a bad defense. And now you're dealing with Derek Carr and that offense having to put up big offensive numbers every single week. And that's hard to do in the league.
So let's dive into the wide receivers, Greg. You know, last year we talked about how it was a historically great class and there were so many awesome wide receivers. And now this year they're kind of saying the same thing. So I guess the first question would be, Greg, with the proliferation of 7-on-7, you know, kids are playing 7-on-7 in junior high.
Yep.
And even younger.
And
people realizing also that you're probably better off being a receiver than a running back these days if you can pick for multiple reasons. And then college is all being spread out, throwing the ball a lot. Do you think there's a chance, Greg, that this is more or less the new normal, that there's a ton of good receivers coming out every year?
Yeah, I think there'll be very good receivers coming out every year. And just to make a quick note is almost every year, Ross, the two positions in which the most players are drafted in every draft are wide receiver and corner. And that tells you what the league is. You need receivers and then you need corners to defend them. So, yes, I think you're going to see wide receivers, quality wide receivers coming out every year because of the way the game is starting at a young age.
So here's the next question. It appears to me like teams have gotten some really good receivers the last couple years in the second round.
Oh, sure.
And in fact, there have been several examples of guys in the second round that are better or perform better, at least so far in their careers, than guys in the first round, which then always brings up the question, Greg, of value and or evaluation. And are you better off waiting until the second round and getting one of those guys?
Well, you know, I always struggle with that argument because then, you know, you can extrapolate that out as far as you want to take it with any position, Ross. You know, you could say that, well, you can get a quarterback with the 199th pick in the draft, so why not wait till the 199th pick in the draft? I'm not a believer in that argument. I think you evaluate each player and you put them in the context of your scheme. Players often in the NFL at wide receiver put up numbers, which therefore makes people think they're great receivers based on scheme. And I think a really good example of that is Michael Thomas. Now, Michael Thomas is a very good receiver, but he's in a really good offensive scheme with Sean Payton, and that will lead to really high-level productive numbers. So I think scheme becomes very important with wide receivers because there's very few transcendent wide receivers, guys that you just say, there's very few Julio Jones, let's put it that way. Guys you just say, oh, he can do anything in any scheme. You can line him up anywhere, and he's truly multidimensional. There's not 15 of those guys every year, Ross. So it's very dependent. Production at the NFL level is very dependent on how a receiver is used.
UFC 259 going down to Las Vegas this weekend. Let's talk about it here with our resident MMA guy. That is, of course, Tim Finnegan. I'm Adam Kaufman. Tim, how's it going?
It's great to be on.
All right, taking a look at the MMA $1 million special that DraftKings has available to people in the lobby, $200K going to first place. You have a half dozen fighters priced in that $9K range. Who stands out to you?
Amanda Nunes. She's the most expensive fighter on the slate, but she's really worth paying up for. I think she's basically a lock to score over 100 DraftKings fantasy points. She's averaging over 100 DraftKings fantasy points for all of her fights. And this is one of the most lopsided title fights ever, like in UFC history. Like she's a minus 1,000 favorite on DraftKings Sportsbook. And when she knocked out Chris Cyborg a few years ago, she really like cemented her case as like the greatest women's fighter ever. So ownership is probably going to be a high on her, but that's all right because like she's just such a safe elite play with such high upside. Just pay up for her, Amanda Nunes.
Was that Cyborg you said?
Her name is Christine Santos, but her nickname is Cyborg, and everybody calls her Cyborg. So yeah, she's terrifying.
I was gonna say you beat up a robot, you know you're in good shape. I can't imagine anybody will come after you. Where are you finding value?
So value, Petr Yan. He basically leads this card in striking volume. He's landing over 6 significant strikes per minute, and he's averaging about 107 DraftKings fantasy points, which is the highest on the card. He went up to 154 DraftKings fantasy points in his last fight. So his high striking volume gives him a really high ceiling and a really high floor, and his price is only 8,400, which is about in the mid tier. He's a coin flip based on the betting odds against Aljamain Sterling, but I actually like him to win. I think he's in good position to win this fight. I would go with him.
All right, let's go to the DFS. From DFS to the DK Sportsbook side of things, and obviously that fight that you're just talking about here with Petr Yan and Aljamain Sterling. It is one of 3 main title bouts on the main card. This one, of course, bantamweight, and the line is dead even, minus 110. So who has the edge?
So Sterling says his game plan for this fight is just going to be to constantly hunt takedowns. Petr Yan, he's a pressure fighter. Like he comes forward and he really tries to attack you and cut the cage off. That could work against Sterling because Sterling could try to get under his hips and catch him flat-footed. So that could help him with takedowns. But the only thing is that Sterling leaves his head exposed when he goes to takedowns. Like he got brutally starched by Marlon Moraes. He got like almost his head taken off with a head kick. So if Sterling is leaving himself exposed when he's hunting these takedowns, like Petr could really land like a lot of striking volume. And he's plus 275 on DraftKings Sportsbook to win by KO or TKO. That's not a bad bet. So I would consider that one.
Co-main event here is the women's featherweight, and you have Megan Anderson, who is a huge underdog, plus 650 on the DK Sportsbook, and of course, Amanda Nunes. Now, any chance we see Anderson come up with a huge upset?
So this would be one of the biggest upsets in UFC history. Like this would be up there with Matt Serra beating GSP like years ago. Nunes is a giant favorite. Like the one thing Anderson just does have going for her is that she's huge. She's about 6 feet tall, and she towered over Nunes at the weigh-ins. Like she was just massive. And length is an important quality to have in a fight. But that's about it. Like it's MMA. They have tiny 4-ounce gloves. Anything can happen. But this would be so unexpected. Like Nunes is one of the hardest punchers in the history of the women's division, and she's plus 100 on DraftKings Sportsbook to win by KO or TKO. That's a good way to get the money line down from minus 1,000. So I would consider taking her plus 100 by KO TKO.
We also have to wrap things up, of course, a light heavyweight bout here, and you've got the undefeated, perfect 20-0 Israel Adesanya, and on the other side you have Jan Blachowicz. So which way is this thing going to go? Are we going to see win number 21?
So Adesanya is super long. He's about 6'4" with an 80-inch reach advantage, and that's like a huge advantage for him at middleweight. But he's going up to light heavyweight to fight Blachowicz. So he's not going to have the same degree of that length advantage, but he still has elite kickboxing skills. He's athletic. He's rangier. He's great at managing distance. He has really great defense where he positions himself on the outside of the strike so he doesn't take the full force of the strike. I like Adesanya to win this fight using his range and his technical advantage and his speed. Adesanya by decision is plus 250 on DraftKings Sportsbook. He's won 5 of his last 8 fights by decision. and 4 of Blachowicz' 5 UFC losses are by decision. So plus 250 on DraftKings Sportsbook for Adesanya by decision is something you can consider.
Should be a fun fight night. Thanks, buddy.
All right, it was great to be on.
All right, people, listen up. It's time for one of my favorite parts of the night, the DraftKings Dream Stream play of the day. So DraftKings is minting 100 millionaires in 2021 on the way to the grandest grand championships ever. The DraftKings Championship Series is the world's top live and online competition series for skin in the game fans. So we're dishing out over 150 million across 100 plus contests in 2021. Winners of Championship Series contests earn a spot in one of our 3 end of season tournament of champions. So here they'll compete to win even more and become the best of the best in daily fantasy sports, sportsbook and casino. Your first shot at 1 million and a ticket to the DFS Tournament of Champions Live Final is on March 11th. Reserve your entry right now into our 2.5 million Fantasy Golf Millionaire for the Players Championship. Visit DraftKings.com/promotions for more details on that. Earlier, Ross Tucker, he talked about a QB that may or may not hold on to his starting job in Vegas, Derek Carr. So let's talk about a guy who really shouldn't have to worry about his job. As part of his ranking of the top NFL QBs, here's Pat Mayo discussing reigning NFL MVP, Mr. Aaron Rodgers.
So the rest of our list, where are we at here? Number 4 on your list, Tim, was who?
Number 4 was Wilson.
All right, so Russell Wilson. Who is number 4 on your list?
Josh Allen.
Josh Allen, who we've already discussed. So we get to number 4 on my list, and he's higher on your list. I'm surprised about that. I thought I would be the highest on Aaron Rodgers.
No, him and Watson have swapped on my list. Aaron Rodgers 3rd on my list.
So you have Watson at 4?
No, I have Watson at 2.
Okay, yeah. So I was surprised that I have him at number 4. So you have him higher than me.
Yeah, listen, sort of in the same way we speak of Stafford. Aaron Rodgers is a brilliant quarterback, and what he sees pre-snap, I got zero concerns if he's going to lose a bit of athleticism in 3 years from now.
The arm strength is still there, and that's all that
I think
as long as his mind is sharp and he still has the arm, he's fine.
I almost had him ahead of Watson at 2, but I'm like, no, because just like an arrow thing. Like, I got to just...
Yeah, over the next 4 years, you would still expect Watson to get better.
Well, there's probably a lot, but...
I wouldn't expect like a decline from Rodgers,
No.
It would probably be like he's the same as he is now, where I think that Watson can pass him.
And I'm excited for him, and I'm curious to see what path he takes in this player empowerment and how he gets to get exactly what he wants and where he wants in the maybe.
Well, he made noise about it.
Well, how much is left on his deal? Like how many years? 3 years?
I'm not sure. And yeah, he made noise about it, Tim. And I thought that was genius. He deserved to be able to spend a bit of time uncomfortable this offseason. Because the organization made him uncomfortable last offseason.
Yeah, but that was actually just a savvy move by the GM to inspire him, is how it's been retroactively said.
So there's 3 years left on his.
So I thought that he definitely was not in the wrong at all to just say, no, I'm totally just, I don't know what the future holds. Like, make the fan base really kind of make that organization feel pressure that don't you dare disrespect our guy. But they already have.
So what happens to Jordan Love now? You did take, he's a first round draft. Like, where, if you threw him back in, like, you had the question of like, where would Tua be drafted?
Great question.
Where would Love be drafted amongst all these guys?
Would Love be ahead of Tua?
Like, should you be trying to trade? Yeah, you probably would be. And that's nothing that Jordan Love has done.
Should they
or
try to
hasn't
trade
done.
Jordan Love and just say, Aaron, that was like a weird mistake for us. We're now like just going to turn that back into you.
Because strangely,
not necessarily.
If he actually wanted out, Rodgers in Miami would be the move.
Whoo!
I mean, the Packers gave up on Favre the year after he went to the year he went to the NFC title game and lost at home, much like Favre, like Rodgers did. I don't have him on my list because he's 37, and we have seen multiple times where QB at an advanced age has a fantastic season, and that's it. Goodbye. Falls off a cliff.
Aaron Rodgers isn't on your list?
No, Aaron Rodgers is unranked for him.
The reason he's not on my list for the next 4 years is because I don't think he'll be in the league in years 3 and 4. He's 37. Like, it's very.
Look at these
guys.
guys.
Taking a lot of hits. I'm sorry. He's 38. Sorry, he's 38. So there's basically a 0% chance he's there in year 3 and 4. He'll be there for 2 of those 4 years, max. He's not playing after 40, almost certainly.
I wish I could buy stock in Aaron Rodgers.
Just had as good a year as he can have. And we have seen historically in the league that when a player of equivalent or similar age has a fantastic year, things fall off the edge like that.
Yeah, Phillip Rivers had an amazing year 3 years ago. You said he was going to win the MVP the next year, and then he threw like 24 interceptions and never took another snap. And I'm not comparing Rivers. I'm not comparing Rivers to Rodgers in any way. Don't turn it into that. But I'm just wondering, where did you?
A lot of QBs have great years. I'm thinking whether it be Gannon or Manning or Warner.
He's
or
not
Carson
there yet.
Palmer. He's actually as old as them.
Yeah, but he's very clearly not there the same way physically. Aaron Rodgers is fine physically, and Kurt Warner was. I mean, you say Rich Gannon cares about Rich Gannon. You're comparing him to the same. So did Lamar Jackson. Give me a break. So when we talk about like pedigree, Aaron Rodgers one of
Favre perhaps a good.
Sure, and Favre was still good. At the only reason that the Packers gave up on Favre is A, he was a headache, and B, they were smart enough, talent evaluation wise, to be like, this Aaron Rodgers guy is awesome, and we're gonna have him for the next 12 years. It doesn't. I don't know whether they feel that way about Jordan Love or not, but it would be hard to think that they made the right call. In that, even though Favre was still good after he left,
they did.
They made the right, and even with the Jets, Favre was good.
Yeah, if he hadn't got hurt, that Jets team was on the way to winning the division because Brady got hurt in week 1.
Oh, I do like that you've now backtracked a little. That usually when you make that claim, it's that the Jets were definitely going to win the Super Bowl.
I think they were at one point. They were and sported SI had a cover. It was like Jets Giants Super Bowls happening this year. And then things just
I had it on the cover.
They had it on the cover. It was fact.
Oh, jeez.
In 2008, SI was like my number one tool of sports analysis.
And now, 12 years later, do you know who the number one tool in sports is? Tim Andercust.
Well, there you go. Then all things sort of turn full circle, don't they? Anyway, I don't have him on the list because I don't trust he's going to be there much longer. He's 38. We look at the numbers. It's likelier than not he isn't there past 40 or at 40, and so I mean, listen, you guys make a fine case. He just won the MVP, marvelous player, but history suggests that we probably just saw as good as we're going to get, and we're probably going to get a lot worse like next season or the year after. Like, I don't know, the NFC North is kind of weak, so I wouldn't say I'm going to start selling on the Packers necessarily, but their best chance to succeed was this year, and they gave it away. So.
Welcome to the Price Check. I'm Pierce Dietrich. Let's look at the salaries for Las Vegas. Whose salary jumped up this week? Corey LaJoy, $5,400 up to $6,300. His engine blew up last week and now his price is $900 more. Imagine going to the supermarket, buying some baby spinach, you get sick, you go back the next day and the price has increased. Eric Almirola, $7,900 up to $8,600. What did he do last week? He wrecked. Of course, his pricing went up because the DK Algo loves starting position. Joey Logano, $9,300 up to $10,000. He was fast at Las Vegas last year, but not the fastest. He won at Las Vegas last year because of a pit road mistake. Whose salary dropped this week? Kyle Larson, $10,700 down to $9,400. The Hendrick cars were fast at Las Vegas last year. The Hendrick cars were fast last week. William Byron, $9,100 down to $8,300. Did I miss something? Didn't he win last week? Go do a deep dive of crew chief Rudy Fugel. His price is way too low. Tyler Reddick, $8,500 down to $7,900. We're not in Homestead anymore, Toto. Reddick at the intermediate tracks last season, just the 14th best driver. Favorite play of the week, Ryan Blaney, $10,800. The cooler temperature tracks, the higher grip tracks, that's where Blaney excels. He should have won this race last year, but a late race Ross Chastain caution robbed him of that victory. Cole Custer, $6,500. This is just careless pricing. Yes, he finished 23rd last week, but he was in 8th place with 2 laps remaining before cutting a tire. All right, guys, check out DK Nation for all your DFS information and needs. If you've got NASCAR questions, find me on Twitter at Race for the Prize. I'm Pierce Dietrich. Catch me on DK Live.
All right, we are closing in on our 8 p.m. Eastern Madden Sim. But first, here's what else is happening on DraftKings right now. So the Arnold Palmer Invitational, it teed off on Thursday, but that doesn't mean you can't get into some DFS golf contests. We have the PGA Tour 150K flop shot contest. It's a showdown format for round 3 of the tournament. It's going to get going tomorrow morning. Be on the lookout for that. It's a $15 entry, which earns you a shot at a top prize of $50K. And then there is a 4-game late slate in the NHL. It's locking at 9 p.m. Eastern. Head over to the DK lobby to find the NHL 20K Sticks contest. You can take your shot at a $5K top prize with an $11 entry fee. And don't forget to check out all of the other stuff over on the DK Sportsbook. What are you doing? Go take a look at it. We got lines and odds for college basketball, UFC, NASCAR, PGA, and plenty more where that came from. All right, it is time to welcome in the King Bozo of my life, Adam Kaufman, and Mr. Tommy Freeze Pops to the Dream Stream. They are standing by to call the action. Kaufman's waiting for me to shut my trap between the Buccaneers and the Texans in virtual Houston. I will see you back on the other side. But for now, here's Bozo and Tommy Smokes. Take it away, guys.
2 things. One, all I heard there was King and I'm number 1 or something like that. And 2, I would never, Tara Lynn, ever even suggest, let alone flat out say, shut your trap. To you. Maybe to Ducey.
We don't know that.
But not to you. No chance. Tara Lynn's going to join us a little bit later on here on what Tommy Carroll here, Tom Ace, said just before we came on. You know what? It's a Friends Friday. Sure is. Sure is. And all of our friends together here in Simland. How are you, pal?
I'm doing well. I'm here with my friends. What's better than that?
I don't know. But if anyone has any ideas, I'm open-minded. But in the meantime, we are together for the next few hours, the next couple sims. Looking forward to it. Of course, Madden After Dark, a hashtag Film Fest Friday is on the way, so that'll be good. We got some stuff to talk about there. But this sim here, the Buccaneers and the Texans, there is some real-life stuff that we could get into as it concerns these two teams, and we can do that over the course of the next little while. But with lineups long since locked, who do you have? What are you rolling with?
I went with O.J. Howard in the captain's spot. Gotta have him. Gotta have him. O.J. Howard.
That is the boldest play. That is the boldest play I've ever heard in Simland. And I love it. Look, I'm here for it.
You know what? We do so many of these. Like, why not switch it up, right? And I wanted to have ultimate flexibility.
Yeah.
These teams have guys, right? Like, I got Deshaun Watson in my life. So, happy about that.
Sure.
Got Tom Brady. GOAT. Got Chris Godwin. Love to see it. Brandon Cooks puts up numbers, and then I got one of the Johnson brothers as my quote-unquote punt play for $4,400 at 6.
You do know they're not related, right?
No, correct. But, you know, they both play running back. Both of their names begin with D. Both their last names are Johnson.
Yeah, it's a couple of DJs.
30 and 31. Like, they're a number apart, if I'm not mistaken. I could be making that up. Either way,
no, just the fact that they're together on the same team is exhausting.
You got to call them the Johnson brothers.
Have to.
Got it.
Sure.
So I feel good about the lineup outside of the fact that my captain is very, very suspect here.
HMFIC says, gotta have him.
Gotta have him.
Gotta have him. TK says, wow, OJ captain, good luck.
Let's go, baby.
Our guy, Danny Boy here, Daniel, part of our production team, says, I got OJ and Gronk. He's got Gronk in the captain spot. So here's what I decided to do. OJ Howard, I agree. You got to have him. Captain spot is bold. 3.4% owned there, though. So you are not alone in our smaller, more modest free roll here that we have. The primetime, the rebuilding versus rebuilt free roll that we've got going on, obviously, between these Texans and Buccaneers in virtual Houston. Nice place if you've never been. Howard is popular. He's about 37% owned. So I did what most did, which is I put Deshaun Watson in the captain spot. Got him there at about 21% owned, 86% overall, my goodness. And then Chris Godwin, Rob Gronkowski as well, Leonard Fournette, and Darren Fells. That is what I am rolling with over here. And
I like your lineup so much better than mine.
Dare I say, I kind of like it.
Yeah, your lineup's good. I like your lineup a lot. My lineup kind of stinks. Whatever. We're having fun on a Friday.
Yeah, of course we are. All right, well, short gain right there. In fact, right back to the line of scrimmage, no gain. 2nd and 10 from the 21. Houston ball first here, seconds into the opening quarter. Again, Tom Ace smells terrific. Adam Kaufman, producer Mike, Daniel, our technical director, Frangelico on game ops, and of course Tara Lynn, who will join us during the sim for the second half. So if anyone has any questions, anything you want to talk to Tara Lynn about, she's open-minded. She's ready to go. She's going to be here, and you can feed the chat whatever it is that's on your mind. She will address it. Well, within reason, probably. I have to assume there are some boundaries there. Like, for instance, Tara Lynn, what's your favorite club? I don't know that she wants to answer that. She doesn't want you to go sneak up and find her.
Yep.
3rd and 8, incomplete.
Keep it on the level, folks.
Keep it on the level.
What are you getting into this weekend, Cuff? Hanging around the house?
Oh,
I heard it's
boy.
still cold up there in New England.
Well, I think it's supposed to warm up a little bit over the weekend, but yes, today it was sitting around 30 degrees. Not great. That's not what you dream about there.
Yeah,
But
my dad was going up to ski up in Maine.
running out of those days though, because the snow, the weather has been very New Englandy, meaning 50 degrees one day, 25 the next day. It'll snow, it'll rain. So the snow is on its way out, barring another storm on the way or something like that. So at the moment, I mean, I'm not sad about the snow season ending, the winter, the spring being right around
get
the
out of
corner.
here.
I'm in for that. Now my family, which has done quite a bit of skiing over the course of this winter, they're a little disappointed. Give me the lawn. Give me the lawn back. Let's throw a ball around. That's what I'm looking for.
That's right.
So that's that's coming. That's coming in due time. But this weekend, nothing crazy, I don't think. Sims. I'll be on a couple Sims each day, so you'll be able to find me, people. I'll be around. But other than that, All-Star game in the NBA is Sunday, and whether or not you believe they should be holding that is another conversation altogether, obviously. Never mind what Tom and I were talking about recently about, should player X or player Y go? Like, should the league itself even be holding the event in the midst of a pandemic? It's a whole other conversation. But it's happening. Why not watch it? And obviously there will be the three-point shootout, the dunk contest. So that'll be something to look forward to on Sunday. But other than that, not a ton going this weekend, I don't think. How about you?
Well, I'm glad you actually brought up the All-Star thing, so I'm going to put a pin in that. But I got a sim tomorrow with Rossi. We're going to go through our Mount Rushmore for the Chargers. I'm going to have to
I heard that's a thing
Michael
for you
about
guys.
that. Yeah, we've been doing the Mount Rushmores when we get together. Good little off-season segment. In the second halves, we do a Mount Rushmore for each team. I think the Chargers are with the Dolphins for the sim we're doing. We already did the Dolphins, so we'll just dive into the Chargers. So that'll be fun. Always fun to get the back and forth with the chat on that. But outside of that, man, just keeping it low key out here in the Lou. Weather's nicer, so get going on some walks. Gonna go out to Morgan's family's house at some point, hang out with the family dog, bring the dog on some walks.
Sure.
Enjoy the weather here while it's nice. But to the All-Star game thing. This is something that has annoyed me.
Before you go to that, by the way, just
Yeah.
because you brought up your weekend, I want to respond to that for a moment. I know little of Duluth. Okay.
Okay.
I've been out there. I want to say only once, and it was part of a baseball road trip, which I've told you about. And I saw it doing there at the old Cardinals stadium.
Okay.
Bush
Bush
before,
2.
obviously. Yeah. Well, before they rebuilt it. In fact,
This is now Bush 3.
Oh, okay. So Bush 2 then. When I was out there, Bush 3 was like half done. They were in the middle of building it, but it was kind of funny because it was adjacent. It was right next to it. You could, look out Bush 2 and see Bush 3.
Yep.
But I feel like we're doing a Dr. Seuss story at this point. But it was pretty cool. And obviously did the touristy thing, went over to the
arch,
as I like to call them, the Golden Arches. Yeah, the arch, and took a couple pictures. It was fun. But beyond that, I know very little of the Lou. How close are you to the arch?
I live in downtown, basically. I live in Soulard, which is a neighborhood in downtown St. Louis, and I live right on sort of the border of downtown and Soulard. So I am a stone's throw away. It's like if I was riding a bike, 5 minutes.
Nice.
If that, yeah, I'm very close. Because when I was moving out here, my thing was, if I'm going to live in St. Louis, I'm going to actually like go live in the city. I'm not going to find a place outside to save a few bucks. Like, I'm just going to get in there, man, you know?
Yeah.
Feel
I
it.
get that.
Be a part of it. So I'm very close to the action down here. Granted, there's not much action going on these days, but you know, the first 2-ish years I was here, it was great, especially when you know, when I was working for 101 ESPN, when the Blues went on their Stanley Cup run, I was going to those games at night, and you know, I'm getting out of there, leaving the locker room at 11:30 for the morning show the next day. Get in?
Sorry. Very close to a safety.
Oh.
Very close. Lost a yard, need to lose 2. Still very
I love safeties.
Here, folks. 2nd 11 from the 1.
And it was nice because I could be home in like 11 minutes after that game, which allowed me to exist as a human, having to do mornings after those late nights.
Sure.
So yeah, it's been a nice experience living here in downtown.
2nd 11 from the 1. 3 minutes left in this opening quarter. We are scoreless. Bucks Texans. Houston with the ball. Let's see what we get here. It's another run. He's gonna find his way out there. David Johnson picks up a few. 3rd and 8 from the 3 on the way. Jim mentions, all right, Koff from Joneson for B-ball already. Mr. Contest last night. How'd you do? I got you in the one before last night. Only got 275 last night. So, Jim, last night, I don't even think I've talked to Tommy about this. Last night.
No, we haven't.
Last night was what we call a karma night, is what that was.
That was brutal.
Because I, unfortunately, and I was in many contests, as I tend to be, it was bound to happen at some point, especially for all the times that I laughed at Glash when it's happened to him.
And it's just math, too. Like, you play so much, it was bound to happen to you the same way it's happened everywhere else.
Was bound to happen eventually. And it was also, like, getting a little... I did it to myself. What happened was, I got stuck with Paul George in my lineup when he was ruled out. Basically, the second lineup's locked. I mean, it was like the tweet came out at like 59:30 or something like that. Lineup's obviously locked at 7. Got stuck with the goose egg, and then a couple guys like Joker underperformed, and it just wasn't a good night. You know, I won a few contests even in spite of that. Lost most of them, as you would expect. You know, only put up like, I don't know, 215 or something. It wasn't a good night. It was not a good night. You know, lost a lot of points there, potentially with George. But what really killed me was the overmanaging. You know, because my original lineup, like I had Lillard in there, I had some other guys in there, but more to the point, I didn't have George. I put George in my lineup maybe 2 minutes before lock. Like I had just put him in, and then that happens. So I wasn't even like, when that happened to Glash with Steph and so many other people, obviously it happened to, where, you know, Curry gets ruled out with the tummy ache after lock, and people were all sorts of ticked. And yeah, it happened with Kawhi the other day, the back spasms, he gets ruled out. Like this, it's been a wacky year, obviously, in the NBA, and we've all fallen victim to it. But that was really the first time that I was hit with it. And I wasn't even, you know, like Glash was mad at the world. Like he was just upset at the world. Like how dare the Warriors? How dare Steph Curry? I was mad at myself. I was mad at myself because I was not committed to Paul George in the first place. You know, like if it had been like Joker or Giannis, I would have been like, okay. I mean, they were in my lineup from the get-go. I was banking on them all day. Fine. George, I did it to myself at the very last second. And oh God, I was upset. I was really, people saw it. I was on the stream. You know, it happened.
It's live on the stream while it happened.
Instant mood changer. And I texted a few people, including Glash. I guess I forgot to text you, but I did text Glash. And no, I said this yesterday to make this very overly apparent and quite clear. I did not text him to say, "Oh, can I get my money back? Can I mean, look what be the bigger man.
Poor baby.
Yeah, I need my $5 back." No, I texted him, and I think I'm gonna pull it up. Because his response, to his credit, was pretty funny. Hang on. Phone's not cooperating. There we go. All right. Glash. Where?
You did text me about it, by the way. It was just we only had a brief exchange, though.
Oh, okay. So I texted him, same as I texted. It was like a copy and paste text. I wrote, George ruled out after lock. Awesome. So he writes back, brutal. I tell you, brutal. And he says, all-star break looming. Yeah. Yesterday was, I said it. I said it earlier in the day, even before that happened. I said, watch out for this day. Like, this is the day that NBA teams woke up this morning and chose chaos.
Yep.
You know, this was like guys getting ruled out left and right, minutes restricted, like, and at least, you know, the Warriors, to go back to them, were decent enough to rule Steph and others out in the middle of the day. None of this, you know, Paul George, you know, dizziness right after. Give me a break.
Well, it's like when people call out sick the day before a long weekend. You know, it's exactly what it is.
I get like COVID protocols, like it happened with Durant earlier this year, sidelining a guy just before a game. Like that makes sense. Inconclusive tests. I'm not going to attack any of that stuff, but you know, tummy ache, back spasms, dizziness. Like, give me you weren't questionable all day. You just decided not to play. Ridiculous.
Took a sick day.
Yeah, I took a sick day. He did. Took a sick.
Cough. I didn't mention this to you when we texted.
Yeah.
But because I wanted to wait till we were together, I had George in my lineup most of the day.
Oh, and then you took him out.
And I took him out because I just felt like Beal had a better matchup.
Obviously.
And it was the right decision.
Points or something?
Say again.
What do you have? 60 points or something like that?
It was something ridiculous like that, but I mean, it was the right move, and you know, I had to switch things around probably, I'd say, at 90 minutes before lineups locked, because I was like, you know what, I'm going with Beal instead.
Good for you.
Just didn't feel it with George. I got so lucky.
Yeah.
Because I was busy right around, you know, whenever lineups were locking, so I wouldn't have been able to make that last second change. And maybe it wouldn't have even been possible. I wasn't really following it all that closely. If you had caught it at the right moment, would you have been able to make a last second change, or were you locked in regardless? Like, was there any window of opportunity?
Here's where I screwed up, and this didn't occur to me at the time. This is my actually thinking about it. How will I handle this in the future? A little bit of regret that I ran into. What I tried to do when I saw it, I basically saw it right on the nose, right at 7 o'clock. But we're all familiar with this. In that like sort of 30-second window you have before a guy who's playing at 7 really gets locked in, you know, where you get that lock little
green check.
Like I still, even though lineups had technically locked, I had a very seconds long window to swap him out. Here's where I screwed up. What I should have done was taken just him out and put in someone who was playing later. Anybody. It didn't matter. Put in anyone and then, deal with it after the fact and handle the late swaps. Instead, what I decided to do was a full lineup overhaul. And now, granted, I did that pretty quickly, but obviously it took, a couple seconds too long, and I got stuck and he got locked in. So that was where I messed up. And that was where I was, once that occurred to me a little like partway through the night, that's when I really started kicking myself, because it truly was preventable. So let this be a cautionary tale to all of you out there. I'm not just like droning on and on to tell you about this to bore you or entertain you or somewhere in between. I'm doing it to educate you. If you run into this in the future, this is how you should be handling it versus what I did. First and goal from the 2, by the way. A couple minutes into the second. Will we get a score? Not yet. Still scoreless. LaShawn McCoy stopped short. So that, food for thought.
When you texted me, I immediately checked our matchup to be like, oh my God, wait, I'm positive I did this earlier, but I need to double check. And I'm thankful that I did. And then I looked at your lineup, and at that moment, you only had Paul George locked in. Everything else was blank. I was like, oh, man.
Yeah.
That makes sense why it was like that.
Also,
Fournette, it looked like he got in.
OJ, you would have loved that.
That was OJ. Oh, my God. I thought it was Fournette.
Yeah.
Oh!
No. I will say this, though. I mean, as invested as I was last night, and I was reasonably invested in the scope of how I'm normally invested, which is not, I'm by no stretch a high roller, you know, but I mean, like we're always talking about these $5 head-to-heads. Well, there are a bunch of them, as we have a touchdown here from McCoy. But it's not like I'm invested in the thousands or something nuts, you know. I mean, these are for entertainment purposes only.
Yeah, what are you, like $25 to $50 range?
Yeah, I mean, usually like let's say like 25 to 75, probably, depending on the night. And I want to say last night I came in probably 40 to 50, something in those, you know, round numbers. And I at least felt good that a number of people said, I'm out tonight, I don't feel like it. Because that would have just been that many more lineups I would have lost,
man.
you know?
Yeah, you got lucky.
I did. I absolutely did.
And honestly, your lineup, if you had a reasonable person for around that price, like, not out of the realm of possibility that you would have beaten me.
Oh,
I think you lost by like 60-ish. You could have beaten me.
Yeah, I don't remember what you had, but there were, I want to say maybe three.
I think you finished with 211.
Okay, so like I want to say though, like 3 of the head-to-heads that I lost, I only lost by 15 points. Like they had bad nights, and they didn't have George. They just had bad nights. Those would have been easy wins if I had just had a guy in there. Like it didn't even have to be a stud. I just had to have somebody reasonable in there, and I would have won.
Right.
So it was, yeah, it was a bummer.
And you know, Jokic didn't have a great night by his standards either, so that probably hurt.
No, he had the snowflake. He was bad.
So.
Yep. It was a shame.
There you go. Well, hey, at least it happened to you, so now you can help the people, you know?
Yep, I'm trying to tell the people. That's right. You know, Richard says, I feel your pain, Cough. Been there a few times. More than a few times. Yeah. Jim says,
I feel any pain.
Beat you 2 nights in a row. You would have. Yep.
I feel any pain associated with bad DraftKings lineups.
I mean, I did elect to play a little bit on the 10 o'clock late slate, the 2-gamer, just to attempt to recoup a little bit, which fortunately I did ever so slightly.
There you go.
I still didn't break even on the day, but again, we're not talking about you know, life-changing.
Right, it's not like you were remortgaging the house.
No, I mean we're talking about like worst case scenario, lose $50. Best case scenario, win, you know, $100. Like this is what we're talking about here.
Oh man. See, this is the beauty of playing DFS, though. You know, we ride this roller coaster together. You know,
we do. 100% we do. 3rd and 5. There you go. Nice run. Out to the
quiet
39,
half for
1st
him
and
so
10
far.
on the way. Noah says, just change the system, Cough. Noah, love you, mean it. I have no control over that type of thing. You know what? Jason, Matt, Paul, I'm just going to reach out to the founders. Guys.
Yeah, hey.
We got to change this.
Sure, anything you want, Cough.
We're going to have to
Here's
change
a raise.
All right, Deshaun, taking off again. 1st down and more. Gets out to about the 45.
So, Cough, the thing I wanted to say about the All-Star.
Please.
And this is going to feel like a very anti-LeBron rant, but it's really not. It's more of an anti-media rant.
Yeah.
People are acting like LeBron legitimately put together a real NBA roster because of how good his all-star lineup draft was. Can we relax about this? It's the greatest team ever! It's like LeBron assembled the dream team! You could add architect to his already robust resume. Guys, it's an all-star game draft. Shut up! I mean, shut up about this.
Although I did like...
Come on.
I did like... what was it? It was Giannis post game. Is he sitting there with?
Oh yeah, he's like, oh, it's a wrap. Yeah, that was funny.
Yeah, they break down the starting 5 for that team, and he goes, "Wait, that's That's our lineup? Oh, yeah. It's over. It's over before it even started.
And like, look, it's an amazing lineup, but guys, it's an all-star game.
Yeah, it should be an amazing lineup.
Yeah, like, come on, relax. And I know it's a semi-slower time of year because we're in the football off-season. So, you know, we're grasping at straws here. It's spring training for baseball. So we got NBA and hockey going. It's not even March Madness or conference tournament time yet. So sort of a slow few weeks here, but we don't need to be opening up around the horn with, did LeBron James create the greatest starting five in the history of basketball? No, because it's not a real game. This doesn't mean anything. Oh my God.
Yeah, I mean, you know how it is. Like
Oh, I totally know how it is.
Media loves LeBron because LeBron sells.
Yes.
And I get it.
I would have much more fun talking about how LeBron was like, no disrespect to Utah, but when we were kids, no one was using the Utah Jazz as a team on video games.
Which was a great little clip there from
that was amazing.
TNT, obviously. Because it's so true. Like that's
true.
That is so incredibly relatable to anyone that, you know, grew up in that era. And I like what he said. He's like, you know, no disrespect to like Karl Malone or John Stockton, but like, you know, nobody was growing up playing video games using the Utah Jazz.
Kevin Durant was just dying laughing. Yeah, it's great.
It's just so true. It's so true. Like you would use the New York Knicks with like, you know, John Starks and
like Allen Houston.
You know, or Allen Houston, way before you would use Utah with Stockton and Malone, which, like, it didn't make sense. I mean, two Hall of Famers, two all-time greats. You know, Malone's got practically as many points as anyone who's ever played the game.
Automatic in the paint.
Second or third on the all-time list, and yet it was, you know, the Utah. Of course, they're not going to be the Jazz. NBA Jam. You kidding me? Give me like Dennis Scott and Penny Hardaway. Where's Scott Skiles? Give me him and Nick Anderson.
Assist God. That was very funny. I will give LeBron credit for that. And I don't even think he was trying to be funny there. That's the best part of it. And then I saw within the last 24 hours, Darren Williams was on a podcast, maybe with The Ringer. I just saw the clip on social. And he was saying, like, you know, I used to be on all these Olympic teams and all-star teams, and I'd be trying to recruit guys. And I got to tell you, not a single person I ever spoke to ever said that they would want to come play in Utah. Not one. No one wanted to come here. It's like, oh, poor Utah. That's a testament to that organization, though, for remaining so competitive for so many years with no one ever wanting to play there.
It's true.
Like, Utah Jazz are constantly in the playoffs. When are they ever bad?
Yeah, I mean, they're very obviously rarely contenders.
Always competitive.
But competitive, for sure. And credit there, obviously, to that, you know, is still Quinn Snyder there, right? Head coach of that team. And he's done a hell of a job in his several years there in Utah. Jay Barbs.
They're good, man.
And Shrem.
They're a good team.
But, you know, and I was just asked about this doing an interview earlier today. You know, as good as, and there's that one-on-one timeout that we've come to know and love, as good, obviously, as, you know, Donovan Mitchell is. He's a star in this league. Rudy Gobert is, you know, one of the top defensive players. They don't have a superstar. You know, maybe Mitchell gets there. He's not there now. As good as that Utah team is, especially defensively, and it is, it's a legit team. I get it. I'm still, like, would you put them in the conversation with contenders to win a championship this year?
No.
I wouldn't. No way.
No.
I think they'll have a fine regular season. I think they'll maybe go on a nice playoff run, win a round or two. But no, ultimately talent wins out, and they don't have an overwhelming amount of it.
7 games is a really, really long series. To win 4 out of 7 against LeBron and AD, it's going to take a lot. If those guys are healthy, you got to have a really, really good squad to take those guys down. Like, I think the Lakers are going to make the finals. I really do.
Yeah.
And I know the Nuggets have been great. I know Utah has been great.
Yeah.
But I don't think the West is as strong as it once was, and that's not revelatory stuff here to admit. LeBron picked a good time to go West because the Warriors aren't what they once were either, obviously. So I don't see anyone out West beating that team with those two guys healthy in a 7-game series. I really don't. Same with Brooklyn. I don't see anyone taking that team down in a 7-game series. I feel confident saying those teams at this moment, those two teams will play in the finals if everyone's healthy.
Speaking of Utah, by the way, from Sham Sharania, Devin Booker has been replaced by Utah's Mike Conley in the All-Star game on Sunday. Conley will also participate in the three-point contest. So he'll take his place there as well. And
his first ever.
Almost caught out of bounds. Hey, hit that like, folks. Making the push to 300 here on a Friday night. A hashtag Friend Friday. Thank you for being here with us. Yeah, Daniel notes the Nets are the favorites to land. New free agent Blake Griffin. Saw that report earlier from Shams as well. No surprise, and we'll see what Griffin's got left in the tank, but he's better than a lot of the average Joes that the Nets have on that team.
Yeah, as a ninth man or eighth man, if you can have Blake Griffin.
Touchdown Mike Evans.
I totally agree with that. He's not going to start, but and honestly, Blake Griffin, I know him and DeAndre were together in LA, but he's sort of and you can correct me if I'm wrong here, Koff. I don't think I am. He's a guy that's sort of polarizing in locker rooms, like not known to be like the most easy to get along with teammate, right? It's just, I mean, those Clipper teams had weird chemistry problems. It's kind of been written and talked about. Maybe a lot of that was Chris Paul and him butting heads because people are known to butt heads with CP3. So bringing in Blake Griffin sounds good on paper, but I mean, that's already a locker room that's probably walking on thin ice with the mental makeup that they have there. You bring Blake Griffin into the mix, maybe that does spoil the party a little bit. I'm just playing devil's advocate here.
Yeah, I don't know what to expect. I mean, obviously that's a team that plays no defense and can score at will. The question is what happens when one of those guys goes down. You know, they've performed well without Kevin Durant for the most part, but like heaven forbid, they don't have one of those guys, Durant, Irving, Harden. You know, who else do you have other than, you know, Joe Harris?
They're definitely top heavy, yeah. There's no question.
So a lot of average Joes on that team right now. Daniel says, wouldn't mind Boston making a play for Blake. From what I understand, what I was told by Sports Illustrated's Chris Mannix earlier in the day while doing my Celtics Beat podcast, he was saying that Blake is Celts are not on his list. So he's...
You gotta love these lists.
Yeah, he's looking to go.
I'm good on Blake. We don't need Blake Griffin.
Which is fine. Yeah, he's looking to go somewhere that's closer to contending. Which you know, I understand, quite frankly. I mean, the Lakers, the Clippers. If he were to go back there, obviously, the Nets, as mentioned. You know, you could put the Heat in the conversation. Maybe the Bucks, Sixers, teams like that. I understand. I understand.
Back to the Clippers.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think that's going to happen, but maybe now that Doc's not there anymore, it's possible. I don't think it's likely. I think the Nets are the team. I think there's
Daniel throws Drummond out on our Slack. I want to ask you, as someone who's closer to that situation.
Sure.
Is that plausible? And would you want that? I know that I would take him at the right price, and I know the game is changing. We don't want bigs, you know, blah, blah, blah. But, like, Celtics need a big. Drummond can score. And I know he's played on a lot of bad teams. Immediate upgrade for us in the post if we get him. And, yes, I said us.
Yeah.
So.
I could see the Celtics having interest on the buyout market. As Deshaun toward the end zone, incomplete. Final play, the Hail Mary to end the half. It's 14-0 Tampa Bay in front. I could see the C's having interest in the buyout market, but obviously so long as he is under contract and it's a trade situation, no chance. Nobody wants any part of that, which is why nobody's going to trade for him. Ultimately, he'll get waived and he'll sign somewhere. but I could see the C's at that point in time maybe having interest. I still don't think it'll happen. Sean Preston is he's brought up Demolition Man a number of times in the chat here, which Sean is absolutely on the wall behind me, is definitely an all-time favorite. I love Demolition Man. I'm all in on Stallone and Snipes and Bullock and all things
The Squad.
Love it. Still don't know what they did with the 3 seashells, but I'm in.
What was the movie that came out mid 2000s? I think they made 2 or 3 of them with all of those action stars when they came together. Expendables. Oh, I loved Expendables when that came out. Me and my brother were like high-fiving the whole time in theaters. Yeah. It was so on the nose, like everyone knew what they were getting into. That's why I loved it. It didn't take itself too seriously.
1000%. Own all 3 of those. I'm disappointed that a 4th one doesn't exist. Those were coming out every 2 years, starting in I think it was like 12, 14, 16, or no, maybe it was 10, 12, 14.
Just keep them coming.
I think it was 10, 12, 14 that those came out, and they good God, do I love those movies. They're everything that I want an action movie to be.
Yeah.
You know, a bunch of has-beens in a lot of cases, but like you said, they knew exactly what they were going for.
Yeah.
And everyone executed their roles to perfection.
Mm-hmm.
Whether it was Stallone, I'm crossing over multiple movies now, but Stallone, Statham, Schwarzenegger, Willis, Gibson, Norris, Snipes.
It's just so many heavy hitters.
Obviously you had Couture and Lundgren.
Yes.
I mean, just like, please, like give us more.
Stone Cold, yes.
How is there never one with Nicolas Cage? That's what I don't understand. How is there never one with Nick Cage? Because it had to happen. Had to happen.
I mean, there's so many dudes. Any action star you could throw in there, like, I'm in. Like, maybe the next one, they somehow shoehorn John Wick in, get some Keanu Reeves in.
Yeah.
Because that's now taken on a life of its own. I mean, just give those to me every 2 years. Great call. I love that movie.
Every 2 years, just keep making them. I mean, look, people will keep going.
I will.
They
have my money.
Or sign up with a streaming service. Put them straight to our TVs. That's okay. Yep. They'll still deliver for you. I promise.
I'm there.
Those movies must be doing well in whatever it's not syndication. That's a TV thing, but whatever you call that.
Streaming.
In the movie world, streaming. Yeah, it's got to be doing well. In. All sorts of in.
Lionsgate.
Ronda
good call,
Rousey,
Daniel.
absolutely.
Lionsgate is one of those lost studios in the streaming world.
That studio doesn't have a streaming service. Jordan says, buy Stream Trash, and he doesn't do this often, so we're going to give Jordan a little bit of love here. Buy Stream Trash, Stallone, Cliffhanger, Demolition Man, and Cobra. Okay. Stats are good, by the way, through the half, and we'll get going with quarter number 3. I mean, Demolition Man's the auto buy for me. And then I would go Cliffhanger and I'd go Cobra. I don't know.
Same order.
So there you go, Jordan. Easy one. Fantasy Hawks around says, buy Stream Straps Stallone. You don't have a Rambo in there? It's true.
Maybe that makes it too easy.
Maybe a Rambo or Rocky would have, made it too simple. He went next tier, which I understand.
Yeah.
I get that.
All right, where's Tara Lynn? Where's TL?
Yeah.
Got to get her in here. It's a Friend Friday.
Half number 2. Boy, the Bruins are just putting it on. 4-0 right now on the Caps.
Woo.
Gotta love it.
Chara, what's up?
Yeah. How you feeling, Zdeno?
Don't miss you, bro.
Jimmy B says, Nighthawks is a very underrated Stallone movie, Koff. Well, what about...
Over the Top, greatest Stallone movie.
What about Stop or My Mom Will Shoot? Huh? Estelle Getty?
That one doesn't actually ring any bells for me.
No? Oh, it's
no.
Fun. I mean, I'm not going to sit here and say it's a quote-unquote good movie, but it's a fun one.
Nah, man, got to go Over the Top. Any movie where arm wrestling is the premise. Come on.
Come on, son. Escape Plan, for sure. But here's the Escape Plan, the first one with Schwarzenegger, legit awesome movie. Second one, watchable. Third one's just trash. I don't even know what they were doing. Those are all sitting on Amazon Prime. At least they used to be. That's when I watched them.
What did you think about Creed and Creed 2? I never saw Creed 2. I really liked Creed 1.
Same across the board. I have not. Creed 2 it's been sitting on my DVR for I don't know.
It's
how
on my
long,
list.
and I haven't done it yet. But the first one was awesome, no question. Absolutely. Daniel says second and third don't count. Creed movies are on Epics. It's a fun fact. Fun fact. Appreciate y'all hanging out. Smash that like. And yeah, Taryn will join us at some point when she can be bothered.
Yeah, what's she doing?
Unbelievable,
Come on.
Isn't it?
We reserved this time for her especially, and she's just blowing us off.
Yep.
I even saw her walk in, made of water or something.
Classic Tara Lynn. Unbelievable. Did Nate McKinnon get ruled out tonight? Is that a thing?
I did not see any.
For you hockey people out there in DFS land. Daniel says she's TikToking right now.
Got a lot of TikTokers in the DK universe now.
TikTok. Second and 1 from the 14. That ball is caught. Out to the 2. Brady keeps the momentum going, looking for another touchdown. It's 14-0.
Brother Phil saying worst Stallone flick has to be the one comedy where he plays a mob boss. Can't remember the coffee. Maybe you can, but it was Total Lawn Cigar. That's not ringing any bells to me. I would say Rocky 5 is the worst movie I can think of for Stallone. With Tommy Gunn, they almost pretend that movie didn't exist sometimes. Awful movie.
Yeah, Daniel shouts out Guardians of the Galaxy 2. It's true, he was in that in a limited role, and it was fine. I was surprised when he popped into that movie.
Probably got a nice little paycheck for it.
Yeah, I imagine he did. And he can say he's part of the Marvel Universe now. We got a score? Go. Yes, sir. Touchdown, Bucks.
Gronky? Oh, no.
No, Evans again.
Evans.
Second for Mike Evans. Rob Gronkowski was right there. He was in traffic with him. Evans came away with it.
El Paso #1. Yeah, Tommy Gunn. That's right.
#1.
Such a bad movie. He had that weird robot dog.
Yeah, it was very strange.
Has not aged well. They didn't do a great job predicting the future.
Very strange. I'm with you. 21-0, midway through the third. Usually you guys are pretty reliable in the chat. I'm not seeing anything on this. Nate McKinnon, in or out?
There we go.
Man was supposed to be in, but thought I saw something break that the dude's not participating in this hockey game tonight. Gonna need to swap him out of that lineup if that's the case.
Denver Post reporting that he was cleared to play. That was 6 hours ago.
Yeah.
Let's check the old Twitter machine.
The old Twitter. 4:20 to go here, third quarter. Yeah, Denver Post. Hours ago, like you said, that he'll be in. And these guys screwing up my lineup. I don't need one of these.
6 seconds ago, Nathan McKinnon, upper body, will not play.
Who's got that?
From the Daily Face-Off on Twitter.
All right.
41,000 followers.
I'll trust your Daily Face-Off. People talking about Copland, Rocky 5.
Copland kind of has a weird cult following, I feel.
It does.
A movie I haven't seen, but I know a lot of people that like it.
Yeah, that's on the shelf. I got that one. I'd be curious to know how many Stallone movies are back there. I don't think it's a big number, but...
Which actor do you have the most movies of?
That's a tough question to answer.
Do you have a favorite actor?
Bruce Willis and Michael Keaton are guys that I just can't get enough of. Obviously, people know my love for Jean-Claude Van Damme. He'd be, I feel like I probably have most, not all, but most Adam Sandler movies. Will Ferrell, guys like that.
What is the worst Adam Sandler movie you own?
That I own? Okay,
Yeah.
that would be a different question, because there are some legitimately, even as an Adam Sandler fan,
yes, I
terrible
agree.
Sandler movies.
The worst movie I maybe have ever seen, the worst one I've ever seen maybe is Jack and Jill by Adam.
I honestly
might be the worst movie I've ever seen.
I honestly think Click is worse than Jack and Jill.
Really? I
really do.
think I saw Click at the right time in my life. Like that was a good like movie for like PG-13 audience. I think I was in middle school when it came out. The sad scene in Click, it's one of the great sad scenes of its time.
So let's see. I'm looking to see. I mean, people will say Little Nicky, but honestly, I
love Little Nicky. Are you kidding me?
I really enjoy Little Nicky. People will also say, I now pronounce you Chuck and Larry. That's another one that
Another movie I really liked. I'm a sucker for Kevin James.
I'm not, but I really like that movie.
Really? Oh, you don't like Kevin James?
I don't not like him. I'm just
not a Paul Blart guy.
Yeah, I'm definitely not a Paul Blart guy.
Morgan and I were actually crushing some King of Queens a few weekends ago. We randomly got stuck on one of those channels that reruns it. We watched like 5. Never saw the Paul Blart sequel. Daniel, never saw it.
I'm not a Paul Blart 2 guy. I mean, is it... I mean, I can read off all the Sandler movies I see on the shelf, and people can decide which one the worst is. But
yeah,
in my own opinion, I would say probably 50 First Dates would be the one that I would put at the bottom of.
Wow, so you just have a lot of really good Sandler movies, because that's a classic rom-com for my generation.
Right.
You don't have any of the stinkers.
So I'll the ones that I can see. I don't know if they're all together. And I apologize, people, if you've been writing about all of this incredibly awesome, insightful conversation in the chat.
Film Fest Friday, baby.
Yeah, it's a Film Fest Friday. What can I tell you? So 8 crazy
Since our
nights
friend bailed.
today. I've got 8 crazy nights. I've got 50 First Dates, Waterboy, Big Daddy.
Good.
Billy Madison, Mr. Deeds. I now pronounce you Chuck and Larry.
Good.
Little Nicky.
Good.
Happy Gilmore.
Good.
You Don't Mess with the Zohan.
That's a bad movie.
I enjoy it though. Just Go With It. I really like.
Just Go With It. Why is that not?
That's him and Jennifer Aniston.
Oh yes. That's actually a pretty good movie.
Yeah, it's funny. Nick Swartzen's elite in it.
Oh, he's hilarious.
Anger Management is not a very good movie.
Yeah, that's stinker.
That's on the shelf.
Had great promise though when it was coming out.
It did. It really did.
You see Jack in there, you're like, oh wow, okay.
I might be missing a couple, but that's definitely most of them.
Okay.
If you feel free to. Oh, Waterboy is there for sure.
Love Waterboy.
If I didn't say that one, I did say it.
Anger Management is the worst of that bunch, I would say.
Okay, that's fair.
Yep.
Jay Duncan says I couldn't get myself to even consider Spanglish. Yeah, no, I definitely. I might own Spanglish, but I didn't like it, so I'm hoping I don't own it. There was a point in time. There was a point in my life. This probably went on for a couple years. I mean, it's why the collection that I have amassed behind me is what it is in terms of volume. I would just, if movies were, let's say, like $3, $5, you'd find them in the bargain bin, and I hadn't seen them before, but they had an actor or two that I liked, I'd just say, screw it, and I'd buy it. Because again, like $3, $5, like you're basically paying that to rent it, or you're paying 2-3 times as much to go see a movie in the theater. Like I figured, even if I watch it just this one time, this doesn't really feel like a big spend to me. And so there are a bunch of movies that I accumulated over a period of time that were super cheap, that I had never seen before, that it was just, I might like this.
Built your collection.
Yeah. So that, if I have Spanglish, that is the reason why.
I love it. Yeah. I totally understand that rationale.
Here you go.
There you go. Spanglish is in the building, people.
Right there.
Spanglish.
I turned around. I knew exactly where to find it.
Spotted it. That's hilarious.
And that movie stinks.
Kareem saying Adam Sandler was on Cosby Show as Theo's friend. I didn't know that.
That's where he got to start. He wasn't on a lot, but he had a slightly recurring role.
Wow, so pre-SNL.
Yeah, he was buddies with Malcolm.
Didn't know that.
With MJW. Robbie Soul says Coughbuster Video. That's right. That is correct.
There is a place here in St. Louis that buys old DVDs. And it's like the size of an old Blockbuster type building.
Sure.
You go in there with your DVDs. He kind of just looks at everything.
Yeah.
There's no real science to it. He just looks at what you bring him and he'll go like, $10. You're done.
Gives you $10 for an old DVD?
Hands you $10 for, no, not per movie, for like your whole collection.
Oh, okay.
Like Morgan had something like 50 DVDs.
You have any idea how many movies I'd get rid of behind me for $10 a pop? Most of them.
The fact that he bought DVDs, period, was great.
Yeah.
So, and we just needed to get rid of them because she didn't have room when she was moving in here, and her parents didn't want them laying around. So, great spot. Guy has so many DVDs. Like, why are you buying all of this stuff? How do you stay in business?
What do you do with this?
The building is so big and there's so many DVDs.
Do you have some weird recycling plan that we don't even know about?
Oh, I wish I remembered the name of this place.
Jimmy B says Spanglish's Rotten Tomatoes score is 53. Ugh.
That's higher than I thought it would be.
Alana says, Cough, ever think about getting rid of all the cases and putting the DVDs in a binder to save space? Let me tell you exactly why I won't do that. And it has occurred to me, but here's the exact reason why I will not do that. Look what's behind me.
Yeah, it looks sick.
Like, this is just fun to look at. I just like to.
It's a great visual.
I just like to gaze at it. I don't know. What am I gonna do with this wall anyway? Like,
hey, as long as you have room for it, I see no wrong.
Yeah, hang a picture over here. Come on, there are other walls to hang pictures.
Yeah.
Cough compound we're talking about.
Yep.
Over here, movies. It's a fun visual display. Put them in a binder, sift through. No, thank you.
See, if you had like 25 DVDs, maybe that would be worth doing.
Sure.
But the fact that you have so many makes it a worthwhile thing to display.
Daniel says binders cheapen the value of movies.
Probably.
Could be.
Doesn't hit the same coming out of a binder.
Nope.
You know, that cracking it out of that DVD case hits different.
It does.
We all know that sound it makes when you push down the bubble. Yeah. Slide it in. Yeah. Clicks in. Press play.
Press play. I'm saying.
By the way, the name of that place in St. Louis is actually a great name for a business. Nickel Flicks. Head on down to Nickel Flicks. Sell your DVDs to a guy who's buying DVDs, nickel a piece. He pays more than a nickel, man. I remember we walked in with probably 50 DVDs. We had walked out with about 15, 16 bucks. I don't know. You guys do the math.
Going to have some rare DVD one day worth $1.2 million.
Hey, that's what's happening with baseball cards. Maybe DVDs are the next baseball cards.
Look, there was that point in time, you know, if we're to stay on brand, there was the point in time where I think this bubble has long since burst, but people who had saved the old Disney VHSs in their
I remember that. That was a very short-lived bubble.
They were selling for thousands of dollars.
Yeah.
If you had like an original Fantasia.
Yeah.
Ridiculous.
Like Beauty and the Beast,
Lion King, Aladdin, all
uncracked VHS.
So yeah, this happens with DVDs in 30 years. I'm gonna be ready.
Putting the kids through college.
I am gonna be ready, man.
I will say, since we're talking about bubbles and stuff like this, I have been quietly buying a lot of Tom Brady rookie cards.
Have you really?
Yes, I now have, I believe, 7.
Buying them at
I buy them ungraded.
At a reasonable
and
rate.
they're more of the and we got a touchdown here, speaking of Brady.
The route.
Who's that too? Mike Evans, there you go. But yeah, ungraded, so they're cheaper. And you know, when Brady was a rookie, they made something like, there's all these card companies making cards, so there's probably like 40 different Tom Brady rookie cards you can get. So there's obviously high-end ones. Yeah, exactly, at least. You know, there's like Bowman Chrome and whatever else, playoff contender. There's all these brands that people consider like the grail Tom Brady cards. But there's so many that are in between that even are worth a lot of money if you end up getting them graded, and if they're in good condition. They're just not worth the 50 grand type, you know, of loot that you're getting. So I find these mid-level Tom Brady cards on eBay or Mercari, and I buy them for like, and I've been trying to stay under $200, scoop them up. Eventually one of these days I'm going to try and get these things graded.
Yeah, that's fun.
And then just hold on to them.
Sure.
Because the longer you hold on to these things, that's one of those guys that he's going to retain his value even if there is a bubble, because it's
absolutely.
Tom Brady, you know. So got a little collection going on.
Nice.
Like once a month I've been buying a Tom Brady rookie card. It's always a nice feeling to get that card in my hand.
Absolutely.
Great pandemic activity.
Which let me see here. All right, you take over here for half a second.
So Jeff on YouTube saying it's very expensive now to get cards graded. Great point, which is why I buy them ungraded. Because if you buy a graded card at a level that you'd want to have, like an 8 to 10 PSA, it's so expensive. We're talking thousands of dollars. So now that I'm buying them ungraded, I'm sort of waiting till this whole backlog of grading sort of evens itself out, and then I'm going to get my cards graded, because I'm in no rush to sell these things. These are investments. And also, I'm going to I'm trying to make a connection with this card dealer guy, and maybe he can help me get these things graded at a reasonable price. And trying to finagle my way into getting these things, having to not pay an arm and a leg to get them graded. Jordan K. Tom, I will sell you a strand of Tom Brady's hair for $20, shipping included. Done. I would buy Tom Brady's hair for $20. That's nothing. Ricky Robbie, if it's not autographed, it's not worth it. I don't know, man. I've been seeing some non-auto Tom Brady cards going for thousands of dollars on eBay.
First and 10 from the 18, halfway through the fourth. Tara Lynn continues to duck us. We've seen her walk.
I know. We've just been completely stood up.
Completely stood up. How rude, right?
It's unbelievable.
You know, you think you know somebody. Fournette. 3rd and 3. Daniel says she did walk in and walk out a few minutes ago. It's true.
Yeah, she came in and like got a water or something. I don't know what. She came in, was walking out with some sort of big thermos.
So
Unreal.
what is the just to circle back to the Brady thing? Because goodness, what as you've been accumulating these, what are you doing with them?
So I'm just making sure that they stay safe in their plastic. I put a soft piece of plastic on top, like the card plastic, you know, and then I get sort of one of those harder plastic things and then put it in that, and then just sort of keeping them in a little stack over near my my desk area.
Sure.
And then I think you and I talked about this back in January. I sort of reorganized all of my old cards. That's sort of how I kind of stumbled back into this hobby that I was in love with in middle school.
Yeah.
So I reorganized everything I had. But then Morgan was like, there are so many binders here. We live in a 1-bedroom apartment. You need to, these can't be here. Like
this can't be.
Oh, they're fine. There really just was no room for them. So they're at her parents' house in their basement, or they had this big basement. So I found a safe spot for them. So eventually I'm going to move all these Bradys. Well, I might keep the Bradys here just because they're nice to look at.
28-0. Not much of a sin, by the way. Obviously, the game long since over, but we'll see what the leaderboard's looking like because garbage points can still alter this thing. PacFan28 is leading our smaller free roll. I am.
Oh, there she is.
Miserable. 134 out of 178.
Late to the party.
Who even cares at this point? I mean, this
Honestly, rude. I thought you would have like texted me to let me know. Thank you so much. Continue talking whatever you're saying.
I mean, you came in and out of the room multiple
during
times.
halftime.
You'd think you might glance at the screen and say, "Where are they in the game right now?" I said,
I did. I looked. Excuse me, rude. I came in to get my sage so I could sage my apartment.
Oh, that's what it was.
I'm a big believer in sage.
You and Kyrie Irving.
Yes, me and Kyrie are one and the same.
Oh God.
I don't know if that's really a good thing that I
You're
just
digging
said.
yourself in a hole here, TL.
And
Okay,
here,
well-
and here I thought we could be friends.
Okay, we are. You know what? You're off my friend list now. It's only Tommy Smokes, Glash when he's dressed up like a bozo, Lamarca because I like how he emphasizes how he's filling up his water
I'm a
bottle.
big Lamarca fan. I love Lamarca.
Yeah, Kaufman and Cristal can take a hike.
Oh, Cristal can take a hike.
And I need Rossi in my life because Rossi just gives me like positive affirmations.
Yeah,
every
there's
single
a
time.
lot of confidence.
He's a wizard.
Working with Rossi is like drinking a Red Bull.
Yes.
You know?
Yeah,
You're done working
earlier
with that
in
guy.
my
You're like,
God.
all right, like let's go. It's
Well,
ready. Ready to attack the day.
A Red Bull with just an extra little bit of sunshine, not
Yes.
just
And
is
then
it like if
working
you-
with Kaufman
if you
is
could
like a
bottle up
dark tornado storm.
I would have texted you. You know, I'm not even certain I have your number.
Whoa.
Honestly, disrespect.
Why don't you give it to me right now? I'm just
Here it
What
is.
if I-
Five,
it's
five,
nine-
five.
Hello?
555.
It's 911.
Yeah. So just the 3 numbers then?
You know, I
And-
thought I turned 30 and the disrespect flies out the window. I have been getting constantly disrespected on these streams by Kaufman, and I'm getting sick of it.
Wait, I just tried 911 and it didn't. An
Somebody
operator picked up.
Somebody picked up, and it definitely wasn't you.
That was my assistant. Just let them know where you are. They'll be right there.
Imagine having the gall to refer someone to 911 and say, "That'll be my assistant that picks up the phone."
I bet that
fun
there's
fact
girls
about me-
out at parties that put 911 in dudes'
Yes.
phones. Yeah.
Fun fact on this Friend Friday,
Yeah.
when a guy asks for my number, sometimes I use it as a flirting tactic or sometimes I use it as a buzz off bozo tactic.
Sure.
I will say my number's 911.
So you don't, you won't like grab his phone. Oh, let me put it in your phone for you.
No, I have sometimes if they're a buzz off bozo status.
Yeah, yeah.
And you will, you'll put 911.
Yeah. Flirting status. I'm like, oh, it's 911. Just kidding. Want the real thing? Or you know what? Maybe I'll delete it because I'm going on The Bachelor next year. Thank you.
Yes.
I have.
I will accept this rose.
Real quick on the subject of this sim, I have never seen Deshaun Watson play worse. Ever.
We're gonna give him. We're gonna give it to him. By the way, he's getting the babysitter bill.
9 on the ground. He had 58 passing yards and a pick. I mean, this was historically a bad performance by Deshaun Watson. I'm going to pull it, just looking through the game log.
Smelly game. Mike Evans gets the wooden nickel, by the way.
Last time out, he had single digits. Well, he had 8. Today it was like 5. He had 7, I think, in the captain spot for me. And I'm just scrolling all the way back through his game log. These are the only 2 times he has ever even finished in single digits, and this is absolutely his worst Madden 21 performance. Here, as Daniel joked earlier, dude checked out halfway through the game. He's quit the Texans in real life. He has quit them in Simland. He's done. Cares no more.
Tara Lynn, I'm going to run this by you. Back in my old dating days or single days, this was a move I would do, right?
Back in time,
Yeah, back in the old days. So you're out,
good.
You know, you're trying to mingle with the opposite gender, and you hand your phone to the female, and you go, hey, throw your number in my phone. And this was something that would happen to me occasionally. The girl would just put her name in as a contact, but with no phone number. Meaning she doesn't want anything to do with you. So she gives you the phone back, and it's late in the night, it's dark. You see the names in, you're like, oh great, cool, I'll text you or whatever. And then the next day you go to text her, no number attached to the contact.
Brutal.
Harsh vibe. Happened to me at least twice.
Broke my heart because I love you so much.
It happens.
Those girls are smelly cowards. Okay?
Hey, look,
if you're watching, girls,
I have a
cowards.
fiance. I love Morgan. She's the best.
We get it. Don't stop rubbing it in.
We're talking early 20s here.
Sure.
You have to strike out a few times to hit a home run.
The early
Kaufman
20s.
probably just put in his Twitter handle. That's what he probably did. At Adam Kaufman, no number, just the Twitter handle.
Listen, when I was single, people were still, dabbling on MySpace. I've been attached for a while.
Times was in a few top 8s.
Times have changed since I was on the market, ladies and gentlemen.
I don't know how to know what Glash did, but all right, continue.
He went out wearing Sarah's clothing. Didn't matter.
Exactly.
They were just friends at the time.
Right. It's like, why are you wearing a scarf?
Really blouse. Do you mind if I wear that out to the bar? Who you rolling with for your Krusty Koff player of the game here?
It's Deshaun. For Krusty Koff, it's Mike Evans. 3
Mike
tons.
Evans.
Yeah, got to go that way, and then
sense.
Deshaun Watson, babysitter Billy.
Yeah. No, I think it's
easy picks.
Yeah, boy. Just looking at
Oh, wait, I love this. Tom's pickup line from Alana. Hey, how would you like to store my sports cards at your mom's house?
Look,
LaMarca would love that. We got to tell LaMarca that line. That's a good one because LaMarca went off about cards yesterday. I got educated. Koff did too.
Yeah.
It's a really wild world.
Well, more of it to come. We're going to step aside. You got all of us coming on back with you for Madden After Dark. Get excited. It's a Film Fest Friday, and it's also the Jets and Giants. So honestly, if we even give you our lineups for that one, that will be probably about as much of that sim as we're going to feel like talking about. But let's hope for the best. Maybe we get a shootout. It'll be great. Maybe Tara Lynn, even though technically she can check out at 10 o'clock, maybe she'll hang out for a few, spend a little time.
Hang out. It's a Friday. Fun Friday.
Where's she going to go? Really? I mean, she's just hanging out with us. So thanks to Mike, to Daniel Frangelico, and of course, Ace, Koff. We'll be back. TL, take it away.
Thank you. All right. We got our next sim at 10 p.m. Eastern. You know the drill. Koff and Tom are making their way back from Madden After Dark. Giants, Jets, they're battling it out for Big Apple bragging rights in a showdown that is featured in our Madden Stream 3K Flea Flicker contest. That's a $5 entry for a shot at a $1,000 top prize. Also, the free contest for that sim, it features a $250 prize pool with $25 going to the winner. All right, so there's plenty to look forward to on Madden After Dark. We love it. It's Friday. Let's go, people. Cheer up. We're here. But before we get there, we're going to take a listen to our friends from the Unreasonable Odds podcast, my boys, Steve and Julian, as they discuss Sunday's NBA All-Star game. Let's check it out.
Let's talk about the All-Star weekend a little bit here. Obviously, Team LeBron versus Team Durant. Team LeBron favored by 4 points in this one. As always, a massive over-under currently set at 309, minus 109 for the over, minus 112 for the under. I mean, even with that total, good luck trying to take an under and sweat that one out. Any leans on this one here? I know this is kind of like a little bit of a wonky all-star game here. Obviously, a lot to take in with how everything has been playing out so far this season here, but any initial thoughts on the lines here for the all-star game itself?
Picking the winner is always just who knows. I think Team LeBron is probably better, and that's why they're the favorite, but then can you just blind bet the underdog? That's not the worst strategy in the world because it's a coin flip game. Here's what I did. I bet the under last year because of people seem to forget about the Kobe format, which when we get to the fourth quarter, you play to 24. So you can't really have more than maybe it ends on a weird 3-pointer when you only need one but it can't really be more than 46 to 50 points in the fourth quarter. And if a team runs away with it and wins it on a 24-10 run, then you're only looking at 34, 35 fourth quarter points. So I lost the under. It hit 312 last year, and it was right around here, 309, 310, the total. I lost it, but there were 100 first quarter points, and I just played a few live unders that all hit, so it worked out. So I don't think I'm going to play the under on 309. I learned my lesson because these teams come out and are going to score 170 in the first half, and then they're going to tighten up a little bit in the third quarter, and then the fourth quarter. I don't know if you remember or watched the game at all. The fourth quarter last year was real tight. It took long to play to the 24 because the teams were trying so hard on defense. So I'm going to wait and play a second half under, or at the end of the first quarter get some, or in the second quarter get some, assuming the pace is what we think it'll be in that first half. So that's what I'm going to do. I think this can spike up to 320s and get some live under. That'll be probably my only approach on the game itself.
I think that's a good call out though about the fourth quarter, because I do think a lot of people don't realize that or take that into account. They just see that massive total, especially casuals, maybe like myself, and go, okay, we know how these teams, no defense allowed almost, but it is very important to think about with the fourth quarter when taking into those bets. I do want to talk about the weekend overall, because I think that's where a lot of the excitement comes from a betting perspective on some of the events that they're holding, and particularly the 3-point contest. Not a ton up on the DraftKings Sportsbook as we record this Friday afternoon for the dunk contest, but I would expect that to change as we get a little bit closer to that. So keep an eye on that one. But I want to hone in on the 3-point contest this year, because this field is absolutely loaded when you look at the names that are in for this year. Kind of in tiers on if you're taking the winner of the 3-point contest here. Booker and Curry at +200, Levine, Mitchell at +500, and Brown and Tatum, 2 Celtics in the bottom tier there at +700. We have, obviously Steph Curry won this event 2015. Devin Booker, we all remember what happened last year with Buddy Hield, obviously losing by 1 point there, did win in 2015. So where are you kind of leaning on this one? If you're going for by just best 3-point percentage of the field, is Levine at 43.5, averaging 8.1 attempts per game. So obviously at +500, decent value there, but are you also looking to, maybe go against Steph Curry, who we all know how well he performs in this contest? What is your lean here in this one?
Yeah, I don't like to overthink these. It is a good field. With all due respect to, I'm a big Celtics fan, cover the team. With all due respect to Jaylen Brown and Jason Tatum, they don't necessarily belong in this field. They're good upcoming players and whatnot. Neither I would consider a 3-point specialist. So we can take them out of there, and both their first times in it. I don't think they're gonna. It's a different groove that you get into in this type of competition. So I just play it simple and go right to the best shooters, and that's Booker and Curry, and that's why they're favored. I'm just going to ride with Curry. I think at the plus 200, I don't know why he's a co-favorite. He shouldn't be a co-favorite. He should be the favorite. He's the best shooter by a wide margin. The, format of a 3-point shootout favors him of just the pick up and shoot it, quick release. So this would be Curry for me. And if I made a second bet, it would be Levine. I think he's not the same type of shooter, but the difference between Booker and Levine, I don't think is the plus 200 to a plus 500. I see them a little bit closer together.
That time of the week again. We look ahead to the weekend and, of course, college basketball action. And as we know, March Madness is right around the corner. With Ben Rasa from Awesemo, I am Adam Kaufman. Ben, how are you, man?
I'm good. Yeah. We are now here. Conference tournaments have started for the small schools, the big schools finishing up. So it is officially right around the corner.
All right, let's begin our chat in the Big 12 with a couple of top 20 teams. Of course, you have West Virginia and you have Oklahoma State. The last time these teams matched up, you had the Mountaineers come back from down 19. What happens this time around?
Yeah, it's just weird. Normally West Virginia, like, they're so strong defensively. It's actually their offense this year. And Oklahoma State, they probably have, I think he's going to be the number 1 pick in Cunningham. But other than that, their other good guard likely has been hurt. He's got a hand issue. He's been doubtful. If he doesn't play, and I don't kind of think he's going to, I lean to West Virginia to sweep them. They've got 3 good guards. They've got Culver on the inside. And I'm not saying they're going to stop Cunningham, but I think they can do enough. So 2 good teams. West Virginia is certainly going to be dangerous in the tournament setting, but I do like them this Saturday.
Interesting clubs heading in opposite directions right now. Illinois and Ohio State, 2 teams that are both top 7. If top 10 is too disrespectful, they both played well. But how's this one going to go, given that, again, you got one team rolling, another one sliding?
Yeah, Illinois may be the best win of the year. They absolutely dismantled Michigan. It was, I don't know what to make of it. And AO did not play. So if he comes back, I mean, he is clearly their best player. He's one of the best players in the country. It's hard not to like them. They're peaking at the right time. Ohio State, it kind of does feel like they've been playing above their means the whole year. They've been a great surprise, really efficient offense, methodical team, and they're a good one. But I think Illinois, especially if AO plays, you got to like the way they're playing coming off that Michigan beatdown.
Let's stay here in the Big Ten, but move from Saturday to Sunday. You've got Wisconsin narrowly in the top 25, right there at 25, of course, taking on Iowa, 5th-ranked team in the country right now. Now, Wisconsin has really struggled against ranked opponents, 7 straight losses. So is this just inevitably going to be the same story?
Yeah, Wisco, I mean, they've got talent. They've got experience on experience, but there's just something about them. They really haven't been able to put it all together consistently. I was kind of the opposite. They've had some lulls this year that I don't really understand. They've got the player of the year in Garza. They did lose Nunge, one of their forwards. He's injured, but they have so much 3-point shooting. They've got a bunch of guys that can really fire. And I just think at home, they've been strong the entire year. Another team that seems to be peaking right at the right time to get ready for the tournament.
2 more ranked opponents, Texas Tech at Baylor. Which one ends this portion of the season with a win?
Baylor. Baylor's back. They've had their COVID issues. They got their loss. They should have lost to West Virginia as well. That was a miraculous game, but they looked good against Oklahoma State. They're getting their rhythm back. They've got everything you want. The only thing that's really stopped them this year has been the shutdown. And now that they're rolling, Texas Tech is a fine team, but Baylor is clearly the class of the Big 12. They're going to get back on track and keep it rolling.
Always my favorite question for you. Who is the upset pick du jour?
Yeah, so there's a lot of teams that need, really could use a big win. I'm going to go, this game, you throw out the records anyway. I think Duke will level it with UNC. That was a battle the first time. Both teams shot really well, but particularly North Carolina from 3. Everyone with Duke, Johnson kind of opted out. They look better. The team is playing better. They have plenty of scoring still. They're right. They're squarely on the bubble. This would go a long way going into Chapel Hill, getting a win. So you've got them. Louisville's in the same situation in another game. I think these ACC teams that are desperate for a W before the conference tournament, pretty good live dogs this week.
Man, Duke desperate. Not used to saying that. Ben Ross, thanks so much.
Absolutely. Talk soon.
Okay, DK Sim fam, you've heard me talk about it once already, but you know, the saying goes, you can never get enough of a good thing. So let me tell you once again about the DraftKings Dream Stream play of the day. Listen up, it's Friday, all eyes on me. All right, DraftKings is minting 100 millionaires in 2021 on the way to the grandest grand championships ever. So the DraftKings Championship Series is the world's top live and online competition series for skin in the game fans. So we're going to dish out over $150 million across 100 plus contests in 2021. Yeah, you heard that right. Winners of Championship Series contests earn a spot in one of our 3 end of season Tournament of Champions. Here they'll compete to win even more and be crowned the best of the best in daily fantasy sports, sportsbook, and casino. Your first shot at $1 million in a ticket to the DFS Tournament of Champions live final is on March 11th. Write it down in your calendars. Reserve your entry right now into our $2.5 million fantasy golf millionaire for the Players Championship. Visit DraftKings.com/promotions for more details all on that. And we haven't had a shortage of disgruntled NFL QBs this offseason. And Seahawks signal caller Russell Wilson, you know, he's no different. But where does Russ rank among the top QBs in the NFL? Well, I got your answer. Here's Pat Mayo and company with their thoughts on the Seattle QB. Let's check it out.
The parameters of this quarterback ranking was starting your franchise today, you have a 4-year window. The next 4 years, who do you want as your quarterback? So those are my 10 through 5. You can go back to part 1 to find Jeff's and find Tim's if you want to check those out. But I had Josh Allen at number 5. We've talked through Josh Allen already. Jeff, who do you have at number 5?
I have Russell Wilson.
Okay, I have Russell Wilson higher than this. Tim, what about you?
As do I. I have Russell Wilson at number 4.
I have Russell Wilson at number 2 on my list.
Okay.
I've always comped Russell Wilson to Aaron Rodgers. I think that they're the most 2 similar type quarterbacks to each other, just the way that, I mean, Aaron Rodgers' arm is a little bit better, but other than that, the decision making, and it's not like Russell Wilson can't make throws, but they've been both been bogged down by a system that really works against them in so many ways. And the way, and not necessarily Aaron Rodgers at this point of his career, although he still does have some mobility, that we're seeing less and less of it from Russell Wilson as well. But, you know, because of things and reasons, Russell Wilson was always put into this box of, oh, well, he runs. It's like, no, Russell Wilson doesn't run. Russell Wilson runs for first downs when it's there to go get it. He moves the chain. He is that type of quarterback. And Aaron Rodgers was always like that too, like 10 years ago. And he still does it from time to time now. If there's 2 yards to go and he can get 3, he's going to take his 3. But his primary focus is always look downfield, make those big completions. And no one is better really at extending plays than both those guys and keeping their eyes downfield. I still think that Russell Wilson has a lot left in the tank. He'd be my number 2 quarterback.
Well, he's got all that recovery water.
He does. Listen, I mean, maybe he can make it work. Does he still sell that stuff, the concussion water?
I haven't seen him hawk it in a while, but he was at one point.
But I just, there's very little bad you can say about Russell Wilson.
Agreed.
And what's his age now? 32?
2.
Next 4 years,
and he's got a cheap, and he's got what, 3 years at $70 million left on the deal. And
no, he's got the third most expensive quarterback contract by average year right now with $35 million a year.
Yeah, but that's going to change over the course of the next 4 years. Where
yes, it is.
All of a sudden, we're going to look and $35 million is like 16th among quarterbacks.
Yeah, he's due up in 2024.
So yeah, there's nothing bad to say. I think he is kind of. It's an interesting sort of PR battle that has developed in Seattle at the moment. I think I did read that entire Athletic story, and it was really disappointing to hear that, like, anytime he sort of comes into like game planning meetings with suggestions and his own ideas, they are totally dismissed.
Well, they're not running the ball. If the plan was let's run wishbone, then they'd be like, oh, I'm all
that
ears.
Simply disgusts me. Like, I look forward to the point where like Justin Herbert's like at home wanting to like thinking in his head how to contribute the plays I like and wanting to go into the meeting preparing and wanting to play a role in implementing them. I'm not comparing Herbert to Wilson. Wilson's a freaking franchise superstar Super Bowl winning quarterback. He should have that he should be able to have more control. I think
see,
he's unfair.
Hold on,
I think it's unfair, though.
I think that we run into a problem sometimes that everyone wants to be Peyton Manning, and not everyone is Peyton Manning. I do think that there needs to be a line between the guy that calls the play, the guys that comes up with the plays, and then maybe you consult with the quarterback on what works best for him and ideas. But then you get into a very tricky circumstance where if the players start believing you, then it takes away the power from the coaches, and obviously they don't want that.
You're the coach. You're in the huddle. You got to lead those 10 guys, man.
I agree with you, but I think that there's a difference between being completely boxed out and being like, no, here's what I want to do. It doesn't work like that.
So I'd like to continue now because I didn't. I just mean like I have so much to say on this, and that clearly we are seeing on many levels like feelers being thrown out there by a lot of superstars in this league now, quarterbacks, to gauge like just how far we can pull player empowerment, and all the power to them in doing that. I don't like, and Russell Wilson, it's well documented, like, well, he sat there at the Super Bowl beside the commissioner. He stood down there. He watched. Like, Tom Brady is a lightning rod for a lot of these elite guys now. Like, he got full control to sort of pick a spot. Yes, he was a free agent, but not only that, pick who he wanted to play with, full control of what goes on in his huddle. And now that seems like that's something that guys are angling for. Russell deserves to be far more respected in Seattle. And if I own the Seahawks, I tell you this right now, I would fire Pete Carroll.
That was the point that I wanted to make.
If it's one or the other, you fire Pete Carroll and it's over, and you make Russell happy.
Welcome to the Price Check. I'm Pierce Dietrich. Let's look at the salaries for Las Vegas. Whose salary jumped up this week? Corey LaJoy, $5,400 up to $6,300. His engine blew up last week and now his price is $900 more. Imagine going to the supermarket, buying some baby spinach, you get sick, you go back the next day and the price has increased. Eric Almirola, $7,900 up to $8,600. What did he do last week? He wrecked. Of course, his pricing went up because the DK Algo loves starting position. Joey Logano, $9,300 up to $10,000. He was fast at Las Vegas last year, but not the fastest. He won at Las Vegas last year because of a pit road mistake. Whose salary dropped this week? Kyle Larson, $10,700 down to $9,400. The Hendrick cars were fast at Las Vegas last year. The Hendrick cars were fast last week. William Byron, $9,100 down to $8,300. Did I miss something? Didn't he win last week? Go do a deep dive of crew chief Rudy Fugle. This price is way too low. Tyler Reddick, $8,500 down to $7,900. We're not in Homestead anymore. Toto Reddick at the intermediate tracks last season, just the 14th best driver. Favorite play of the week, Ryan Blaney, $10,800. The cooler temperature tracks, the higher grip tracks, that's where Blaney excels. He should have won this race last year, but a late race Ross Chastain caution robbed him of that victory. Cole Custer, $6,500. This is just careless pricing. Yes, he finished 23rd last week, but he was in 8th place with 2 laps remaining before cutting a tire. All right, guys, check out DK Nation for all your DFS information and needs. If you've got NASCAR questions, find me on Twitter at Race for the Prize. I'm Pierce Dietrich. Catch me on DK Live.
All right, guys, Madden After Dark is next on Friend Friday, our best day of the week. First, here's what else is happening on DraftKings right now. There's still one NHL showdown on the board as the Golden Knights and Sharks. They're facing off at 10:30 p.m. Eastern. You can find the NHL Showdown 10K Twine contest over in the DraftKings lobby. A $10 entry fee, well, that's going to earn you a shot at $10K in prizes, including $2K going right to first place. As always, don't forget to look on the DK Sportsbook for lines and odds for college basketball, UFC, and NASCAR, PGA, and so much more. Well, guys, it's that time of the night, and girls, that everyone has been waiting for. It's Madden After Dark, and we have a fun matchup in store as we get to find out which team is going to really run the Meadowlands. It's the Giants and Jets in our Madden Nightcap, and with the call are Adam Kaufman and Tom Carroll. Have it a great Friday, everyone. Have a great weekend, and take it away, my friends, on this Friend Friday.
Whoa. Does that mean you're leaving us? You're not hanging out?
Ooh. I mean, I will hang for a little bit right now.
All right, that's what we're talking about.
It's Friend Friday.
Wants Carolyn to hang
Friday.
Friend Friday. Because the free roll here is called the Giants Jets. The good thing it's a film, hashtag Film Fest Friday. We can get into all that stuff here.
Oh yeah,
Carolyn Asak.
Oh yeah.
Stick around for just a little bit, but first, because lineups have locked, and let's at least stay somewhat true to form. What's your lineup looking like there, TC?
Evan Ingram in the captain spot for $11,400. Saquon Barkley, Jamison Crowder, Daniel Jones, Golden Tate, and Sam Ficken for $4,000 as my punt play.
We have a lot of similarities, ordered, structured a bit different. Saquon in the captain spot for me, as along with about 25% of other people. He is about 86% owned in our smaller, more modest free roll. To no surprise, he's the guy. Daniel Jones, Chris Herndon, Golden Tate, Darius Slayton, and Graham Gano. So I also have a kicker, but between the two of us, we have, a la Jason Rossi, stack them kickers. So good for us.
Yeah, I felt like needed to get a kicker in there. Both these teams are kind of stinky.
Soon enough, we're going to have Tara Lynn making lineups too. We're going to have her joining these commentator free rolls.
Yeah, next week I might get in on the action.
Oh, wow.
All right. That's what we like to hear. So it is, as Tara Lynn said, it's a hashtag Friend Friday. Go support our guy, Brendan Glasheen. You can check him out on Twitter, by the way. That's where all this started. He is doing some play-by-play tonight, returning to his roots and posting some clips online. So good for him, getting it done at the college ranks. And of course, he can't be like us calling professional football simulated football. But that's what we're doing. What a chump. Here.
Yeah, what a big chump.
Please. Give me a break. No, we're kidding. We love him. But it is a hashtag Film Fest Friday. And I think this is the first time Tara Lynn has hung with us on a Film Fest Friday. So let's jump right into that, TL.
Ooh,
what is do you have a favorite movie of all time?
Okay, let me start with, this movie got me through college. I don't know if I should bring this up to like a therapist later in life, but I had to put it on every single night for me to go to sleep. I had a weird roommate my freshman year, so I don't know if she decided to speak Russian when I was in the room. I don't know what was going on. But
where is this going?
Carried me through college, and it was Step Brothers. I watched it every single night.
Amazing.
Still my favorite movie to this day. I love it. And I'm more of like a comedy type of girl. And then I love like serial killer documentaries. I don't know. I like podcasts. And that's,
those go together. Serial killers, comedies.
Yeah, let's laugh, kill. Here we are. Happy Friend Friday.
So really, like the Joker is just the perfect character for you.
Yeah, I would say that.
Good call.
Yeah, laughs a little bit and kills.
Yeah.
Hey, Step Brothers is one of my all-time favorite movies. I love that. That's
it's great, right?
Phenomenal.
Classic.
Phenomenal. So
Kaufman, what's yours? Like Grumpy Old Men or something?
You son of a gun. There's got to be that person in your life then, before I even answer that. There's got to be that person in your life, I'm sure, that you would like to have the bunk beds with. Like that you've got that true Step Brothers bond with.
Oh, I have a best friend that I could see myself doing bunk beds with because we watch all the same Bravo shows. Whenever I'm watching sports, she does cause chaos and she's like, take that off. And I'm like, it's my job. I got to watch sports here. And but I could see us doing like bunk beds like that, and then bunk beds are just fun.
I recommend buying it though.
Yeah.
Don't build it like they did. Disaster.
Wouldn't build it. No, I'm not a great builder.
Neither were they.
Yeah.
Has anyone ever told you not to touch their drum set?
No, I haven't come across a drum set that I've tried to touch, I guess. So there goes that. Yeah, I haven't been around a drum set.
Alana says, I had roommates in college who couldn't fall asleep unless there was a movie on, and it was always the VHS of Sweet Home Alabama, and I'm sick of it.
Alana, good one. But yeah, TBS and VH1, they replayed way too much.
I want to know more about this weird roommate.
Grumpy Men movie is Las Vegas, the De Niro, Douglas Freeman, and Kevin Kline movie. I haven't seen that one in a long time.
Was this roommate a random person that you were assigned, or did you go in pals and did you end enemies?
Fun fact about me, I came from a small Catholic high school, so I was not ready for college. I wanted to stay in my senior year forever. I was one of those. And I was a late bloomer in life too, so I was not ready for college by any means. And then when it came down to pick a roommate, I was kind of a brat and I didn't want to go to college. I wanted to stay in high school. I had my whole group of friends. I was very comfortable. And my mom was like, this is ridiculous. I'm filling this out for you. My mom is a brilliant scholar. And I feel like she probably was like, Tara goes to bed at 7 p.m. Tara wakes up at 5 a.m. She barely talks. She goes to the library and reads the Da Vinci Code like Kaufman. But that wasn't the case with Tara. It was her freshman year. Tara wanted to run free with the birds, okay?
Late bloomer.
Tara sound like a mob boss now. Tara wanted to run free with the birds. You know what I'm saying?
Tara was running around the Boston Common wanting to run free. But the roommate and Tara, I wanted to get along with her. I was like, hey, do you want to grab lunch in the cafeteria? And she would just kind of give me the side shoulder and just be like, no. And just, and every time I came in the room, she spoke Russian with her parents. Nice girl, she didn't like me and I just didn't feel the vibe. So I was just like, oh my God, this is the worst freshman year ever. But I got through it. Look where I am today. I'm talking to you guys on DK Sim Fam and in the comments. So here we are.
It was a Cold War situation.
It was kind of cold. It was really freezing.
I feel like a lot of people, it sort of goes one way or the other, right? You know, people out there in the chat, you can weigh in. I'm sure you've all got some good stories. At least in my experience and whether it's me or people I know, you either, freshman year of college was either kind of awful or great. And there really isn't an in-between. You know what I mean? There isn't that, that was okay. No, it's you loved it. You at the time of your life, you got out of high school, you got away from your family, you made new friends, you partied all the time, you whatever. Or it was this is just an awful transition from home and everything that I'm used to, and I don't like any of this, and I'm thinking about transferring.
Yeah, it freaked me out.
Yeah. No, I was definitely of the mindset when I got back after my freshman year of college, oh man, I have to live with my parents again. Ugh.
I know.
That was a tough summer. It's I was so used to doing my own thing. Now I'm back.
Mom's calling me.
Now they're asking me what I'm doing. Where are you?
Yeah.
Are you gonna be home for supper?
I had I was
cheese pizza.
I was sort of like Tara Lynn, actually, in my freshman year of college. I don't think I've ever talked about this in the dream stream because.
Open up to us, buddy. It's Friend Friday.
We'll start Therapy Thursdays. This is a Film Fest Friday, a Friend Friday. We'll start Therapy Thursdays.
Weather Wednesdays, Therapy Thursdays, Friend Friday. I love it.
Crash Glash Tuesdays. Well, there are a lot of different things at our disposal. It'll be great. Emerson will be around for Triple Sims on Monday. It'll be Maniac Mondays. It's all available. It'll be awesome. So I was like you, albeit not with Step Brothers, although I love that movie. You asked me my favorite movie. So my favorite movie ever, and I think at this point, Grumpy Old Men. I think at this point in time, it's almost more for nostalgic reasons than anything else. Field of Dreams, and I've talked about this before. People have asked in the chat, what was your favorite movie? Field of Dreams was my favorite movie, or is my favorite movie, because it just made me feel like I was, it sort of transported me home mentally. You know what I mean? It was happy place at home. So I throw on the DVD in college, and and it would like if I was in a bad spot mentally, it would just kind of it would center me. It'd bring me right. My freshman year. So, and this is not what I would advocate for the people, even though everyone listening is obviously beyond their college days.
Maybe
but
not.
I was well, that's true. I was always of the mind that, and I went to a very like good high school, like a lot of, most graduated and most went off to really top colleges. And, like I was the class that had a whole bunch of people went to Harvard and Yale and Ivies and whatever.
Right. Dang, dog.
So I know, right? So I never really had to try that hard in high school, academically speaking. It wasn't, fortunately, like it wasn't a tough lift.
You were wicked smart.
No, not even
Wicked
that.
smart kid.
Not even that. I just think like,
Wicked.
you're at the right school, it kind of prepares you well. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And but the thing with that was like the downside of that is I was always kind of the mind like high school is not all that important. Like its importance was where it gets you into college, but preparing for your life, preparing for what you want to do with the rest of your days, like that doesn't happen till college. So academics don't really matter until college. That was kind of always my mindset for whatever reason in high school. Not a good mindset to have, but it was. So I go off to college, and it was like that summer, between senior year of high school, freshman year of college, where there's this, as Sam Darnold got him, touchdown, back of the end zone, Jets, first points of this game, Jamison Crowder, celebrate if you got him.
In my lineup, what's up?
It was one of those things where, like, I get to college and it was instant, like, oh my God, now all of a sudden everything matters. I need straight A's. I'm never going out. I'm never doing anything. Like, and Friday nights, like, you can find me in the, in the study lounge down the hall. Like, I'm not doing anything. I don't, nothing. And I think that led to a little bit of a roommate rift because he wanted to party and I was like, nah, man, like, I'm good, and we had a pretty social floor freshman year. A lot of, some people actually who have gone on to do quite a bit with their lives. But the
name drop right now. Give us some name drops.
Well, a friend of mine, Katie Siegel, is an actress now. She's been in she was on my fourth freshman year. She's been in a bunch of movies, horror movies. She's a real like thriller horror person. A lot of Netflix stuff. You could Google her, IMDb her, you'll find her.
NBD.
Yeah,
but no big deal.
And among others, like others who have gone on to do good things in sports broadcasting or wherever else. But I was just always like, I don't want to. And I think part of it too was the I made the cardinal error, just the big mistake. And a lot of you out there, you can relate to this. Went off to college with the long distance relationship.
There's your biggest problem, bro. There you go, cardinal sin.
Yeah.
That's never a good idea.
Mm-hmm.
That's never, because you want it to work. You want to just hang, like you said, Taryn, you want to like hang on to high school just a little bit more.
Was she still in high school or a different college?
Wait, say that again, sorry?
Was she still in high school or was it a different college?
I thought you said, is she still in high school? Yeah, she was very young at the time. No. We graduated together. She actually went off to Harvard, and I.
You like the scholars?
I was at Syracuse. Yeah, I know. I surround myself with smart people so that I look smarter, is what it is. And but like that was, but that was not a good idea. And I think that like just brought down the vibe of freshman year. So it really wasn't until like sophomore year, midway sophomore year, that I kind of got comfortable with college in general. You know what I mean?
100%.
Yeah,
I'm
good insights.
I'm assessing this situation right now. It's
I was just processing it in my mind.
If you came in single, you should have came in single, bro.
Trying to open up to the fam here.
I get it.
Yeah.
But now you can impart that wisdom onto your sons as they head into their freshman year. They have some puppy love going on in high school.
Bro, shut it
boys,
down.
Trust
Daniel
me.
says, long story short, freshman year was awkward. Yeah.
Yeah. Gotta just cut that right at the end of the summer. Hey, it's been great. Gotta go do my own thing.
Cut the cord.
You live and learn.
And then if you get back together, then it was meant to be.
Yeah.
And Michael says that'll be $300 for that session.
We'll catch you here next week on Therapy Thursday instead of
Harry
Friend
says,
Friday.
good story there, Cough. But so you took me down that path talking about your transition to college and your comforts and missing home and all that. It took me back to a
I like
place.
to tell that to people because especially my nephew who just went off to college, I was like, listen, it's not all just a breeze right now. It's kind of a transition. So
100%. I loved my freshman year of college. Definitely wish I had taken it a little more seriously from an academic standpoint. And I'm not saying I have failed any classes, but I definitely could have done a lot better than I did. The rest of college, I did a lot better, so that helped my end GPA. But if I had actually just tried a little bit harder in these freshman classes, which looking back on weren't hard, I would have been. And it's not like anyone cares about your GPA after you graduate, anyways, for at least this industry. But I don't know, just more of a personal pride thing. But the first few days of college, I definitely was a little, I don't know, shy. I'd say probably the first week, I was like, this is weird. I don't like this.
Yeah.
And then I just decided to get over it. And then I had a great time.
That's what you have to do sometimes. I think that just stands in life. Sometimes you just got to get over it. Keep it moving.
I just got over it. I was like, all right.
Well, to that point, Robbie Noble says, I want to hear about Carolyn's sophomore year.
Yeah, there we go.
Oh,
So
I transferred colleges.
Okay.
And I had the time and I met some of my best friends that I'm actually in 2 of their weddings in the fall. I met them at Bridgewater State. But at Suffolk, I was there my freshman year. The city was too much for me at the time. I find it laughable now that I live in the city and I love living here. But at the time, 18-year-old Carolyn could not handle the city. I actually do have some friends from freshman year, but I was like shaking in my boots, addicted to Step Brothers, just trying to get through. And then I ended up at Bridgewater State. I loved Bridgewater State.
Addicted to Step Brothers.
Addicted. I was like,
Listen, there are worse vices.
100%.
Totally.
Yeah. We didn't dabble with any of those other vices. It was straight up Step Brothers.
Alana says, went to most freshman classes in pajama pants. Joke's on me now. Pandemic life. All PJs.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yep.
Ira says, Cough, it's okay to cry. We'll judge you, but hey, that's what we do.
100%. The comments are always judging.
Yeah. No, I like the comments. What about Robert?
I was told I was tired the other night. Shout out to comments. I was very tired.
If I've learned one thing,
don't tell me
life,
though that I'm
you
tired.
never tell a girl that she looks tired or she's acting tired. That is fuel for a disaster.
Oh
never
my God,
imply...
we're all friends here, right? Friend
Yeah.
Friday. We can tell each other this. Guys, ladies, even if my girlfriends say I look tired, I'm like, oh, Jesus Christ. Like, why did you say that? Now my night's ruined. Yeah, just don't tell me I look tired.
Don't do it. Don't.
Tell me there's something in my teeth, but if you
Yeah.
say I'm tired, oh, you're cut off. You're
Done. Basically calling a girl fat at that point.
Basically,
It's-
yeah.
Yep. They're
Rather
equal.
be called a bozo than be called tired.
Yep. You know what I'll do that my wife can't stand is and I certainly you look tired. I mean, like you can do that when you've been married or together for a long time. You can do something like that and it doesn't matter. But what I do that does absolutely irritate her to this day, and you would think I would learn, but it's almost like I can't resist sometimes. Like she'll come home from work, especially like right now during the pandemic, but she'll come home from work and say like I don't know, she'll like something. It will be something that will be bothering her, and it's probably something that I did, if we're being honest. But I will just, I'll just say like, seems like you had a tough day.
Ooh.
Oh, that is bad too.
Yeah, that's a deal breaker.
Yeah, and she'll be like, you know what doesn't help?
Yeah. And she's like
Oh,
washing
man.
the dishes. You know what doesn't help? You saying that.
Yeah.
Oh, really? Do I? Why do you say that?
Yeah.
Hun?
Honey?
That's the problem, and every person in either who's married or just been in a relationship for a long time with the same person, obviously, everyone can relate to this. For some reason, I don't know what it is that like draws you to pressing those buttons every once in a while. It's like the outcome, and it's still like, why not? Night's young.
Carolyn, I will say this. So you went to Suffolk. I went to Emerson. Had you stayed at Suffolk, we may have one day crossed paths on the Common.
We
That
may
was my
have
spot.
played
We may have
Quidditch
already
out there.
Yeah, could have played some Quidditch. That's right. It was
Yeah.
big. It was big back in the day. Saquon
Quidditch was
touchdown
huge.
here.
Mm-hmm.
Never understood the Quidditch thing. Never even tried it.
Yeah, I found it very odd.
Yeah, that was a big Emerson thing.
Yeah. All right. I mean, this has been a great Friend Friday, but I got an Uber Eats delivery
There you go.
coming in downstairs because, hey, why clean a pot or a pan when I can just get Uber Eats? You know, the fees are killing me, but
What'd you
I don't
get?
want. I rather have paper pots, paper pans, paper plates, everything. It's
What'd
a
you
Friday,
get?
Friend Friday.
What are you eating?
Oh, do you want to know what I got? Okay,
That's why I
so
asked,
I
yeah.
got. The place is called Capo in Southie. It's an
Oh, yeah.
Italian
Of course.
restaurant, and I got their pizza because I'm addicted to it. It has the little pepperonis. It's really delicious. Highly suggest for any of you out there that's looking for some good eats. Coffin, maybe you can get your wife some pizza after you say that horrible comment to her. Did you have a bad day? Tommy, I would love to send you some out there, but when you're in Boston, we'll do it. But I want to say, SimFan, you've been great tonight in the comments. No one said I look tired. Those other bozos the other night, who needs them?
Yeah,
But
get them out.
I love Friend Friday. So everybody have a great weekend. Thanks, Kaufman. I guess I'll give you some credit for inviting me.
TL,
Anytime.
pleasure always.
Hell yeah.
Pleasure.
Go enjoy that pizza. Shout out to
Happy
Capo.
eating. Make sure you throw on Step Brothers tonight.
Honestly, I am.
We-
All right. See you
I
guys
think-
next week.
I think safe to say we all just
GTL.
became best friends. Tara Lynn Asak. We will hear from her again at some point, just not tonight. That's a fine start to a hashtag Friend Friday.
Great
People
showing.
like it. People like it in the chat.
There we go. So we've had a football game going on. Jamison Crowder with the tud. Saquon Barkley with the tud. Two guys probably in a lot of lineups.
Yeah, both of them are...
Jamison Crowder is a sim
I had
favorite.
Crowder. I took Crowder out last minute. I did have him, but not in there now. We've got
I
our
have
pal
both.
Lindenbaum, actually, and so Lindenbaum's in first by about a half a point, and our guy, Undercover Boss Tom, is sitting in second. Very, very close.
I'm in 54th.
45th for me. Frangelico in game
Hey-o.
balls is tied for third. So we got a top-heavy situation. Our Mike, I see you, Mike. Mike's sitting top 10. He's 8th now. So yeah, I mean, go production team, go. Well, not Daniel. He's 112th, but everybody else. Hyro says, now we're stuck with these two. Yep, pretty much.
Yeah, it's definitely a bummer for everybody. you know?
Touchdown, 38-yard return. How about that?
Okay.
Right after
see that
Darnold
often.
lost the ball, Giants DST taking it to the house.
Wow.
Picked and
Look at
taken
that.
back by Mayo. Perfect.
Woo, that was pretty. Very, very nice return there.
So great. Giants DST owned in about 8% of lineups in the larger free roll, less than 1% in the captain spot. We'll check on our smaller free roll here momentarily because I'm sure that will vault some people near the top. Sure enough, 3.7% owned. And that's in the flex, not captained at all in our more modest free roll that we have.
That's surprising. Not even one.
Not
Granted,
one.
it's not like they're the best DST in the game.
Nope, not even one. 12th interception by the Giants in Simland, at least in Madden 21.
Koff, speaking of pizza, it reminds me, right before this sim, I was watching Shark Tank. Do you partake?
I do not. I'm not,
Okay.
opposed to it or anything. I just.
Here's the premise. I'll give the quick synopsis of the show if people don't watch. 5 or 6 angel investors on a panel. They bring in small businesses, entrepreneurs to pitch their idea to try and get partners and get investments.
Yeah, no,
Mark
I know what
Cuban's
the
on the
show is,
panel.
I just don't watch.
Yeah, no, just for our viewers if they don't watch. One of the companies that was on the episode I was just watching, they make pizza cupcakes. So essentially, it's what it looked like to me was a cupcake-sized pizza croissant-looking thing.
Okay.
Does that entice you? Would you buy a frozen pack of pizza cupcakes? Because that was their business model. They wanted to go to the frozen food aisle.
That does not excite me personally.
See, I would eat it at like a dinner party, but I don't see myself going out and buying pizza cupcakes to just sit in my freezer and throw in the oven for dinner one night. But if it's an app at like at a function, throw one of those on the plate, no doubt.
Daniel says, "Isn't that just a jumbo bagel bite?" It does kind of sound like that, actually.
They looked different than bagel bites, because bagel bites look like, you slice a mini bagel in half with, sauce and the cheese. Like, it looks like a slice of pizza on a small little mini bagel. This was more like it was weird. It was like a croissant shaped. No, it was like a cupcake shaped croissant that had like a small hole in the middle where you could see sort of the semblance of ingredients for pizza. It was interesting.
Yeah.
Clearly the idea hasn't taken off, because I had never
heard a
heard
lot
of
of
it.
ideas to take off right now in general.
Yes.
Especially when it comes to like things that you'd find at a grocery store.
Right.
I can tell you all of this, going back to Tara Lynn being here and getting the Uber Eats and now this, like I'm increasingly getting hungry. I can tell you that. Sean says,
Yes, and Choker, I realize he's not a pizza fanatic.
I am not. Far from. Sean says, "Cough is your favorite thing to put on a hamburger, mushrooms?" Yeah, I enjoy some sauteed mushrooms. Yeah, in fact, I had a burger for dinner tonight. Had little Five Guys.
Oh, nice.
And had some nice sauteed mushrooms.
We had a coupon for Red Robin. So we did pick up from Red Robin last night. Got burgers.
See, the downside of that, and like not eating there physically.
Yeah,
so
you miss out on the
take advantage
fries.
of the bottomless fries. Yeah.
Yep. Still good quality burger. I haven't had Red Robin probably in, I don't even know, a decade plus. It's just not a place we ever went when I was growing up.
We had one around the corner from where we used to live, and we would go there. I mean, not often.
I mean, bottomless fries is a great deal.
Every couple months or something like that. But since then, since we've moved, I haven't been there in, many years.
Mushrooms, though, great call on the burger.
Yeah. Cena says 7th place in the cough contest. Good for you. Keep it up. Rooting for
There
you.
you go. I'm surprised you're not a big Shark Tank guy, although you do watch so much television and movies. Like,
I'm just not a big reality TV guy in general.
Yeah.
I feel like there's enough reality in my life that I want to zone out to things that are written and acted.
That is true. I mean, I guess it is reality TV. I just never think of it as that because it's not in the vein of like a contest per se, or
it's not like
or like throwing everyone in a location and seeing what happens. It is reality TV-esque.
Yeah,
it's unscripted,
and it's it's real people. Like, it's not people portraying characters.
Right.
With Tom Carroll, Adam Kaufman, Mike Daniel, Frangelico. Tara Lynn was with us earlier. Having a good time with you guys. Hit the like. Get us to 300 here for the Dream Stream. Here on a Friday night, taking you into the weekend. Appreciate you. Thanks, everyone, for being with us. Certainly, if there's anything that you want to talk about, we're open-minded. Alana says sports is the best reality TV. See, I agree with that. That is a reality TV I can get into.
No, it's all fixed. The games are fixed. There's people that I know in this industry that legitimately think that. Like people you and I both know.
Really?
Yes.
Like all sporting events are scripted?
That they're fixed.
Oh, okay.
I'm telling you, dude.
People are on the take.
Yep, they're 100% convinced.
Like Life is Blue Chips, the movie.
Like they'll never admit it publicly or on a hot mic, but behind the scenes, like, oh, dude, yeah, it's cool. The NFL's clearly fixed. They bring you down the rabbit hole conspiracy theories. Like, all right, dude.
Those people are not for me. Nope.
Like, well, if it is fake, they do a great job. Then it's the best version of pro wrestling.
Ball's caught. Chris Herndon gets himself to the 4. I should mention, because we've talked it up enough in recent weeks, months for that matter, going back to before Christmas. We're here, folks. Today's the day, or technically after midnight last night. Coming to America 2 is available. Amazon Prime. Who watched it today? Touchdown.
Not me.
Chris Hogan.
Hey, he plays lacrosse.
At least he will. Hogan, another guy that was in my lineup for a hot minute. And then see you later.
Hogs.
TD for the Jets to all but even this thing up. After we get a an extra point, we'll be there before the half. So who watched Coming to America 2? Shout it out in the chat. I have not yet, so please, no spoilers. Even though
I have heard bad things about it, to be honest.
I've heard mixed things. I'm going in with, I don't know if I'll have the stamina to put it on after Madden After Dark tonight and stay up and watch it. Might watch something else that's not a movie. Continue my psych binge or something like that. But I
pull up a review from my friend here.
Yeah,
saw this from him.
He says disappointing. I'm going in with I'm gonna watch it, but I got low expectations. PhD says not as funny as the first one, still enjoyable. Harry says watching right after this.
Here's what my friend said, who's a big fan of the original. Sorry, Coming to America 2 just ain't it. I haven't laughed once, and I'm falling asleep. They should have never, ever, ever redid my favorite movie. It's tarnished with this mess. I said what I said. Well, it has tarnished his favorite movie.
Bill says, watched it. Not bad. Definitely nothing like the original. It's just a damn Kaufman says, friend watched it, said it was horrible. Just a nostalgic cash grab is what he said. Jordan said he had a feeling it would be bad just as soon as he saw it was PG-13. Fair. Ball's caught. Timeout. Midfield here for the Giants, looking to go back on top before the half. Yeah, I'll still watch it. I'm not surprised that it's just if that's what most of the people think.
Well, if you love the original, I feel like it's hard to stick away from the remakes or the late sequels, right? Because you're curious.
Yeah. Second and 15 from the 34. So you guys had earlier Emerson and Reed and Kenny and Christian, Jeff, Rossi, all part of the Dream Stream Day leading into Tommy and I taking over. It's a good crew. Good group over the course.
Solid crew of boys.
Solid crew of boys. Boys and girls.
Tara Lynn stealing the show.
Oh, always.
I heard that Tracy Morgan's character was very bad in the movie.
That's too bad.
That's the overwhelming response I keep seeing on social.
Interesting.
But people were pleasantly surprised by Leslie Jones.
Okay. What about Wesley Snipes?
Haven't seen anything on that.
Not a lot of commentary there?
Yeah, this is just taken in from what my buddy said, so maybe there's some stuff out there from the pros, if you will. But sure. That was the two things I kept seeing on Instagram and Twitter.
Jay Barber says Koff's going to buy it on DVD. I might, just to complete the collection. Darnold 157 passing here, as we have obviously reached the half. Couple of touchdowns and a pick to his credit, but he is pacing toward a bonus. Darnold, much better than Jones. Jones at 75 yards right now. Not great. Iro says, Koff, watch the movie. Give us your take. Maybe tonight, if not over the weekend at some point. We'll get there.
Daniel Jones only 1 for 5 rushing. That's rare for him.
Yeah. Saquon, not so awesome so far. 6 for 27. At least he has the score. Yeah. Lev Bell just 13 on the ground on 7 carries. Herndon, 4 for 68. Crowder and Hogan each with touchdowns and 3 for in the 20s for each of them. Ingram 3 for 23. So no huge numbers outside of Herndon and obviously Darnold.
Darnold, the early favorite here for the Krusty Koff Award winner.
Sure.
2 tuds, obviously trending towards the B word. So we'll see.
Alanis says to complete the collection of 2 movies. Yes, that is correct. A sequel has a first to go with. Put them together. Collection.
So Mike's
on camera for that.
Or Miles, that's Miles on YouTube saying, Tom, Bud, you got to get a different background. Microwave isn't the best look. Love you, Bud. See, I've said that to people on the DraftKings team, and they firmly disagree with me. They want me to keep the microwave. It's a part of the brand now. Yeah, I can't lose the microwave.
Oh, yeah.
It's a prop. I don't know if he maybe hasn't seen me use the microwave during the buzzword. We've heated up some soup on the sim before. We've eaten popcorn, I think.
You guys won't believe what we've used this thing for, huh?
Yeah, I mean, we use it to heat up food. It's crazy.
Wild.
So
I
don't know if I can lose the microwave. Look, Dan Levitar did highly questionable in his kitchen for the first 5 years that show existed. I think I'm fine.
You have not lived until you've watched Freeze Pops here put away his groceries during a sim.
Great. Yeah, exactly. That was another
That's
thing.
some next level stuff.
Yeah. I get the best Wi-Fi out
says
here.
he's been getting the SAG screeners, and to be honest, nothing's crushing yet. Yeah, I saw the list of screeners, and it's not a lot out there that's like, oh my God, I gotta watch this right now. It's not. I mean, I'm not shocked. Obviously, not a ton of new movies were released this year, or last year, I should say, 2020.
Yeah. So what is going to happen with that with the Oscars? Do they just skip them?
No, they'll still.
So they're going to have them.
Yeah, they're still having the Golden Globes, and I assume they'll have the Oscars. I know.
Interesting. So there's going to be
specifically movies, and maybe I'm wrong about that. Daniel, I'm sure will know. I see him typing away already.
So there's going to just be a weird year for movies. We're going to look back on it and think, oh yeah, that's kind of weird that movie won.
Alana says, I hate when a microwave is mounted up there like that, Tom. I'm so short that when I take out the soup, I spill it on my head. Well,
Daniel,
I'm guessing it's not that high up on the wall there.
Daniel, is Nomadland the one that was shot on an iPhone? Because I remember seeing, he's saying that's the favorite for the Oscars this year. I remember seeing that was getting a lot of buzz midsummer.
Just damn Kaufman says, buy stream trash cough, Beverly Hills Cop, Coming to America, and Bowfinger. I'm not really sure all 3 are created equal.
That's such a random threesome.
I mean, Bowfinger would absolutely go in the trash. Love you, Steve Martin. I don't know that this would be a popular take. It probably wouldn't be. I love Beverly Hills Cop. I would put that ahead of Coming to America. But that's just a personal. I'm not even saying it's a better movie. That's just personal preference.
Hey, whatever works for you, you know?
And Creature, no, definitely. You can tell your wife we're talking about movies.
Films. Motion pictures.
3rd and 11 from the 40, about a minute gone by here, third quarter.
The silver screen.
Coming to America, 48 hours and trading places. That is the top 3 buy stream trash. Yeah, it's Coming to America, 48 hours and trading places. This is strong. This is one of those where it's just impossible to trash any, but you have to. I get it. You have to for the sake of the game. Boy. I think I would buy. I think I'd buy Trading Places.
That's an absolute classic. Wow. That's right for a remake,
you
too.
Can't trash any of these. You just can't. You can't do it. Like, you could buy them all. let alone stream them.
You got
Right,
You got to
right.
give an answer.
All right. I have to do it. I'm going to buy Trading Places. I'm going to stream Coming to America, and I'm going to trash 48 Hours. But, I feel terrible about it.
See, I would buy 48.
So
I would buy
good.
48 Hours. I would stream.
Bad Boy Spuff says you broke Cough with that buy stream trash. I'm going to be thinking about this all night.
I would stream Trading Places, and I would trash Coming to America.
Oh, God. Not easy. That's a tough one.
That's why we play the game.
Chris says no love for Harlem Nights, Boomerang, and the Golden Child. Yeah, there you go. I don't know where I'd go with that.
Mark Adams throwing one out here. Ghostbusters, Crimson Tide, Armageddon.
I hate Armageddon. That goes right in the trash. That movie stinks. You
Yeah, but
you could give me almost any group of three, and that's going in the trash.
Is Armageddon the one where there's that famous YouTube
Aerosmith
clip?
song?
Well, there's that. But Ben Affleck doing the director's commentary where he's talking about
Yeah,
Michael
we're talking
Bay
about yeah.
in the whole plot of the movie just being ridiculous.
Right.
Yeah,
Which is pretty funny, actually.
That's actually a hilarious clip that everyone should look up on YouTube after this sim.
But I would buy Crimson Tide and stream Ghostbusters in that group.
You know what? Ghostbusters, not a huge fan. It's a little overrated to me. I don't think it's aged well. And I didn't like the remake either.
So I didn't see the remake. Ghostbusters 2 scared the ever-loving crap out of me. I'm not kidding. I had nightmares for years from Vigo or whatever, whoever his name was in the painting there. That movie messed me up. As we have a touchdown, Chris Herndon. And I'm not gonna hold my feelings for Ghostbusters 2 against the original. The original is a good movie. But that second, truly.
How old were you when you saw that movie?
Could have been last year for all I know. No, I don't know. Whatever year it came out, it was around. So someone would have to tell me when it came out, or I could do.
You were a kid though when you had these.
Yeah,
nightmares.
I certainly wasn't an adult. Here, I'll tell you. Ghostbusters 2.
Hater, I 100% agree.
Yeah,
Stripes, way better movie than Ghostbusters.
So Ghostbusters 2 came out in '89. So let's say I saw it around then, I was 7 years old.
Yeah, you're too young to see that movie.
Messed me up for years. Alana says, buy stream trash, long distance relationships, visiting the library freshman year, or the realization that college matters more than high school.
Ooh, you know what? I like this buy stream trash. I like it.
My life.
Buying. I'm gonna buy college being more important than high school. I'm gonna stream library because hey, sometimes you got to go to the library, and I'm gonna trash long distance relationship freshman year of college. Brutal decision.
Should I buy the long distance relationship because at least hey, I'm in a relationship. This is great.
There you go.
I'm not alone.
Companionship. I will say Ghostbusters has a great theme though. Ghostbusters.
Boys in the Hood, Leprechaun, and Thor Ragnarok. Well, Ragnarok
man.
Boys in the Hood would be the stream, and Leprechaun would go in the trash. That's for me.
Absolute opposite for me. Leprechaun buy every Leprechaun movie.
Okay.
Leprechaun 5 into Hood, one of the great flicks of all time. I am streaming. Well, I'm trashing Thor because I haven't seen it.
Oh, Ragnarok, buddy. Ragnarok is incredible.
And I'm streaming Boys in the Hood because I love Boys in the Hood.
How about I like the people that just keep tacking on to the Eddie Murphy buy stream trash conversation. PhD, what? No love for Vampire in Brooklyn, Pluto Nash, and Holy Man? How has nobody thrown out Dolomite and like Dr. Doolittle and the Clumps? Yeah, Norbit. Where are you guys at?
I loved Nutty Professor as a kid. That's a movie that you don't see out there that often anymore.
Oh, they had Robert Downey Jr. do it.
And I think Nutty Professor is a remake of an old Nutty Professor.
Yeah. Correct.
Yeah, that'll get redone at some point.
For sure. No original ideas anymore.
No. And why should there be? We've been around too long to have original ideas.
We've been around too long.
All the good ideas are taken.
Harry says, I wouldn't even, I feel like the ladies need to weigh in on this. Harry says, buy stream trash, girlfriend, fiance, wife.
What? I don't have a wife yet, but you got to buy wife, you got to stream fiance, and you got to trash girlfriend. You have to. If you want to keep your marriage, come on.
Well, I don't think he means all at once.
You buy wife
conceptually. Yeah, I mean, I would buy wife. I agree with that.
That's the point of getting married.
I think I would.
Are you about to stream girlfriend?
Yeah, I really like without hesitation.
Wow. Okay,
Yeah.
Explain.
Things are, new, exciting. They're like you're still getting to know each other, at a level obviously that you're not as the relationship continues. That's only natural. And you don't have a lot of the headaches that you can have when it comes to like planning a wedding. That obviously, and that
You're making a compelling case.
Yeah, I mean, you don't even need to have like a bridezilla or whatever. Like you could have a perfectly chill, laid back fiance. Even still, you got to deal with planning a wedding. Like it's, I guess you could make the argument to stream it because at least a fiance, like you feel like the odds are against that falling apart. A girlfriend could break up with you any day of the week. Once you put a ring on her finger, she's probably sticking around.
Yeah.
Like there's a more likelihood of that, but still, no, I'm going to stream the girlfriend in this situation.
Your counter argument at the end there is why I would stream fiance over girlfriend, because you're locked in, like you don't have to worry about it ending. Well, in theory, if you keep things on the straight and narrow, you're golden, right? Whereas when you're in the girlfriend phase, it's less, for some people, it's less set in stone.
I gotta tell you, man.
She could become smitten with another man and get another boyfriend.
Sure, but listen, I mean, you're never locked in. Like, I mean, even if, look at the percentages of divorce in the country.
Well, yeah, obviously.
But like, that wasn't even my point. That was just an aside. As far as like, I have a buddy, one of my good friends, and he is happily married and has a family and everything. But before that, he was engaged to a girl who just, I don't know, snapped one day, basically. And I don't know if she got scared of what was coming down the pike or what, because she was always normal when they were dating and into the wedding planning process. I don't know. There are other details that I won't share on this forum.
Sure.
But what I am building to is this. He was off on a business trip, and she decided she was out, and he came home, and again, like, engaged. He came home, and like, she had taken everything but the toilet paper. Like, it was like, wow. the place was just gutted. So that's like your horror story for fiance there. Like, there's no guarantee.
There's no guarantees in life.
Daniel says it sounds like a movie I've seen.
It does. That's it. I'm through. Comes home to a note on the counter and a ring next to it.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, Billy. It was never going to work. I'm at my ma and pa's house down in the country.
You presume that she left a note. How'd you know it was Billy? We're talking about babysitter Billy Delaney right now. I'm just kidding. I'm kidding. 21-14, start of the fourth quarter on the way. Chris says, she take the ice cube out of the tray too? She might have even taken the tray, man. Who knows? Mark says
80 yards away from the bonus for Darnold.
The things you talk about on a hashtag Friend Friday and Film Fest Friday.
Freeform Friday, baby.
Freeform Friday is what it is. Amen to that. That is where we are living right now.
Exactly.
How are lineups doing? Mine's trash. I'm sitting 111. Junkman is in front by about 1.5 points. Good on you.
I was sort of in the middle of the pack.
Close. Yeah, we're at.
Let's see where I am now. Oh yeah, bad. 156. Awful. Daniel Jones not showing up is hurting me. Obviously, Evan Ingram by proxy doing nothing. Saquon not having a great game, so it's not good.
I don't know why this made me laugh. Fantasy Hawk. Mr. Hawk says Tom looks like Dennis the Menace all grown up.
Interesting.
I think it's the haircut.
Interesting.
You've got the
think it's the haircut? Yeah.
Same style part.
Yeah. I definitely am a part to the right guy. When I was getting this haircut actually recently, it was almost parted to the left, and I had to stop the haircut right at the beginning and say, hey, I part my hair to the right. So I'm so sorry.
I went the other way. I got my hair cut not super recently, but whenever it was the last time, and the guy's like, so is there a part, or what do you do with it? I said, listen, you're the artist, man. What is like? Am I going to tell Picasso how to paint?
Oh, there you go. So yeah, you're not picky. Yeah, I don't know. I mean,
just make it work for me.
I'm still relatively new to having any sort of hair in my head outside of a buzz cut.
Oh, is that right?
Yeah, I mean, I rocked a buzz cut up until about February of 2018.
For how long?
I mean, from
like
third grade until 2018. Yeah.
You were just
buzz
like,
cut guy.
I'm out on hair for a long.
It just was easy, just
super
shave
easy.
it.
Never need to look.
And I have a very round head, as people love to point out. I have a large head. They say it's average, but it's round. So I rocked a mean buzz cut, and then it was towards the mid to late summer, early fall of 2017. I had a bunch of buddies that started losing their hair, and I was like, you know what? Like, I got to embrace this while I have it. So I decided to grow out my hair. I was going to let it go like crazy long. I had no intentions because I was like, I've never gone long in my life. I just want to see what happens.
Yeah.
But I made it till about February. I had to go back to my high school for some sort of speaking event. And my mom was like, you can't go back looking like that. I was in the awkward phase. Like, when you're growing out your hair, there's an awkward phase. And I was firmly in there. So got my first big boy haircut in February of 2018. There's a story there too. I've told it on the sim. Have I told this story to you, Kaufman, where I almost was a part of a drug bust? Well, I was a part of a drug bust.
I've heard many of your stories, but I don't think I've heard this one.
Yeah, I've told it on the stream before, but for those that haven't heard it. So, like I said, I was in my hometown, coming home to do this speaking event at my high school, and I didn't have a barber in Rhode Island at that point because I wasn't living there. So I asked my brother, hey, where do you go? And he recommends this place in Providence. Drive down, sitting there in the waiting chair. Barber seems like a nice guy. He's cutting this dude's hair. We're all chit-chatting, having a good time, probably in there about 10 minutes.
Sure.
And then out of the blue, boom, door kicks open. Providence PD, everyone on the ground. I'm like, at first, for a split second, I sort of giggled, thinking it was like, oh, this guy's buddy just coming in, because that's the type of atmosphere it was. But very quickly, I realized, no, this is very serious. And like 15 Providence cops stormed into this barbershop, guns drawn, ready to roll. I was on the ground, nose to pavement, all the way spread out with a cop straddling my back with a gun pointed to the back of my head.
Get out of here.
I swear I was terrified, probably pooped myself. And Dude, the guy that was getting his haircut was mid-haircut, and he was on the ground too. So he has half his head shaved, and the barber is on the ground too. So this barber shop was underneath a bar.
Yeah.
And the back room of the barber shop was sort of only accessed by people that ran the bar. And there was this big drug operation being run out of the back of the basement of this bar. So all sorts of stuff happened. People were arrested, grabbed out of there. People were running out of there into the street. And then, after a while, we were all just still not moving. And then they ended up talking to us. They let us get up. They run through the whole process, decided we were not a part of the situation. We weren't threats.
Not problems.
And we were told we could leave. They took down our info just in case they were going to need anything. But the worst part was for the guy who was in the chair getting his haircut. He had to leave with a half-cut haircut. Because he just went back to work with a half-cut haircut.
And a hell of a story.
Yeah. And then as soon as I get out of this situation, I call my brother immediately to let him know what happens. I run through the story to him. First thing he says wasn't like, "Oh my God, I'm so glad you're okay. Just things could have gotten crazy." He just goes, "Oh man, I'm gonna have to get a new barber." Like, "Yeah, Tim, you're gonna have to get a new barber." Almost died at the barber.
Daniel's been around for a few of these things and says this is already far and away the best story I've ever heard be told on The Sims.
So crazy. That was the first time I was ever getting an adult haircut.
How old?
Think about that. This was in 2018. Remember, I had gone buzz cuts my whole life. The first time I decided.
So had you always, I assume you had clippers and you just always did it yourself?
Yeah. Or I'd have a friend do it. You know?
So this is the first time you ever had to go and physically get a haircut in
years.
Wow.
Yeah. Since college, for sure.
That's quite an experience.
Yeah. So I ended up going to my mom's salon, and she cut my hair for a few months, actually. She did such a good job. I kept going back to her. Would drive home from Boston to get my hair cut every few months.
Lady, you are doing great. Big tip for you.
She'd do a great job, and then I moved to St. Louis, so I couldn't go to her anymore. But
I couldn't go to her. Couldn't go to my mom for a cut.
Wish I could.
Barber mom.
I forget her name. Stacy, maybe?
You have really, you have worried your Grammy with this story. I just want you to know that.
She's definitely heard this story.
I was gonna say, I hope she's not just hearing this.
It was the talk. It was a talk for a while. Yeah, it was wild.
21-14, halfway through the fourth. The Jets in front with the ball here deep in their own territory right now. That's great. That's a solid story. I like that.
Good times. Good times.
Hit the like for Tommy. Get us to 300. If not for him, just do it for Frangelico for having the best name in Simland.
Yeah. What a crazy day.
Daniel says he's going to get cuts from his mom for a while.
Yeah, exactly. Or your mom's salon. Your mom's friend's salon.
Play it safe.
And to be clear, it's not my mom working at the salon. It's my mom's salon that she goes to.
I like it better the other way.
Yeah. No, my mom's a nurse.
Not for this story, she's not. Alana says, buy Stream Trash, this nightmare fuel. Shakedown during a Providence haircut. Ghostbusters 2, fiance. Ghostbusters 2 is still to buy if I'm buying the worst possible thing. I assume that's what we're doing. I'd still rather be part of a shakedown in Providence, get my haircut, than rewatch Ghostbusters 2. And the fiance, you put that in the trash for not being the worst, unless we're reversing it, in which case she's the buy.
It's a scary situation there.
Sounds like it. What a time to be alive. Mark says the Glash pizza story is a sad close second. What's Glash's pizza story?
Is that when someone lied to him about the who won and he Venmo'd the wrong guy or whatever?
Oh, I don't know. I'm not
I don't
sure.
know. Whatever the thing is that led to him that stopped doing the pizza bets. That's probably what they're referencing.
Rossi's Fat Cat says, is someone dead to you if they've never seen Field of Dreams? I wouldn't go to that extreme, but I would say you should see it. It's a good movie that I admittedly haven't watched in a while, but I'm assuming it holds up for the most part, conceptually at least.
If you build it, they will come.
Your inner J.E.J. right there. James.
Oh yes, they'll come. What's the guy's name? The main character.
Oh well, the main character is
Kevin Costner's name. What's the character's name?
Ray Kinsella was his
They'll
name.
come, Ray. They'll come.
I was trying to think of what James Earl Jones's character's name was. That's escaping me in this moment.
That is a good movie. Great.
Second and goal.
Tearjerker every time.
Oh boy, Saquon Barkley, touchdown.
Welcome to the patty.
This thing's going to be evened up. Second score of the day for Saquon. Jordan, that's my story. That's not Glash's story.
People get you confused.
How?
I don't know.
He's the
People
one that
think that
dresses
you're
up in
Glash.
clothing and makes funny voices.
I
talk about movies.
When people do that, I think they're joking sometimes, but that confirms for me that no, that's not the case. People legitimately just get you guys confused.
Interesting. Oh, Terrence Mann, thank you.
They'll come, Ray. I gotta watch that movie again. It's been a very long time.
I'm enjoying you doing that, actually.
Oh, they'll come. If you build it, they will come.
Yeah, Jordan.
Iconic line.
As he always mixes us up. All right.
Ray.
Captain Blood says, cough. Field of Dreams reminded me of Children of the Corn, so it had a different reference point.
I always felt like Terrence Mann was overly mean to Ray when he went to his door. When he was like, no, go away.
Yeah, slams the door right on him.
Right in his face multiple times. Like, God, relax, Terrence. No, go away.
No, go away. Dom says, the story that makes me sad is the Koff birthday story. You can't tell a guy you're bringing him food like that and then not do it. Amen, man. The weather gets nicer. I think we should all rally around the fact that Glash owes me a Chinese food lunch.
Yeah, wait, what was it? What was it that you said to him that he was obsessing over? You're like, clear as day out here or something like that.
Yeah, well, it's still in the text. I mean, because it's back in the thread somewhere.
He was like, oh, snow's coming down or whatever. And you were like, clear skies out here or something.
Clear skies here.
Oh God, what a great exchange on so many levels.
It was just such a cop out.
Perfect.
Unbelievable.
Perfect.
He's like, yeah, I slept in, and plus it's really dumping snow, and he's like, BK does this. This is a big BK thing for people that don't know this. Anytime that I don't know why, I like for some reason, like he can't just like tell you something and have you take his word for it if it's something that he's like using as an excuse for like, oh, I ran out of time like making my lineup because whatever, like I was in the middle of making dinner, but then like he'll send me a picture of the dinner. I was taking care of my baby, sends me a picture of the baby. You're a cute kid, but like that's okay. You don't need to like prove it. I'm good. And so Glash did that. Glash like took a picture outside his window that day when he
was it snowing?
Snow. And yeah, I just responded like, clear skies here.
Oh man, that fired him up. Michael, great point. Favorite line of the movie. Is this heaven?
It's Iowa.
No, Ray. It's Iowa.
That wasn't James Earl Jones.
Yeah, I know, but I needed to say it.
I just want to keep doing that voice.
No, it's Iowa. Iowa does seem like a cool place. Just so much corn.
How about let's see, what would be the best corn by stream trash? Corn on the cob.
Okay.
The little teeny corns that Tom Hanks eats in the movie Big. And then maybe just like corn that you would get like as a side dish, that's obviously cut off the cob.
I am going corn as a side dish that you eat off of the cob. I am going with the mini corns from Big, and I am trashing corn on the cob. I think corn on the cob, when it's not eaten as like a Mexican street corn, is highly overrated. It's a pain in the ass. It's a pain in the ass to eat.
If you want.
You things are just, juices are squirting everywhere. You get it all in your teeth. If it's not cooked properly, it's gross.
Yeah.
I just out on corn on the cob, completely out.
I'll eat it if it's there, but I'm with you. It wouldn't be my preference.
And then like, if people don't have the little stick things that you put in at the end, not good.
Yeah, you gotta have the little holders. Sometimes it's too hot or too buttery or too whatever you do with it. You gotta, yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, corn. But I will say, to reiterate, Mexican street corn, if you've ever had it, where it's like the corn on the cob on the stick, and they roll it in that cheese with like paprika. Maybe there's an aioli of some type squirted on top. That's delicious.
Alana says corn whole, cream corn, candy corn. Other options for sure. See, I just,
Cornhole the game, or is cornhole a food that I'm not aware of?
No, the game. Everybody here is, nobody is supporting the Tom Hanks big little tiny corns. And I gotta say, guys,
incredible reference.
This is your loss, all of you. That is such a clear buy in this trio. I mean, those things are unbelievable. You can get them in a can at the supermarket and make a veggie on your stovetop. It's just terrific.
Yeah, I mean, I think I may be undervaluing it. It's a good call because corn on the side is just, it's not like exciting, it's just there.
So Daniel says, buy stream trash Tom Hanks movie snacks. Mini corns, box of chocolates, whatever he ate in Castaway. Do you have to?
What did he eat? He ate fish, right? Didn't he spear fish in the ocean?
I think you're right about that. Well, I'd buy the box of chocolates anyway. Well, would I? Maybe I would still take the corn and then the box of chocolates. I don't want to go out and kill my own food. So, while I have nothing but respect for sustenance and survival, I think I'm going to have to put that in the trash on this menu.
Yeah. I'm with you on that.
Yeah, I am gonna make the corn on the oven with the soup. I will do that, Alana. Rossi's Fat Cat says corn was definitely the buzzword. I mean, we probably said it a lot, but not in a traditional buzzword sense. You guys are great, all of you. I love this. I love that we can. This right here. These two sims especially, last one and even more so this one. We talked about the game even less in this one than we did the 8 o'clock. And obviously Tara Lynn was with us for most of the first half. This right
here. She did great.
Oh, it was awesome. This was a classic, you know what? It's a Friday night. Let's all just hang out. Let's, you got your lineups to follow for sure. And everyone's doing their thing. Our production crew's awesome. Ops is awesome. Tom's great here. We could talk football. There's stuff going on, but this is just let's just all get together and hang out. Let's have a nice quality
good time
on Friday. And I'm in. This was a fun sim.
I had a fantastic 4 hours hanging out with you guys.
Good time. Love it. All of you guys. We'll get back to football tomorrow, though. Football for realsies. So first, before the schedule, Darnold 270, few touchdowns, a pick. In what ultimately was an okay game.
I'd say that I'd like to look at the rest of the stats, but he's in a position here to be the Krusty Koff winner here.
Yeah, he absolutely is. I would recommend somebody over him.
Okay. I want to see the rest of the stats here.
For you, obviously, to determine.
Darnold, if he had gotten the bonus, it would be a non argument for anyone else.
Agree with that.
Just 30 yards short. Herndon with a nice game though, 7 for 96 and a tud.
That's where I'd go.
But probably when you look at ownership too.
Yeah.
That might be the move. I think I'm convinced. It's Herndon.
Yeah.
Congratulations, man. You earned it. Earned and yearned it.
Get us
You
to
see what I
3
did there?
likes before we leave. If you haven't hit that thing, we're only a few away, by the way, and we appreciate that. How about the Babysitter Billy Not My Kid Award? Who disappointed you today?
I mean, Ingram disappointed me, and Saquon got into the end zone. So I know he didn't pop off, but Ingram had 5 catches, no tuds.
4 for 4.
Daniel Jones was also not good either.
Daniel Jones was trash. Although
Yeah, so I think I'm going to go Daniel Jones.
You know what though? Ingram was higher owned.
So let's go with Ingram then. Ingram's the guy.
Sure.
Not my kid, not my problem.
Nope. Works for me. Yeah. All right. So here you go. Here's the schedule for tomorrow. You'll be hearing from both of us, albeit not together. The nooner, Niners Steelers, coming up in just under 13 hours. Brendan Glasheen and Brandon Cristal. Brendan and Brandon will be together again for the Madden Matinee, Bengals and Lions at 2. 4 o'clock Eastern, I will be here with Kenny Ducey, and we will have something to argue about. I don't know what, but it'll happen, I promise. Washington at the Falcons, the Queens football team, as Jeff would tell you. That is the early bird special. At 6, you got the happy hour sim, the Chargers Dolphins. Jason Rossi comes on in along with this guy, Tom Carroll. They'll be together. Solid tandem. Tom leaves. Rossi sticks around for prime time at 8 with Matt LaMarca. They will have Raiders and Ravens. And then I will come in for Madden After Dark with Browns, Broncos, and LaMarca will stay with me. So wear your favorite LaMarcas. Those, of course, are your pajama pants, ideally plaid and cotton, even polyester, whatever, as long as they're comfortable. And so you got me at a weird couple of times on a Saturday, the 4 and the 10, if you're looking for me. Tom at 6. And so between the two of us, we got half your day covered tomorrow.
Let's go. Happy
Buzz,
Saturday in
I
advance.
sure will, buddy. I see you. All right. It's about time to go, I think.
Let's do it.
About time to go. Thanks to
Let's
Mike,
get outta
thanks
here.
to Daniel, and obviously Frangelico and Tara Lynn. And good for Glash calling some football tonight, some real football if that's what you're into. We're into the simulated variety over here. And everyone enjoy the rest of your Friday evening, whatever it is you do with it. Maybe you will pop on Coming to America too. And if I do, we will have the opportunity to discuss it tomorrow. We will see. Either way, look forward to connecting again. TC. Pleasure, buddy.
Pleasure as always, my friend. We'll talk soon.
Have a night, everybody.